Good morning. Figured I would just get on here again. Trying to get used to streaming more regularly. Just streaming the basic stuff that I do. So I'm gonna do my exercises this morning. I want to share this channel again. Workout Bestie. She's got really great videos on exercise, some stretching, some stuff that's a little easier, some stuff that's a little harder. So I don't follow exactly what she does. I kind of do my own thing, but I just want to play some of her stuff. I like the music that she plays, and maybe you guys want to exercise along. You can either follow what I'm doing, you can follow what she's doing, you can do your own thing. And my dog's rolling away. I can kind of explain a little. And then I have a 20-pound vest that I wear, and I'll do like squats and I walk, and sometimes I run with the 20-pound vest on. Sometimes I'll do my push-ups and my crunches with that. But I try to not use much equipment. You know, I only got one incline bench and one little weight in the vest, and that's kind of all I use. But yeah, I'm gonna do some crunches now, some sit-ups. Things old. Jenny. One of the reasons I got a small weight is because I have issues with my elbows and this shoulder, and my back. So when I lift this shoulder over my head, I get pain in my shoulder. I always have pain in my elbows. I have some braces that I probably should be wearing. And then my left arm, when I lift this over my head, it hurts my back. So I gotta kind of be careful when I'm exercising. That's why I try not to overdo it with heavy weights. I just have this light one. welcome whoever's in here. So definitely go check her out. I have so many injuries. I also have a hip injury. This is a really good video if you need to exercise your hips. think that's it for today. Sometimes I just do 2 sets, sometimes I do 3. But I think that's all I'm going to do for today. What's up, boss man? I don't recognize you. Have you been to my other streams before? I figured content like this might bring some other people in than my other content. But now I'm done my exercises, I might still just hang out for a little while, play some other videos, react to some stuff. Gotta eat my breakfast. So I might make that up. I got some different yogurt than I normally have. So maybe I'll try something new. Looks like there's somebody else in here. And never mind, they're gone. Oh, let's see what else. There was some interesting stuff coming out this morning about like Trump and things like that, and I know people don't normally like to hear about him.
Epstein was not just interested in...
But it's pretty relevant, so I like to keep up with it a little bit at least. So let's check this out. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Ian Carroll. He does a lot of like conspiracy theories and things like that. He just got canceled last year, and he like disappeared from every platform, and now he's back. So he throws out a lot of like extra disclaimers and things like that now. But some of what he says is pretty interesting, and it's probably not that far out there in the conspiracy world.
Celebrities, though. He was interested in scientists. Remember, Epstein worked for an intelligence network, an off-the-books, black-budget, secret network.
It's actually what we were talking about yesterday in my stream. Epstein and Trump have ties to a lot of weird, like, genetic research and doing really horrible things to animals and people. Well, people are animals. Humans, all animals. If you're vegan, then you're against treating all animals bad, including humans.
That probably originated somewhere deep in Israeli intelligence and then flourished through relationships with organized crime and elements of the CIA and U.S. intelligence services. But he was interested in everything intel agencies are interested in because he worked for them. And he would actively target and form relationships with technologists, researchers, scientists, and any other prominent intellectuals. He would throw parties and conferences on his island and invite all of them to come. And they came, so to speak. Not all of them came, but they all came. And that's how you wind up with funny memes about Stephen Hawking visiting Epstein Island, because he did. Lots of prominent scientists did. And a few even have sexual allegations against them.
Yeah, it's crazy. All the cover-ups and everything. Let me kind of shift things around here. And I think I can move downstairs and stream some downstairs too, so I might do that.
In this case, we're talking specifically about Marvin Minsky right there, but again, it was never tried in court.
Welcome, everyone who just joined in. I already did some of my exercising this morning. Just finished. I'm gonna watch some random videos and see what's going on today. If there's any new information out about Trump and all that BS that's going on. Then we'll check to see if there's anything new going on in the vegan world. But yeah, let's play this a little bit longer.
This obviously extended to relationships cultivated all throughout big tech. Hoffman went to the island. Gates went so far as to have Epstein help set up the Gates Foundation. He was helping Sergey with banking needs at JP Morgan and invested in Peter Thiel's venture capital firm, Valar Ventures. He was involved in setting up the Clinton Global Initiative as well. He specialized in philanthropy as money laundering, after all. He was also friends with at least one recent director of the CIA. We know that the former CIA director, Bill Burns, was also friends with Epstein and met with him numerous times, which he only admitted to after first trying and failing to cover it up. He said that it was to help him find a job after he had retired from being the U.S. Deputy Secretary of State, because that's totally the kind of person that needs help from Epstein to find a job. So Epstein set him up at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, which is a deep state think tank, and now I have questions. He was deeply enmeshed in our most prestigious educational institutions. Epstein had significant donor relationships with several of the top schools and maintained strong ties to many top board members, teachers, and executives at various universities. When this all came out, they first tried to pretend like it was all back before his first conviction, and they'd all cut ties. But it later came out that plenty of those relationships extended well into recent times. And more every day, everyone's wondering what the story is with old Donnie. Because Trump is literally burning his legacy to the ground to cover this up. He's burning the entire MAGA movement to the ground to protect Epstein and the whole network that he represented. Because I think Trump is sorely mistaken if he thinks that MAGA is ready to pretend like we didn't learn that we're being ruled by a bunch of pedophiles. We are paying taxes to pedophiles. This isn't the kind of thing that goes away. And the fact that Trump is now apparently all in on Operation Cover-Up, he's looking more and more complicit by the day. So, the new talking point being parroted by all the assets and suckers on X and in the media is, why do you even still care about Epstein? Why are you even talking about Epstein? I mean, who really cares anymore anyways? Which is pathetic. It's coming out that our government is run by pedophiles and their cover-up isn't going so well. And so they've resorted to just gaslighting the American people that it's not even a big deal. And no one even cares about it anymore. Right? I'm sure it's totally unconnected that there's an Israeli spy ring so powerful that they got to at least one former president of the United States, and now they have the current president of the United States going along with the cover-up, and they announced all of this the day before Benjamin Netanyahu visited D.C. for the third time this year. You live in an occupied nation, folks. It's no coincidence that we have the world's largest blackmail ring being run by Israel, and we are passing speech laws to stop people from criticizing the government of Israel, not our own. We have a massive unregistered law.
So last week in the mail, I got a letter and some stickers and I don't know, just some free stuff. It was from the state of Israel. And it was a sticker of the Israeli flag that says, "I support Israel." A whole letter about how the U.S. and God and Israel need to work together, and yeah, I thought it was kind of crazy. And then the other day I was walking down the street, down the sidewalk, and I noticed a couple of the houses around here, they have that sticker, they put it in their window, and it's actually like a reverse sticker. So you peel the front off and you put it on your window so everyone outside can see it and read it. Literally from our government and from Israel, straight to the people. Crazy.
Lobby in our government working on behalf of Israel. We have dual citizens with Israel peppered all throughout our government. We give more money and military aid to Israel than to any other nation. Even when Israel embarrasses us on the world stage and goes against our president's apparent orders in war times, or peace times, but just bombing people, our politicians and president go along with the all competing for who can get Bibi's further down the back of their throats. It is no coincidence that for decades now, criticism of Israel has been a career-ending sin for anyone in the media or the government or finance or really any position of power at all. And of course, I'm anti-Semitic for looking at the...
This guy was a Trump supporter too. He's a big Trump supporter.
evidence that is clear as day. Just ignore the facts and evidence that it is all laid out before you. Ignore the genocide that our tax dollars are funding. Ignore the endless streams of videos of kids buried and burned and starved to death in Gaza. Ignore that they are shooting them with sniper rifles while they're pretending to give them food. Ignore Israel's secret nuclear program. Anyone who talks about any of those things hates Jews, obviously. It should go without saying that we don't condemn the giant sex trafficking ring because it was run by Jews. We condemn it because it's a child sex trafficking ring. Maybe just don't run child sex trafficking rings. We don't speak out against Israel because they are a Jewish state. We speak out about Israel because it's a genocidal ethno-nationalist project that has become the spitting image of the, regime that it theoretically is a reaction to. When you learn about World War II as a kid, one of the enduring questions is how did they get regular Germans to go along with committing such atrocities against prisoners in the labor and concentration camps? Well, look around you. How are they getting people to go along with genocide today? How are they getting people to go on the internet and pretend like we don't care that our nation is run by pedophiles and that apparently...
If you say something enough, like loud enough to enough people, enough times, it becomes truth, whether it's a lie or not. If enough people believe it and they think it's true, it ends up becoming truth or history. Like a lot of our history is not even real. It's just what the stories that people came up with. And normally there's another side to the story that you don't hear.
That runs so high up that our own president, our own Department of Justice, our own elected officials, the MAGA coalition, America First, is now telling you, why would you even care? Why would it even matter if Jeffrey Epstein had our whole government blackmailed? Why would it even matter if Israel and the CIA and all these dudes were trafficking children? American children, no less. Little girls off the streets in Palm Beach, Florida, as well as little girls from all around the world. Not to mention, a lot of them were into little boys. That's no big deal, apparently. It's not America First to even talk about it. Just shut up and vote for Trump. Yeah. I didn't really have an ending plan for this, because it kind of sucks. So, I don't know, maybe Trump's playing 574D chess, and if you want to know all about the 575th dimension of his chess moves, you can just log on to Twitter and trust that plan, because it is still going strong on there. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But it'd be really nice if he could take Bibi's out of his mouth for long enough to acknowledge a few of the promises that he made on his way into office. Maybe just one of them. Maybe like any of them. Because unless we get some of that, it pretty much just looks like... It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everybody sad. You want to try.
All you motherfuckers on steroids.
Gym bros are going to go insane when I say this, but steroids just might make you crazy.
So, have I lost it? Midlife crisis? God, I hope so.
We've covered anabolic steroids and...
What do you guys think about the Liver King?
some high-profile cases that ended tragically on this channel. Testosterone actually has the opposite effect, kind of like the graph is frowning at you. Many studies show that anabolic steroids are associated with mental health disorders in athletes. A 2024 study showed that bodybuilders on roids were more likely to be depressed and or anxious than non-roiders. Another study from 2022 found that athletes who tested positive for roids were more likely to take antidepressants and anxiety medication. Long story short, anabolic steroids can make you go crazy. But wait, it gets worse. One study from 2020.
Wow. Yeah, this shit's crazy.
2021 showed that young roid users had higher rates of extreme self-harm, the S word, compared to non-users. So it's becoming clear that anabolic steroid abuse can make you angry, depressed, and anxious. And when you stack other things like drug abuse, brain damage, and stress, you form the perfect storm for a crash out. Don't believe a nerd like me? Fine. Let's see if you can't spot a common theme. Take the Liver King, an influencer exposed for spending tens of thousands of dollars a month on anabolic steroids and synthetic growth hormone while claiming to be all natural.
So again, for the record, I've never taken steroids.
He's also been open about his psychedelic drug use, claiming its benefits for mental health. And there are some signs he may be using again from his recent videos.
I always say, have a little poison. I'll drink, I'll do mushrooms, I'll do shit. Like every Saturday, I imbibe.
And Liver King is not completely wrong here. There is some research that psychedelic drugs are...
Have you guys ever done any psychedelics, mushrooms, or things like that? I used to microdose like mushrooms a little bit, but I would never take like a bunch of them and trip or anything like that.
alongside clinical therapy can improve symptoms for depression and PTSD patients. But these are low doses in clinical settings with patients being followed up by healthcare professionals. Instead, the Liver King is running around the woods in a loincloth or on all fours in a hotel lobby with an ankle monitor. Something tells me that this isn't clinical therapy. In reality,
Yeah, that guy lost his freaking mind. $15,000 of drugs a month.
we know psychedelic drugs can increase your risk of serious mental health disorders like schizophrenia. You add in roids, the stress of being an influencer, some methylene blue, and yeah, you got this.
I take shits laying down on the ground because my body doesn't work regular.
It's sad, and we all hope he can get the help that he
What? He shits laying down because he can't poop on a toilet like a normal person? Yeah, I think that would tell you that something's wrong. You're probably doing something wrong there, buddy.
needs. Because his hormone profile is gonna be messed up, bro. Like, seriously messed up. Hormones are controlled by, well, other hormones. If you take too much testosterone, the brain decreases its production, leading to the atrophy of the testes, and you eventually become dependent on external sources of hormone. In the end, the urge to be bigger and stronger leaves us with no testosterone at all. Aside from a lot of mental health support, Liver King will need an endocrinologist to help him slowly get his testosterone levels back to normal, if that's even possible. Some men damage their endocrine system so badly that they end up on TRT for basically the rest of their life. So roids can make...
Isn't Joe Rogan on TRT? Is that why he showed that when he was saying that? I know Joe Rogan's on something like that.
make you go crazy, and mixing in drugs is a bad idea.
Mental health issue. I don't know. Never been diagnosed with one before, ever. Never taken a medication for one, ever.
What if we add some brain damage to the mix? Take John Jones, former UFC light heavyweight champion and widely considered to be one of the GOATs of the sport. But outside of the cage, it's a different story. Jones has tested positive for anabolic steroids and drugs like cocaine on several occasions. On top of that, he's been booked for domestic violence, driving under the influence, and a hit and run involving a pregnant lady. Not very GOAT-like behavior. His latest incident allegedly involved him leaving the scene of a crash with a partially naked woman in the passenger seat. Oh my God, bro. But Doc, Jones hasn't lost in the UFC in...
John Jones is a beast in the ring. I saw him fight a couple times. I saw it was John Jones against Glover Teixeira in Baltimore. He beat the shit out of him. And the craziest event I ever went to, I was in Vegas and I saw Chris Weidman knock out Anderson Silva. I was there in that arena, and that place freaking exploded when he knocked him out. It was insane. It was the craziest moment like of my life. That whole place, like the roof blew off that place. I've been to a lot of other like events before, football games, like F1 races, and that was really cool too. The F1 race that I went to, that was probably the best weekend experience that I ever had. But when I saw that UFC fight and I saw Anderson Silva get knocked out, that was the craziest event, like day or moment that I've ever like experienced. That was really, really cool. I'll never forget that.
Sure, he's taken some hits, but he's never been knocked out. True, but we're missing the bigger picture. MMA training is grueling. Even if you're one of the best, like Jones, you're getting hit a lot. To stay the best, fighters are seeking out the best opponents to spar with. And while good sparring isn't a full-on fight, you're still going to catch some heat. And that's the easy part. Before a fight, fighters usually go through a 12-week camp that pushes them to their limits. This is when many get injured and even pull out from the fight. So, like every other high-level MMA fighter, Jones has taken a lot of brain trauma, just in training alone. Could this have led to chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or CTE, a brain disorder associated with impulse control problems for the wrong reasons?
That's crazy because I didn't test positive. I didn't test positive.
As MMA grows and the greats age, this fall from grace might become more common. But sometimes the poison poison is the cure. Brain trauma is associated with low testosterone in men. And just like depression, TRT can be used to treat brain trauma symptoms. So, does that mean that juicing is the solution to brain injury? Hell no. Beyond anabolic steroids, the problem is people self-medicating. Our brain thinks that if we just do more of something, we'll get more of the desired outcome. But as we saw earlier, hormones don't work that way. You take more and you get less. Anabolic steroid abuse is asking for heart disease, erectile dysfunction, and mental illness. So, what's the point? Well, some are willing to risk it all in their relentless pursuit of greatness or just getting jacked. And for the Liver King and John Jones, it means
not worth it.
Sacrificing their legacy. And sometimes, unfortunately, that's part of what makes a champion. As an industry of fans who constantly demand more and care little for the consequences, we're part of the problem. But I think more people are starting to see through the roided up influencers and realizing that
The hardest part about being vegan.
Oh, what's his name? Summit Nutrition. Derek? Is his name Derek? Well, I can't think of his name now.
Isn't what most people think it is. It's not lacking energy or struggling to build muscle or strength or suffering from nutrient deficiencies or eating boring food. I've been vegan over 15 years, and in this video, I'm going to talk to you about what is actually hard about being vegan, and it might not be what you think. Well, I'm sure many of you who are vegan will be able to relate. Those who aren't might actually learn a thing or two about us and be able to understand us a little bit better. You need to take a bunch of supplements to survive, so the vegan diet must be flawed. So this is what so many people say, and it is just not true. Sure, you have to take a few supplements like vitamin B12.
So many supplements on the vegan diet. I don't think, if you plan properly, you probably don't have to take any supplements at all. Just eat the foods that are fortified in the things that you need. If you want an easier option, then yeah, sometimes the supplements are more convenient, so that might be the best option. Even people that eat animal products are probably deficient in something, and taking a supplement might be the best option for you too.
D3 and maybe omega-3s that are tough to get on a plant-based diet, but it doesn't mean that the diet is flawed and should be discounted. And that's what so many people want to say, is that because you have to take some supplements, the diet is not optimal, it's not healthy, it's not natural. But if vegans are like 1 to 2% of the population...
So what did he say? Omega-3s? Omega-3s, my HDL was pretty low, so I have omega-3s, DHA, EPA, vegan, it's algae oil, vitamin code, D3, it's a large one, so you don't have to take it every day, take it every couple days or something like that, and then B12. So I got these from Vitamin Code, Garden of Life, in glass bottles. This is plastic, but it was cheap. Some of the other ones are kind of expensive. This is from Mave Nutrition. But yeah, I take the 3 things that he said.
Who is propping up the multi-billion-dollar supplement industry? Who's buying all these supplements? Is it only vegans? No, of course it isn't. People take supplements for lots of different reasons, whether it's to fill in some gaps from their diet, correct some deficiencies, maybe they have some sort of like genetic condition that they need to remedy, or maybe they just like want more energy, want something that's gonna make them feel more youthful or look younger. There's so many reasons why people take supplements, and it's not just vegans. So why doesn't anyone bat an eye when non-vegans take supplements, but as soon as vegans do, their whole diet is flawed? Then there are these people who have this idea that our ancestors had it all figured out and that they didn't take supplements, so neither should we. So I shouldn't have to explain the obvious faults to that theory, but they definitely weren't eating for health or longevity.
Our ancestors also only lived to like 30 or 40 years old. So if you want to live to 100 or 120 or 150, you should probably be making sure that you're getting all your nutrition.
They were eating for survival. And we know that they didn't live very long either. And had you gone up to a...
And that's something else that I say all the time. People live to eat. We should not be living to eat. We should be eating to live. Pay attention to what you put into your body. It's really important.
caveman way back and showed him a couple pills and said, hey, do you want to take these to improve your health and feel better and live longer? Do you think they would have been like, no, me caveman, no pill? Or do you think they would have been like, yeah, give me that. I want to feel better. I
No, me caveman.
want to live longer. Bet you that they would take it. But what should matter most is health outcomes, is overall health outcomes, not how natural or close to nature something is. And trust me, I love the natural world. I love things in nature. I love being barefoot and being outside and eating foods as close to as nature intended as possible. But if I can eat a
I wish I could go lay in my grass, but my dogs poop out there.
plant-based diet and just take a couple of pills per day to prevent deficiencies, it doesn't seem like too bad of a deal to me.
Back when I had a cat, me and my cat used to go just lay outside in the yard. But now I can't do that anymore.
So the positive here, aside from having awesome health and helping out the animals and the environment and all that, is that you are paying attention. So many people aren't even paying attention. Speaking of paying attention, hold on a second. so many people don't pay attention to their micronutrient intake, don't get regular blood testing. They just don't care at all. And if you're eating a plant-based diet, you're taking your B12, your omega-3 and your D3, you are paying attention. So you're doing awesome. And I don't know about you, but I have learned so much about.
Do you guys do regular blood tests? Do you go to the doctor and get your blood tested every year? That's what they recommend normally. If you really want to be health focused, you should do it at least once a year. But if you want to do it more frequently, possibly a little bit cheaper, I would recommend. Let's see, how can I show this? This company here, Sci-Fox Health. They send you these kits. This is a blood test. You prick your finger, and they give you these cards with little strips on there, and you have 2 different spots. You have to fill the strip up with blood. It's like 6 drops or something like that on each strip. And then you just package it up and you ship it to them, and like 2 weeks later, they'll send you the results. So there's like a subscription model. If you subscribe, it's like a couple $100 for a year, and then the tests are like $80. So if you do a couple of tests throughout the year, it's the same price as if you went and did it at a doctor's office. So you can kind of get some quotes, I guess, and see which option you think's the best. But they have different levels of testing now, so you can get like a cheaper basic test, or you can get a more advanced comprehensive test. And they're working on a machine that you can actually have at your house, and then you get the strips from them, or whatever you'd have to like get the consumables from them. But then you can do the test at your house. You take your own blood, you put it into the machine, you run the test, and it gives you your results at home. So they're like the first company to kind of do something like that. So I think it's really cool. I like cutting edge technology like that, especially in like health. I think that's the future right now. I think that's going to be the next big industry, is like biotech and technology in like the health industry. They were making a glucose monitor, like the CGMs that you can put in your arm now, and they track your glucose continuously. No Labs, KNW, was making a breathalyzer that'll read your glucose, so you don't have to prick your finger or put a CGM in your arm. All you do is blow into it. And they were the leading company developing that, and they were about to go out of business. Their stock price dropped down to 50 cents. And I loaded up on it, and I was telling other people about it. They got bought out by another company, and the price went from 50 cents to $5. And now it's pulled back a little bit, but they're owned by a new person, new entity. If they do start trying to produce that again, it could be a big thing. But I think that's whoever can make that first, whether it's them or another company, it's going to be a big product. It's going to be everywhere. So I think that could be something to keep an eye on.
About different nutrients, supplementation, and all that since being vegan, and I'm so thankful for it. I'm kind of tired. I don't really feel that good either.
It's probably because you're vegan.
Not because I'm vegan. I hate when people say that. So we've all experienced this one. You get sick or you're not feeling well and you're afraid to share it with people because you know that they're going to suspect that maybe it's your vegan diet. And this goes for any health condition. Like for me, for instance, I'm in my 40s now and I've never liked my hairline and it started to creep back a little bit as I got older. So I shaved my head. And now I got comments in my YouTube videos, people saying, it's the vegan diet that made you bald. Like, come on, get real. As if every single person that you see walking around who shaves their head and is bald is a vegan. So if you shave your head bald, you feel tired, or heaven forbid, you get some sort of chronic health condition, people are quick to blame the vegan diet. But have you noticed when a regular person, like an omnivorous person, shaves their head or they get sick or whatever, no one seems to bat an eye. It's sort of like the supplement thing. It'd be really frustrating as a vegan, and sometimes it makes people afraid to share their health issues, which it shouldn't be that way at all. So the positive here is that eating a plant-based diet focused mostly around whole plant-based foods is an extremely healthy way to eat. It's been proven time and time again that is great for helping to prevent many of the chronic health conditions that plague so much of the Western world. We're talking heart disease, diabetes, obesity. While eating a plant-based diet doesn't make you...
Welcome, guys. It looks like there's a few more people in here. Good morning. Oh, now it looks like you left.
bulletproof. It certainly will help to keep you healthy. And I know my own personal anecdote, I have been extremely healthy since I started this lifestyle and I feel incredible. It's inconvenient sometimes. So I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it can be inconvenient. Like I have to admit, I do miss being able to just like see a pizza place like this and go grab a slice of pizza, not have to worry about if it's vegan or anything. And the same goes for like family barbecues and events and stuff like that. It's like you always have to be paying attention. And you probably wanna bring something yourself ahead of time so that you don't have to just like rely on whatever venue it is having something vegan for you. Restaurants are offering vegan options more.
A lot of times when I bring stuff, people love it. People love the vegan options. They just don't like know any better.
More all the time. So it is getting more convenient, and there's obviously tons of stuff to bring to family barbecues and whatnot, but you do have to be mindful, and sometimes it is a little inconvenient, takes a little extra effort, but if your convictions are strong, like mine, it is worth it. So another reason why veganism is sometimes inconvenient and difficult is because you have to read labels of everything to make sure that they don't sneak some sort of animal products into something. And if you're vegan, you'll know they sneak stuff into everything. Like they put milk products into salt and vinegar chips. It doesn't make any sense. But of course, a positive that comes from this is that it keeps you present and making mindful food choices and keeps you looking at ingredient lists. So of course, there are plant-based foods that are unhealthy, but that's why you gotta still read the ingredients, except for when it just says vegan friendly right on the package, and then you don't have to. But you probably should. It keeps me healthy. I know that. When I'm reading ingredient labels and paying attention to what I eat, I know I make healthier choices and I feel better. When I'm driving home and I'm hungry and every fast food restaurant isn't an option, it's much easier just to keep on driving and head home. So that's how it keeps me healthy, and that's definitely a positive part about having to check ingredient labels and pay attention as a vegan. You can't build muscle as a vegan without help. So everyone knows of the stereotype that vegans are weak and skinny and can't build muscle. Well, guess what? I did. But the more muscle that I build and the more that I put it out there online, the more accusations that I get of taking steroids. You can't possibly build muscle as a vegan, and if you do, it's because you're on steroids. Those are the comments that I consistently get. And my friends who are vegan and athletes too, they get those accusations as well. And it's frustrating because not only does it take away from our hard work.
Damn, all those people are so ripped. They're all from veg nutrition, right?
But also the point that we're trying to prove that you don't need meat in order to build muscle. So of course these comments bother me a bit, but at the same time, they're an unintentional sort of backhanded compliment. I mean, this person thinks that my physique is so unattainable naturally on a vegan diet that I'd have to be taking steroids, but here I am, a natural vegan athlete managing to build muscle. And the positive takeaway from that one is that I'm a beast, and some people can't believe it. Natural. You need tough skin. So it's true, even though many of us vegans are quite sensitive, you need to have a tough skin. You're often the butt of jokes, you can be ridiculed, you can be made fun of, and this is mostly true online. It doesn't so much happen in real life. Most people are pretty like understanding. But yeah, you see this online all the time, and it is hurtful because our intentions are so good. You see this online all the time. Somebody from like a third world country will be malnourished and someone will comment, oh look, it's just another vegan or something like that. And then you'll get somebody who does something nice for some wildlife, and then these people will like praise that person. And it's just so frustrating. Like just for instance, today I was scrolling through my feed and up came a post where somebody fed this squirrel who was really thirsty and hot some water. And then all the comments were like, we have to save this man, save him at all costs, what a good person. And then the vegans just get crapped on. It's a thankless job being vegan, and study after study, not like we need them, confirms this. And there was even a study that I was looking at, and it was on public opinion, and it was on vegans, and they found to be seen as environmentally...
Yeah, somebody in my town just like saved this baby bird or something like that. They were all worried about it, and everyone's commenting, "Oh my gosh, you're awesome, you're amazing, thanks for saving this bird." And then they probably all ate chicken that day too.
Friendly, health-conscious people who adhere to high moral standards and are worthy of admiration, but on the contrary, they also elicit fear, contempt, and anger in observers who, as a result, socially exclude and even show aggression towards them. Like, we just don't want animals to needlessly suffer or be killed for our food, so we just eat plants. But that's enough to elicit fear and anger and contempt from people? Okay, sure, sometimes some of us are pretty vocal about it, but that's only because we are passionate about this and we know that other people who maybe aren't vegan yet share the same love for animals that we do, so we want to open their eyes and make them make that connection. It's tough, and honestly for me, this is one of the hardest parts that really does weigh on me over time, is that the people around you continue to support the very industries and the very things that you're trying so hard to fight against. And you have to sit at the table with people who eat meat or go out to restaurants with these people, and it is just so hard to like wrap your head around. And then on top of that, we have to see the comments online and be the butt of jokes and that sort of stuff. And then something like the carnivore movement comes along and it makes all this like progress and gets popular when veganism was doing so well, and it feels like such a bash or such a hit to our momentum. It can be really discouraging, it can be really difficult, but the positive here and what it does teach you is to stand up for what you believe in, even if it isn't popular or sexy.
So actually, it's kind of funny. Another reason why I'm vegan is because I met some dumbass carnivore. And when I say some dumbass carnivore, it was actually this guy. Philip Ovadia. He's a heart surgeon. Pretty popular. Wrote this book, Stay Off My Operating Table. He actually came to my work, and I guess the owner, the boss, he did some research on this guy or whatever, and was sold his program or whatever to probably save money through his company. But yeah, he came out with his whole team, and they did all these seminars, and he's actually the reason why I started doing the blood test with Cyfox. They work together. But yeah, I started doing my blood tests. I never read his whole book, but I mean, you can see the bottom, it's just got all like meats. Like literally sausages and stuff on the front, which is crazy. But yeah, he's a carnivore, promotes like eating meat and stuff like that. And when he was there, he was just standing up in front of everybody talking and doing his stuff. And I just remember sitting there and looking at him, and I'm just thinking, like, what is this guy talking about? He like, if you're a doctor, right, and you're trying to teach other people about being healthy and staying off of an operating table, don't you think he should look healthy, right? I mean, look at him. He doesn't look unhealthy in this picture. But when he was standing up there, he was overweight. He had a big belly on him, like a big beer belly. And he was, and all the other people there in his group, they were like small people, like little girls, older ladies. Like he's bald. He was overweight. No muscles. Like, I mean, I guess he's a doctor, right? So he's not a person that's, I guess, into like lifting weights or anything. But he didn't look healthy. You know what I mean? And it just kind of blew my mind that he was up there trying to talk to everybody about being healthy and eating better. And then when I did my research into like eating better, I found out that all the stuff he was saying about eating meat is just bullshit. And he pretty much got me to eat less meat. And then ultimately I ended up being vegan. But that's kind of what started it. He got me to look more into my health. And yeah, I realized how crazy all the carnivore shit is. There's no science to back any of it. And all the science supports being vegan. And everybody that says you can't communicate with animals are dumb. And they're just dishonest with themselves and other people.
or admired by others. And a lot of the time what I find is that people poke fun at vegans so they don't have to take it seriously, and then they don't have to have the mirror reflected back on them and consider their choices. Because if veganism is just this thing that makes you weak and frail, you have to take a whole bunch of supplements, or people are whiny and annoying, or it makes you less masculine or whatever, then they don't have to consider it. So you do need tough skin to be vegan, but if you stick with your guns, this helps you to not be ruled by what others think or say. So you can live in alignment with your values and feel good about the decisions you make without having anybody else's opinions affect that. So let me know in the comments down below if I missed any tough parts about being vegan. Subscribe so that you can see more from me, like the video if you enjoyed it, and I will see you soon with another one. Bye-bye.
Oh. So welcome, guys. Whoever's here, drop a comment. Let me know who's here watching. Do you guys follow him? Do you think those were 5 hard reasons being vegan? What do you think? What's the hardest reason or the hardest thing to be vegan for you? I don't know. What would be the hardest part about being vegan for me is probably I don't know, going out to eat, I guess, maybe. I used to like to go out to eat, and now there's some places that I just would rather not go to. I guess they don't have any options, or just one option maybe. So yeah, I just don't go to those places anymore. But it's not really that hard. I don't know. Honestly, for me, it's really easy to be vegan. Like, it's really easy. I feel like it made my life a lot easier. But I think it could also be because I've just done other things to make my life easier at the same time. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. If you're cooking, I like to cook a lot of my food. When you're cooking meat and different animal products, you have to make sure that you cook it to the right temperature and things like that. You don't really have to do that when you're cooking plants. You just heat everything up and then you're good. So I guess that's a little easier. Let's see what other new videos are out here. Here's another nutrition.
Hello friends, it's summertime and with
Sarah's Vegan Kitchen. If you guys aren't subscribed to her, go check her out.
every change of seasons, I look forward to a shift in energy and some fresh inspiration in the kitchen. Cooking is one of my favorite ways to romanticize my daily life, so here is my diary of some of my favorite things I've cooked and eaten this week to make the most out of the season.
I probably have more recipes now that I'm vegan than before I was vegan. I cook with way more foods. People think that when you stop eating animal products, you have less foods to eat. I think I found more foods to eat.
So last summer, Eric got obsessed with the idea of buying a grill. I had my doubts about how often we would use it since we don't eat meat, but I ended up caving, and I'm glad to say I was proven wrong. Cooking outside has been one of the highlights of our summers. Last year we mostly cooked veggie burgers and hot dogs, but this year I really wanted to branch out to make more tofu and vegetables, and even try things like grilling pizza and flatbreads. One of our favorite things we've made this year has been this chimichurri grilled tofu. Chimichurri is a sauce from Argentina and Uruguay made with finely chopped parsley mixed with olive oil, red wine vinegar, fresh garlic, oregano, and either diced red chilies or red pepper flakes. I also like to add a little bit of minced shallot and a squeeze of lemon juice to mine and season with salt to taste.
She had the good cooking oil up there too.
I remove a few tablespoons of the chimichurri to a dish and combine with some soy sauce, Worcestershire sauce, a little extra olive oil, salt and pepper, and some maple syrup
That looks amazing already.
to balance everything out and help it caramelize. And then I layer in some sliced tofu that I cut into steaks and press with a clean kitchen towel. I try to make sure I spoon some of that marinade between every slice of tofu and flip the pieces over so they're as evenly coated as possible. Then I like to let these marinate overnight for maximum flavor. You can definitely cook this tofu in about 5 to 6 minutes per side, basting periodically with the extra marinade.
What? Look at that.
I wanted to serve this tofu with one of my favorite summer salads, which is inspired by Mexican street corn. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think if it's served on the cob, it's called elote, and if it's served off the cob in a cup, it's called esquites or elote en vaso. This is inspired by that, but I'm serving it as a cold salad. The corn can be boiled or cooked in a skillet with butter, but since we already have the grill running, I thought we'd cook it on there to get some extra flavor from the grill marks. Then I added lots of fresh chopped cilantro, red onion, a clove of minced garlic, fresh lime juice, some chili powder, salt, and pepper. I'm also adding vegan mayo, and since there's no plant-based cotija or queso fresco, I'm just using a crumbly vegan feta.
I love chimichurri because my stepmom is Argentinian.
With the Topo Chico. I love Topo Chicos.
I never had chimichurri until she came into our lives. It just kind of reminds me of her. And really before this summer, we didn't grill tofu ever. We would only do like burgers and sausages. But now we have it down kind of to a science. And tofu never tastes like this when you cook it inside. It's like a whole new level of tofu.
It's so fresh and it's smoky from the grill. Addictive. It's so good.
Gardeners oftentimes joke about having more zucchini than they know what to do with during the summertime. We have yet to grow our own, but that doesn't stop me from adding it to just about everything during the summer. I think zucchini bread is an underrated way to use this vegetable up. If you've never tried it and you're skeptical, trust me when I say it's delicious and you won't notice the zucchini at all. It quite literally melts into the bread and adds the perfect amount of moisture and density. I like to make mine not too sweet, but you can add extra sugar or even a handful of chocolate chips to make it more indulgent if you like. A teaspoon of cinnamon adds just the right level of warmth and spice. Of all the loaf breads I've published on my blog, from banana bread to pumpkin bread to my lemon loaf, this zucchini bread is by far my favorite. It is hard not to sneak a little extra slice every single time I pass by it in the kitchen.
Damn.
We may or may not have eaten half the loaf in the first day. In my opinion, one of the best parts of summer is that the weather is warm enough to enjoy all sorts of fun iced drinks, most importantly, iced coffee, and lately we have been obsessed with Cometeer, who are sponsoring today's video. I love great coffee, but my espresso machine ended up being a messy 20-minute chore, and then when I tried faster options, the flavor just wasn't. And speaking of tasty summer drinks, I have been craving horchata since the weather has warmed up, and I finally got around to making it. I soaked long grain rice in some boiling water with a stick of Mexican cinnamon, and then once it cooled, I placed it in the fridge overnight. The rice and cinnamon are then blended with additional water and then passed through a sieve lined with a cheesecloth. Ooh, that's cinnamon.
Wow.
You can also use a nut milk bag if you have one of those. There are lots of different recipes for horchata, but I went with one that calls for evaporated milk and a few tablespoons of condensed milk for sweetness. I was able to find coconut-based versions of both of these. You can also add a splash of vanilla extract and a milk of choice. This makes a lot. Are you ready to drink horchata all week?
I didn't know that you make it with rice. That's really interesting.
You can play with the ratios depending on how rich and how sweet you like your horchata. Cute! You wanna try some?
Yes.
Ready?
I am
I've
very
been
ready.
waiting for this moment.
Some people wait a lifetime.
I love horchata.
Oh, that's really good.
This is really refreshing. I didn't add as much like condensed milk, so it's a little on the lighter side as opposed to a creamier version, but I really like this. I could sip this all day.
I like it too, and not to sound like an absolute gringo, but the only comparison I have for it is that it tastes like rice pudding. Because with the rice and the cinnamon, like I never ate rice desserts growing up.
Yeah, I'm half Filipino, so we use a lot of rice in desserts and coconut milk and stuff. And growing up, my family would always take leftover rice and we would add like milk and like chocolate Nesquik powder. So good.
Yeah, Jews don't have anything like that in our culture. Massive approval on my end.
We're headed to the liquor store because I want to get
That's funny.
ingredients to make an Aperol spritz, which I've never had before, but I feel like I keep seeing people make them on social media, and it looks good. I'm not a big drinker myself. I haven't tried a lot of different cocktails, but I'm all about curating a vibe, the summery vibe, so we're gonna try it out.
We're gonna pretend like we're just like on the Italian coast or something.
Yeah.
And really we're in a landlocked mountain state.
He's gonna make it for me.
What?
Bartender? We're on the hunt for Aperol. Ooh, here it is. Here we go. It's a recipe. And club soda.
We're about to get spritzed.
Aperol spritz ingredients procured. There's literally a recipe on the back. I think it's 3 parts Prosecco, 2 parts Aperol, and 1 part soda. And I think you can use real champagne, but we're not going to drink it after this. So
I don't know the difference between Prosecco and champagne.
I think it's the same, but to be called champagne, it has to come from a specific region. The Champagne region of France.
France?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm excited. We're going to have some pasta salad, a little Italian vibe, Mediterranean vibes.
Mediterranean.
This is what I deal with on a day-to-day basis.
I don't deal with what? I'm fun. and cool.
Let's go.
Another dish that just screams summer to me is pasta salad. I'm not too picky. I love a classic mayo-based mac salad, but I also love a lighter Mediterranean-style pasta salad with lots of veggies and a nice tangy vinaigrette. This is the kind of thing I want to eat outside on a warm evening. I never really follow a recipe when it comes to salads, and a pasta salad like this is no exception. I just rummaged through my fridge and pantry and pulled out some sun-dried tomatoes, olives, roasted red peppers, some pepperoncini, and a cucumber. For the dressing, I added a minced shallot and 2 minced garlic cloves to an old jam jar, along with good extra virgin olive oil, red wine vinegar, some Dijon mustard, a little bit of maple syrup, salt, and pepper, and shook it all up. I want to know, what's your favorite shape of pasta to use in pasta salads? Personally, I'm not on team bow ties. I tend to favor shapes that have a lot of ridges, like fusilli or radiatore, but I can also get behind an orzo salad if all the add-ins are diced very fine. I like to overcook my pasta slightly since it firms up when chilled. I combined all the ingredients for the pasta salad, and I also added in some fresh basil that Eric has been growing outside.
What's your favorite type of pasta?
And I also remembered I had some hearts of palm to use up. I am obsessed with hearts of palm. I just eat them straight out of the can. I think this pasta salad tastes best if you can let it marinate for at least a few hours, but of course I had to sneak a few bites.
Are you ready for prime time?
I'm ready, baby. I'm doing 3 parts Prosecco.
Okay.
I'll call that 3 parts. 1, 2, and then this goes in like that. All right, we have our Aperol Spritz. Let's try it.
It's a little bit noisy and like windy right now. But
We came outside and it was sunny, but in Colorado,
the weather changes so quickly.
in the summer, you never know.
I'm excited.
I'm very excited.
It's a beautiful color.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Mmm.
I'm mostly getting the Prosecco, but there is definitely a little bit of citrus and a little bit of bitterness.
The bitterness tastes like the pit.
Do you guys drink alcohol? I don't even drink alcohol anymore. I don't remember the last time I did.
Or the rind of a citrus.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the exact same bitterness.
Neither of us had Aperol before, so tried some of it yesterday just like on its own.
Straight out of the bottle.
It's definitely bitter. It kind of reminded me of like cough syrup, which I hate to say, but in this ratio. It's really nice. I like it.
It really does taste like the sum of its parts, you know?
Mm-hmm.
People also add olives to this.
Oh yeah. I don't know about that.
I don't know either, but I'd try it. This is definitely one of those drinks where you drink the whole thing and you're like, oh right, there's alcohol in this. A little dangerous, one of those summertime dangerous drinks.
Pasta salad, and we're gonna grill up some sausages.
Let's do it. Cheers, baby.
Also, he's wearing his cute little citrus shirt. I love it.
It matches.
Can I also just point out that
I'll do shots of extra virgin olive oil now. Like Brian Johnson. Have you seen that? Have you seen him do that in his videos when people come over to his house? They take shots of Evo.
Eric is wearing a nice shirt.
What's up, Edge? I see a couple people in here. They're all just lurking, though. Nobody's commenting, so I don't know who's in here or not. I don't know if it's regular people or new people. If you're new, hit subscribe. I just added some new things that if you subscribe, it should pop up on the top.
Shorts.
Nice shorts.
And Crocs with socks. Dad mode.
These are my outdoor shoes. So they're right by the sliding doors when I come in and out to grill, to work in the garden. These are the shoes I put on. Let's go Mets, baby. Come on.
Crocs. Are any of you guys Croc fans? Do you have Crocs? I've never owned a pair. I don't hate them like some people do. I don't really understand them. I'm not like a sandals person. I always wear socks, and I like to wear shoes. So, I don't know. I don't know if I could do Crocs.
During the summer, I always crave sandwiches, and banh mi are one of my favorite kinds because they have so many fresh, crisp elements. Sadly, we don't have a Vietnamese restaurant near us that offers...
I don't like killing mosquitoes, but I'm pretty sure there's one in my room here, and it's bit me like 10 times. If it lands on me again, I might kill it.
a good plant-based version with all the fixings, so usually when the craving strikes, I take some time to make them from scratch. I bake bread a lot less often during the summer since it's so hot, but I made an exception to make some homemade baguettes. To me, bread is always one of the most rewarding things to make from scratch because bread is such an innately human thing. Every culture has its own kind. For me, it's such a grounding practice to make my own. It also tends to be very humbling, I won't lie. There is always something new to learn. For example, I'm not good at shaping baguettes yet, and I also need to figure out the best way to introduce steam into my...
Cool, thanks for being here. Yeah, I might move downstairs and do some other work while I'm streaming too. I don't know, I'll test it out.
Oven to help them cook properly. I'm gonna keep working on it, and hopefully I'll dial in my technique in the fall when it's cool enough to bake more often. I also made a quick batch of Vietnamese carrot and daikon pickles. I'm obsessed with these. I love pickled things in general, but these are so addictive. I eat them straight out of the jar, so I like to make a big batch. You salt the carrot and radish until you can bend a piece without it snapping. Rinse it thoroughly in water, then cover in a brine made of water, white vinegar, salt, and sugar. I like to make these a day ahead, let them pickle overnight so that they're super crisp and really cold when it's time to make the sandwiches. I also wanted to try something new this time and try making a plant-based pate because pate is one of the traditional ingredients. So I used the recipe from Lisa at the Viet Vegan blog. Hers uses mushrooms and soaked sunflower seeds and then a couple of other ingredients to add flavor. And I myself have never had regular pate of any kind, so I have no yardstick, but this was very savory and delicious. I think it would be a great addition to a charcuterie board, and I was really excited to try this on my sandwich. For the protein, I made a quick savory tofu with some shallots and garlic. Lemongrass would have been a great addition, but it's kind of hard to find it where I live, and I am long overdue for a trek to H Mart. I just browned the tofu in some oil along with the aromatics and glazed it with a mixture of soy sauce, hoisin, sambal, and fresh lime juice till it was a little sticky. So finally we're in the home stretch, and all that's left to do is put everything together and make our banh mi. I personally like to hollow out my baguettes so I can make more room for all the toppings, but don't worry, I made sure to save the baguette guts to eat later. I added a little bit of everything I made earlier, along with some mayo, some fresh sliced cucumbers, lots of cilantro, and a few jalapeno slices. I have a habit of overstuffing my burritos and sandwiches, so I was conservative here. I definitely could have added a little bit more of everything. And if you need to wrap up your sandwiches to take on a summertime picnic or road trip, I like to do it like this. This helps everything stay nice and secure if you need to take them on the go.
Last year I planted some garlic and I had...
Yeah, that looked delicious. Garlic.
Had no success. It did not grow. So I tried something new this year and I got a bunch of garlic growing. I'm harvesting them a little bit too late. They're a little browner than they should be, but they're still alive. Look at that. So I posted a picture of my garlic bed to Reddit and I said, when should I pull these out? And they said, pull them out now because they're a little small, but they're not going to get any bigger because your dirt is probably too compacted. And I think they're right because this is a nice little garlic. It's just a little small. So I have ideas for planting this fall. I know what I need to change. If you have any recommendations, please let me know because growing staples like garlic is really important to me and I'm really excited to...
So I should start doing this too. I was going to do this at my last house where I lived last year, but in the past year, like, my whole life has changed. Now I'm in a different place and I don't have the room. I have the dogs, so I don't have the space in my backyard to grow vegetables and stuff because my dogs are always back there and they'd mess it up. But yeah, I wanted to do that. You take the whole garlic the whole bulb and you break off the little pieces and each one of them will turn into a whole nother plant. It works. I've seen a couple people do it. You never have to buy garlic again. You can do it with like onions and some other things too. So yeah, I was gonna do all that this year, but now I don't have the space.
Try again.
Wow, much better than last year.
I feel like I'm taking a picture with a fish. Look how big my fish is. I mean, I'm pretty happy with that. Like, they're a little small, but they actually grew.
Yeah.
We've never really grown stuff before, so this is like a massive accomplishment. Look at this guy. This is a real one.
Nice.
Yay.
What are your thoughts on eating hot soup during the summertime? Where we live, we have a lot of thunderstorms rolling in during the afternoon, and sometimes when it's gray and cloudy outside, it just feels right to make a pot of soup. One of my personal favorites for the season is this creamy corn and potato chowder. Summer corn is just so sweet and delicious, and it really shines in this chowder with some good crusty bread for dipping. I use 4 ears of corn for the soup, carefully slicing off all the kernels and then scraping the cob with the back of my knife so nothing is left behind. If you want, you can even save the cobs to simmer in the broth to extract every last bit of flavor and sweetness from them. I saute my aromatics in some vegan butter, then toss in the potatoes and the corn. Cover with vegetable broth, add in thyme and a few bay leaves, and simmer till the potatoes are tender. To achieve a super thick and creamy chowder consistency, I add some homemade cashew cream, and I also remove a few cups of the soup and blend it completely smooth. The blended potato and corn make the soup extra velvety.
I miss my blender. I got a really nice Ninja blender, and I only got to use it like a couple of times, and then it's at my last house, and I don't have it anymore. And I miss it.
The soup is very hearty, so I like to serve it with salad to bring in some freshness for balance. This time I added some fresh strawberries for sweetness, some radish for a little peppery bite, roasted pistachios for crunch, and some vegan feta. And with that, let's end this video on a cozy note.
That looks so good.
Thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate you, and I hope you're having a wonderful summer so far. I will see you very soon. Take care.
That's definitely something that I should do more. Make like soups, crock pot, one pot. Need to get another blender. Oh, Nova. You're being so cute. Let's see here. What is this one?
20 minutes is all it takes for a delicious pizza oatmeal bake. This has got to be our
Pizza oatmeal? That sounds horrible. Never mind that. Alright, I'm gonna play this.
About 80%.
Have you guys watched this channel before? This guy runs Active Self-Protection. It's a channel about like self-defense and things like that. I think everybody should know a little bit of this stuff too. They always play kind of crazy videos, but then they break down like legally what you can do, what you can't do. But it's very interesting stuff that could save your life one day.
Of assaults every year in the United States are simple assaults, which means having something other than firearm skills very helpful for self-defenders. Lesson here at ACT. We actually have two videos integral to ASPs in your skill. They will link today's video him as somebody who has assaulted bus drivers before. The guy doesn't need to get off the bus because he's entering today's video. In this first one, the driver has told this passenger in green to get off the bus because he's identified him as somebody who has assaulted bus drivers before. The guy doesn't want to get off the bus. The bus driver stopped the bus and is now going to make him get off. Let's listen in.
Well, damn. Yeah, that's scary. Just right off the bat, you know, like the guy's had issues before. And he already was getting aggressive with him. The bus driver's trying to like push him off. Damn.
Fuck off!
He's outside. Close the door, right? I don't know.
Second one, this passenger getting on the plane is drunk
crazy.
at LaGuardia, and she refuses to sit next to a woman who she says is too fat. We have a bunch of cell phone video with some audio here, so let's listen in and see what happens as it escalates.
That first video, there's all those people standing around. And that guy just started throwing all those punches, throws like 10 punches really quick, and just like walks away and then walks back and is able to punch him again multiple times. Nobody else is going to help. And the bus driver, all he can do is try to defend himself. That's crazy.
Escalates.
Don't touch her. No. Don't touch her. Don't touch her. No, this is where her is. Do not touch her. Look at her. Shut the f***.
Oh, she tried to grab her phone. That's one thing that gets people like started. That always escalates. If somebody's got a phone out and then somebody tries to like grab it or knock it out of their hand, instantly like escalates things. Oh, that's gross. Now that's spitting on her. Oh my god.
Shut the Shut the Shut the Look at this fat lady. Look at this fat.
That's when the cops will put the bags over your head for spitting on them.
She can't even look. You can't even see her stuff. Look at these corny. You think you're so cool?
Eventually, they were able to.
Holy crap! She just scooted down the aisle on her butt while being handcuffed, just so she could try to kick the lady. That was hilarious. I'm gonna go back and watch that again.
Get this woman sub.
You think you're look? You can't even see her stuff. Look at these corny. You think you're so cool?
Oh my god.
Eventually, they were able to get this woman subdued, and she was escorted off by New York's finest and is facing aggravated assault charges, according to the news stories that I have linked in the description. Stay with me for lessons on this one. There are some important things for this being on an airplane. Okay, is this a place where we make the joke about Southwest, passengers and where's the love? Something like that? Ooh, gosh, that one really frustrates me, man. Let's think about lessons here. First thing on this first one I really want to mention is to make sure we think about if you're going to confront somebody who has a history of violence, you better...
Yeah, it's exactly. The older bus driver knew that this guy was already violent before, and he tried to take him on by himself. That was not smart. He should have had somebody else there, like called security or police or something to come and escort the guy off, not try to get him off by himself. Hey Chip, what's going on? We're not on a vegan video right now, but I was watching some like nutrition and recipes a few minutes ago. This is a kind of a crazy self-defense video. I'm just going through random videos. Cool. Break time. Yeah, right. Use their crazy for good.
Be able to defend yourself, right? It doesn't look like this bus driver is very good with his hands, and yet he decides, I'm going to push this guy off the bus. Well, if you don't have the empty-handed skills to back that up, you ought not do that. He could just stop the bus, call the cops. I need somebody at this location to trespass somebody off my bus. I'm a transit authority guy, and I need the cops here to outsource my violence. Remember, if you can, outsource your violence. It's not a mistake to just say, I don't have those skills. I'm going to let somebody else do it. Now, I know a lot of people that follow the channel are high responders and have the empty-handed skills to do so. If you do, great. You can, of course, do that, but recognize if you don't, then you can't. Because I will say, now I'm talking about the US here. I don't know about Australian law, okay? But in the US, you can enforce a trespass with the reasonable, ordinary amount of force that you need to in order to enforce a trespass. In other words, if you tell somebody that they're trespassing and you want them to leave, and they don't, you can enforce that trespass with ordinary force. An ordinary force that is reasonable, right? So I think here, in this case, get off my bus.
Right, so the bus driver's totally justified in pushing the guy off the bus. But he has to realize that is there's a very high chance of that escalating things. And that's exactly what happened.
No, I'm not going to get off your bus. Pushing somebody off the bus with an open hand is absolutely reasonable in this case. Yes, you are going to get off my bus, but you recognize this guy's already been violent, so if you should expect, if you do that he's coming back with violence, so you better be better at it than he is if you're going to escalate the conflict from verbal to physical. And he really isn't. So this guy wails a tune on him here. And this is assault, but again, if you don't have the skill set to deal with this problem, you should have been figuring that stuff out earlier and been like, discretion is the better part of valor here. My ego is writing checks my body can't cash. And if you get that pop culture reference, you should schedule your colonoscopy. And listen, now when the guy's attacking you, not a good time for OC spray. Before, maybe, again, get off my bus. No, get off my bus. Might be the thing because, again, this guy has a history of violence that you know about.
Yeah, exactly. He might have been better off doing that than putting hands on him, because he should have realized if the guy comes back at him like this, he's not going to be able to do anything. So I actually have a pepper spray that I carry on me like every day, mainly for one actually bit my dog one time. It didn't hurt her, but came up and like kind of bit her. and I grabbed my pepper spray out of my pocket. My finger was on the trigger, and the guy came out of his front door and grabbed his dog at the same time, and I was pulled my dog away. So like it was just broken up, but I was like a second away from spraying that dog. And yeah, you can get a really cheap pepper spray for like a couple dollars, and yeah, when it's like if something crazy happens with a person, you might be able to get away. But I mean, still, even if somebody tries to rob you with a knife, if you have pepper spray, you probably win that interaction. You could spray them and leave, you know what I mean? That's or if somebody's just trying to jump you and they don't have any weapons, it's just them or maybe two people, like 2-on-1. If you have pepper spray, you can defend yourself and escape, you know? Like, so it's something that if you can't have a weapon or you don't want to have a weapon, you might want to at least have something like that, or take some like martial arts lessons or something like that, so you can kind of defend yourself.
Now, again, an OC spray, depending on which one you use, might kind of gas the whole area up a little bit, might evacuate your entire bus, depending on how much environmental exposure there is. So be cautious with that. But once he's attacking him, now, not a time for an OC spray, it's time for hands. Because he comes in and throws several punches.
I actually ride an electric scooter too, and I had a guy try to run me off the road one time, pretty recently. And when he came up next to me and like jerked over towards me, I swerved away, but there was a stop sign right there. So he stops at the stop sign, and I'm next to him, and I kicked his truck, the side of his truck, and gave him the finger, and I turned to the right, and he stomped on his gas, came speeding up behind me, and like I figured he was gonna try to hit me, so I jumped up on the curb, and he drove past me and drove up onto the curb with his truck and stopped and jumped out of his truck and came charging at me. And I was about to pepper spray him, but he stopped, and I turned around and went the other way. But yeah, I've had a couple of crazy, like, close interactions with some dumbass people.
Punches, and then our bus driver turns away from him and catches another.
But in that interaction, I did kind of escalate it a little bit too, but I didn't start it. That guy, you know, there's a lot of kids that ride scooters and stuff and I'm on a back road. I'm not on any main road. I'm on the same road that my neighbor little kids ride their scooters on. So for him to do something like that and try to hit me and push me off the road, that really pissed me off.
Punch right in the side of the head for that. I'm telling you, man, if you're facing a threat, a big thing here is don't turn away from it. Don't turn your back on it, because that threat can reemerge and reemerge very quickly. I also want to note here that, again, it went away, it came back. He went away, he came back. And that's the way.
Yeah, that's crazy. He left and came back. And all these people, there's probably 20 people standing here, all watching, and nobody did a thing to help. Multiple times this guy walked away and came back. Not one other person like stepped in between them or anything. And even the bus driver, he just stood there and like took it. It's kind of crazy.
The way these real life ones go is that they kind of ebb and flow in these physical threats. So your mission as a private citizen is to break contact with these threats and to break contact definitively. Now, that might mean, hey, wait a minute, the smartest thing for me to do right now is retreat. And man, when I say that, people go, oh, I don't have a duty to retreat in my state. I don't have to do that. I'm just telling you what the smart thing very well may be to do, not necessarily the legal thing to do. I want you to be smart as a self-defender. I also want to note here that our guy shows up kind of late. He does kind of have a boundary. All right, if this guy keeps wailing on this guy, I'm going to step in. That was seemingly crossed. And so he started stepping in, but he stepped in too late. If you're a high responder, you got to set your boundaries, right? You know, if you're a low responder, you don't. You might be like, hey, it's not my circus, it's not my monkeys. And that's an acceptable answer. Or here you might go, you know what? I need to step into this. This is, if not me, who? If not now, when? And if that's you, know what your boundaries are. Also on the other.
Hi, Jason. What's going on? I got this yesterday. I really like this brand, Forager. It's like a probiotic cashew yogurt, strawberry flavored. I never got it before. It's like kind of expensive. It's like $6.
He took because nobody else was willing to step in. that's kind of sort of his problem. And you better not expect anybody else to step in, unless you form a coalition ahead of time. You shouldn't expect anybody else to, because that normalcy bias and the not getting involved, not my circus, not my monkey problem is quite real. Now, let's think about this one here. We're going to talk in a little bit about the legal ramifications of this one, of
Do you guys fly a lot? In the other stream we were watching, Brian Johnson talking about recovering, like when you fly from different time zones, how long it takes your body to recover and get back to normal. But I don't normally fly that much.
Interfering with a flight, because what this woman is doing right now, the minute she starts assaulting the flight attendant, is a violent felony she can get 20 plus years in prison for, okay? But I also want to note here, man, good night, friends. You get drunk and get on an airplane and you're going to get all spicy, especially, goodness sakes, on a Southwest flight. Just pick another seat, for God's sakes. I guess they just changed so that they have assigned seating now. But good night, man. If you're going to get this stupid on an airplane, well, then you're going to get what's coming to you. And this kind of unruly behavior is unfortunately getting fairly prevalent in the United States. And so you better be prepared for this to be the kind of violence, maybe not even the, street resource predation violence, but the drunk, stupid, angry person without any emotional control violence. Please, if this is you or you're worried this could be you, get the therapy, for God's sake. Do better than this. And this is what we have to be aware of. Now, I want you to note here a couple things. There's a lot going on here. People are filming it. All right, fine. It's a general.
Oh, there's a couple of guys in here that weren't here when they played this the first time. Wait until she gets in handcuffs and she scoots along the aisle. It's hilarious.
Rule, I would tell people, let the flight attendants handle it. Let the people on there handle it. And now here's watch the woman who's sitting down. She's the one who's being yelled at, and she decides at this point for.
Oh yeah, the real ID. I don't have one of them yet. Why don't you want to get one? I don't know that much about it.
For reasons I don't know, to reach out and try to grab this woman's phone. Now, I don't know what she was filming here, if she was being offensive at that, what had gone on before, if she had touched her before, but she reached out and grabbed her phone. That is what set the woman off, and it really pissed her off and got her all kinds of angry to start grabbing the hair and stuff. I don't think the woman who is sitting down is really at fault in that. I don't think that she, really escalated the conflict, but recognize if you're going to step in there and try to grab something, you better be ready to defend yourself. And she really kind of wasn't, right? So, hey, listen, I don't want to fight you, whatever, but that hands up.
All you need is like a passport, right?
Palm splayed defensive fence. I don't want to fight you, but please stay out of my space is what I would strongly recommend. Now here, as a long-haired boy myself, I think that
BPM's latest video, I don't know if I've seen it. We can watch it next. You think you might be speciesist? Why do you say that?
that if you have long hair, you should know how to defend that hair from being grabbed. And if they do get a hold of your hair, how to minimize how much it affects you. And what that normally does is pinning that arm, which means you're going to have to swim up and around and pin that arm under your armpit so that she can't use it to drag you around with. Now, again, what she's just done here now, especially because the flight attendant gets involved. Now, as a rule, flight attendants, generally every company is a little bit unique, but as a general rule, they're going to try to talk things down, de-escalate, escape, evade as best they can. But they can defend themselves or defend others from violence. They absolutely can. Now, this isn't a flight in the air. They're still putting passengers on the plane here. So, it's not closed doors. It'd be a little different even when doors are closed. But I want you to recognize that even with people getting on the plane here.
Look at this guy in the back getting the video. That's funny. This guy's trying to break it out.
That you have the right to protect yourself and you have the right to not have violence done against you. I also want to note here, though, for our guy who has decided to...
Oh, you would save a human in a fire before a mouse? Yeah, I mean, that's... Like, you prefer a human... Like, yeah, some people say say that's like a utilitarian kind of view, right? When people prefer a human over another animal. Yeah, it's weird questions, like which one would you save in this situation? Or how many mice, if you pick the person, then how many mice would it have to be before you would pick the mice? If is it 2, if there's 100, if there's 1,000 of them and you could save all of them, is that more important than the person? You're never going to be in that situation. And if you were, a lot of people, most people in a situation like that, they might just freeze and not be able to pick either one. You know what I mean? Or like, I don't know. It's just really weird questions. It's kind of like a deflection of the actual issue. So I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't even entertain questions like that. You know, like, I understand maybe us talking about it, but if it's other like non-vegans trying to use that, like, I think it's just an excuse.
Step in. You can just see him on the right that, okay, the flight attendants are getting involved. He's getting involved too. And okay, if you're a high responder, you may feel like you have to, but there are a couple of things that you want to be aware of and I want you to know about. Number one is 49 U.S. Code 46504 is interference with flight crew. Again, anyone who, by assaulting or intimidating a flight crew member, a flight attendant of an aircraft, interferes with the performance of the duties of the member or attendant, or lessens the ability of the member or attendant to perform those duties, or attempts or conspires to do such act, shall be fined under Title 18, imprisoned for not more than 20 years, or both. Now, the other one here, 49 U.S. Code 44903, under the Air Transportation Security, under letter K, says an individual shall not be liable for damages in any action brought in a federal or state court arising out of the acts of the individual in attempting to thwart an act of criminal violence or piracy on an aircraft, if that individual reasonably believed that such an act of criminal violence or piracy was occurring or was about to occur. So, this doesn't absolve you of any criminal liability if you step in and you do the wrong thing, but it does absolve you of civil liability. So, you know, if you decide, man, I got to step in and help these flight attendants, I would caution you on that. Ask the flight attendants if they want help. They're taking care of it, great. I'm sure people are going to ask, what about if there's an air marshal? Very rare chance there could be an air marshal on. Listen to the air marshal. If the marshal wants help, help the marshal. If the marshal doesn't want help, stay the heck out of their way. If you choose to intervene and you choose to get in there, okay, recognize that as a general rule, you're fighting in a phone booth here. This is where, your jujitsu skills will come into play. But as always, remember that you're going to be aware that only in cases of a threat of death or great bodily injury do you want to use submissions. So would I use a rear naked choke here? No, because you could be prosecuted for that because she's not a threat of death or great bodily injury, even though she's committing a felony. But maybe a face crank here, if you know how to do those, a temple crank to get her faced away from this woman so she's not spitting on her, and those kinds of things, maybe, okay, but you better be able to articulate that. But positions of control are great. Knowing how to get her in a position of disadvantage, keep her in that position, and control her arms and legs would be helpful, because otherwise she's spitting on this woman, those kinds of things. And this, to me, is where getting on her back and using a face crank to turn her in the other direction, and face cranks hurt like heck, but they're not injurious. They could put you towards a bite, though. So remember, if you use that on the jaw, she could turn into you and bite you and do some serious damage to you, which is why maybe something like a temple crank or a cheekbone crank is a smarter thing in that case. And again, not likely to do death or great bodily injury. They just hurt like heck. And so if you know how to do those, and only if you know how to do those, they might be useful. But I would say, nope, we need you to move this way. And you're hurting me. Right, come along this way and we can make the pain go away. A good wrist lock can go a long way because it's not likely to do great injury, but it causes great amounts of pain and can do good stuff here. They did get her into, custody, and recognize, though, that she can still be a threat because they're still trying to figure out how to get her off. And the reason they do this is what they'll generally do is get everybody else off the plane, then get cops on the plane, and let the officers get her off the plane. And that's generally what they're going to do. So they're waiting to get her off the plane until everybody.
Yeah, that part. That was hilarious.
Else gets off the plane, so she gets to kick some people again. Final thing I want to say on this one is that finally the Port Authority cops showed up, and they did take her to the hospital to get looked at and then to jail. And she is facing aggravated assault charges in state court, as far as I can tell. She might face federal charges too.
Yeah, you can get in a lot of trouble when you mess around on a plane like that. Don't do that. Crazy stuff.
Nice to meet you.
Here's a small channel I found recently. Outreach SD. Definitely go subscribe to him. Let's watch this video.
So, 4 questions.
Dog lover considers other animals.
Conversation with people.
You reacted to them.
So the first question is, how do you feel about animals?
Love them.
Love them, I do too, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the second question is, how do you feel about people that abuse animals?
Horrible.
Horrible. I agree. That's a hard, quick, horrible, right? 100%.
100%.
All right. So, third question: how would you qualify or describe animal abuse? Like, if you had to give like examples, or what would an act of abuse fall?
would be hitting an animal, like striking an animal. Then it would be starving an animal, and then it would be bringing them to the farmer's market and burning their feet.
That's the amount of dogs we've seen walk by.
It drives me nuts. I have high anxiety right now about it because I just want to pick up every dog that's panting and trying to drag their owners into the table to find shade.
Right. Do you have a dog?
I had a dog.
Had a dog.
She passed away a year and a half ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have a 13-year-old one-tooth pit bull. I would say.
Mine was 13. She was Australian Shepherd.
Oh, I had an Australian Shepherd growing up. I love Aussies. Such cool dogs. So smart.
And I would have never brought her here.
Yeah, right? No kidding. Yeah, my dog's not here. Sorry, derail.
No,
Fourth question is easy for me to ask, might be harder to answer. It's not a gotcha moment or anything like that. But then how do you feel about the animals that we take into slaughterhouses to be killed for meat, milk, and eggs, leather, fur, silk? What do you think about that?
Very hard, actually. I waver between it. I went pescatarian for a long time.
Okay.
But then felt like I was missing something in my body health-wise.
Okay.
Started eating meat again. Felt a little better, but still, yeah.
So
waver.
wrestle with that?
Yeah, I wrestle with it a lot.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely. I'd rather just have chickens and eat their eggs because that doesn't bother me. I feel like if it's not a fertile egg, it's just going to die off anyway and rot and go away. But so that doesn't really bother me. Milking a cow doesn't really bother me. Doing it in a big farm, yeah, that's a lot.
So I'm sure that you recognize that the animal's a living sentient being, right? Just like the dog burning their feet,
exactly.
Right? And all animals, whether it's chicken, cow, pig, sheep, lamb, right? Okay, yeah. So, absolutely. So, if you felt that you could get everything you needed to be healthy without having to consume animal products,
absolutely,
would you do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome, right on. So, all the science agrees for sure that I'm just some guy you walked up to at the farmer's market. I wouldn't expect you to take my word for it,
for sure.
but all the science agrees that we can get everything that we need. So I'm vegan. I'm sure you've heard of the word being vegan, right?
For sure.
Okay, so do you know what the definition of veganism is?
Yeah, absolutely no animal product at all.
Oh yeah, so it's no animal products in any part of our life.
Right.
So it's a moral thing, it's an ethical stance that we should live without exploiting animals.
Exactly.
So not eating their flesh, milk, eggs, zoos, aquariums like that. Because ultimately we don't need to.
No, we don't.
So what's that?
No, we don't.
No, we don't. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So before I went vegan. I'm 51. I went vegan at 47. Before then, a few different times in my life, I don't even want to use the word try, but I might try to do this. I guess I could use the word try.
Right.
And then within a week or two, I felt like I was missing something. I didn't feel so great.
Yeah.
And I went back to eating meat, right? And so then what's going on? So then the day that I decided to go vegan was almost literally overnight. I ate for 3 days, and after that, completely vegan, never looked back. And so the difference was knowing now what I didn't know then is for me, it was just a matter of eating enough calories.
Yeah.
And if
twist my neck a lot. I got a bad back. I have a problem in my spine, the top of my spine. So my neck, I have a problem with my neck. It hurts a lot. It hurts all the time. I always have to stretch it and stuff. But I'm checking my stocks today. I'm getting killed in the market because I'm short a little bit, and the market's up a lot today, but all my crypto stuff is going through the roof, so that's kind of helping. But I do a lot of trading and investing, so if you guys want to talk about that sometime, I can't give financial advice and stuff, but I know a lot about it. So if you're interested in that kind of thing. What stocks? My biggest one right now is Rocket Labs. I've been in that for a long time. It's like $50 now. I started buying it when it was like $5. So that's a big one. But I bought a couple of stocks like a month or two ago. Like Snapchat. Every time that gets cheap, I always buy a little bit of that. So that's up. I bought it at like $8, and now it's over $10 in the past month. But I mainly just trade SPY, the ETFs, but I trade options on it. But then I buy a little bit of stuff here and there when I think it gets cheap.
If I ate enough calories, because people remove high caloric, right? Meat is high caloric, eggs, dairy.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, so I'll finish real quick.
Yeah.
And so when we make sure we get enough calories and make sure we get what we need, then we get everything.
I've been trading for 10 years, so I've been doing it for a really long time. And the last 3-4 years, I've been making money consistently. So it took me a long time to figure it out, but I'm pretty confident in it now. XRP, I don't have any XRP. I used to. I don't have any XRP right now though.
Everything that we need.
That's true.
Let me give you a card. We're not selling anything. This has a
That's Ripple, right?
QR code on it that has a ton of resources that can help you with being vegan and not wrestle.
Yeah, I when I went vegan too, I really thought about this a little bit, and I had some discussions with ChatGTP about it. But yeah, there's some I bought a couple months ago, and it's up like some are up like 50%, some are up like 70%. I wish I put my whole account into it, you know what I mean? But now I only put a little bit in each one. But you never know, you know, you can't put everything into one trade. Yeah, I made a little bit, I lost a little bit trading that industry. I don't know if I overall was profitable doing that or not. I might have just, you know what, I think I did. I think I lost a little bit in the beginning, and then I just held it for a really long time, and it kind of recovered. And I think I made a little bit and just got out. But I think that's something that you might want to still be invested in long term. But I would put maybe a couple % into something like that.
With it anymore.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a good conversation there.
Despite Trump,
Is this something new? Let's see what's the latest thing on the Trump's Epstein story.
Reportedly saying, quote, they won't shut the F up about it, about Epstein. Trump privately vented, referring to conservative influencers and media types lashing out over the Epstein memo. It's not going away. And actually, time has passed by such that mainstream outlets, that quote.
I don't watch him too much, but he just started coming across my feed, and I do like some of his videos. And so yeah, definitely. But I don't know too much about him.
Was from the Rolling Stone. Mainstream outlets.
I like his background, like the water background. Is that like playing on a TV or something? I was watching that the last time I was watching him. I thought it was cool.
Are able to do their own reporting and dig up more anecdotes to re-emphasize why maybe Trump's bias here.
Do you think he would be open to being vegan? Maybe you should debate him.
Is informed by self-interest. Rick Wilson posted, hard to express how badly this is going to blow back on Trump. 1,000 new witnesses and possible sources. FBI agents were told to flag any Epstein records that mentioned Trump, according to Senator Dick Durbin. And so that comes from the CNBC reporting, and he's pressing, why were personnel told to flag records in which President Trump was mentioned as he's investigating this, and the FBI declined to comment. So as that's happening, Trump's saying, why the F are they still...
You never know. Send him a link to one of your conversations, and he might actually really like it and want to talk to you.
Talking about, he's screaming about it, he's panicking, he's freaking out. You should have more and more reporting. It's not going away, but it's being talked about more.
You gotta find 100 people like this and just send them all invites to debate you, and you'll get a couple.
New York Times piece examined some of the anecdotes surrounding Epstein and Trump and had one that...
Actually, yeah, Jason, I've wanted you guys to do the same thing. Because Jimmy's out there telling people that they don't need B12 and stuff, and I don't know if that's the best thing to be doing. I don't know. I mean, I understand where he's coming from, but I'm trying to think of it from somebody else he's already trying to get him to go vegan, and then he's trying to tell him stuff like, don't listen to the science about B12. I think some people are going to be skeptical about other stuff that he's saying too. You know what I mean? Because they're going to look that up, and everything's going to tell them that you do need B12. So, but yeah, what do you guys think about that?
That I never heard that is really gross. She's not here for you. The encounter with Mr. Trump, Miss Farmer said, and Miss Farmer is an Epstein accuser. Now. That's Maria Farmer. It was the summer of 1996.
Yeah, I haven't read the book either, but I've done some of the research on some of the things that he says, and you always got to follow the money, and there's no money in it. Merck doesn't make money from B12. They make money from a bunch of other things. There's a bunch of different companies that make B12. It's not controlled by like one company. And there's not money in it. It's not expensive. So, I don't know. If you follow the money, it doesn't make sense for it to be like a conspiracy or anything like that.
When Maria Farmer went to law enforcement to complain about Jeffrey Epstein, and in those law enforcement interviews, she brought up something that made her feel really bad about Trump, and she encouraged law enforcement, look into Trump too, and other powerful associates. Occurred in 1995 as she was preparing to work for Mr. Epstein. She said she told the authorities that late one night, Mr. Epstein unexpectedly called her to his offices in a luxury building in Manhattan, and she arrived in running shorts. Mr. Trump then arrived, wearing a business suit, and started to hover over her. She said she told the authorities. Ms. Farmer said she recalled feeling scared as Mr. Trump stared at her bare legs. Then Mr. Epstein entered the room, and she recalled him saying to Mr. Trump, "No, she's not here for you." The two men left the room, and Ms. Farmer said she could hear Trump commenting that he thought Ms. Farmer was 16 years old. After her encounter with Mr. Trump, Ms. Farmer said she had no other alarming...
It's crazy how much stuff's coming out about Trump and like underage girls, and he was like owner of those pageants, and he said all those weird things about inspecting the pageant or whatever, and he would like go in where the girls were changing and things like that, and they were all like underage. Like so creepy, so weird. I can't believe that guy's the president. It's so crazy to me.
Interactions with him and did not see him engage in inappropriate conduct with girls or women. The White House on Friday said no. Okay, so I had to read the quote. The president was never in his office. Epstein who? Jeffrey who? Okay. Ugh. The New Republic notes that's the first reason Trump needs to be worried, even if his name does not appear.
Yeah, like I don't even want to be looking that stuff up on my computer, you know?
On some master list.
I've seen some of the videos on some people like this, they'll show some of this stuff on their videos. It's crazy.
Created by Epstein with a heading like "Good friends of mine who raped underage girls with me." It still has to be the case that there are emails, photographs, and other...
And there's some other channels that I follow. Have you guys ever heard of Trilogy Media? They catch like scammers, or like Jim Browning, Kip Boga. There are a couple of other big channels. I've been follow them over the years, and they started to get into like stinging like predators, I guess, or people that are like trying to prey on kids. And yeah, it's crazy how many people are out there like trying to do that kind of stuff. But now like all these people are making all these YouTube channels and catching them all.
The material that are at the very least not going to look good. I couldn't help wondering what Maureen Comey, the sex crime prosecutor in New York Southern District, who was fired by Attorney General Pam Bondi on Wednesday, knows about Epstein and Trump. Again, a lot of this is, I do believe, and I keep reiterating to be as honest and transparent as possible, if there was the bombshell of all bombshells that people are imagining, that people are stating to be there, that it would have come out by now. Especially given that this information was something the Biden administration would have been privy to. But just unearthing again a lot of the stories and the, in any capacity, gross and low character behavior that would come out of these that aren't going to be criminal necessarily, but a reminder of just who Trump is and who he hung out with. That alone could be why the FBI was directed to flag Trump stuff and why he's all of a sudden not as pumped about being transparent. Do you want to be really sad, though, for a second? I've been saying MAGA's freaking over this. Republicans are turning on Trump. And that's true anecdotally. We see a lot of MAGA influencers saying, erg. But Trump's approval rating among Republicans is just getting better.
I mean, look, I think this one surprised me a bit because of all these complaints online going after Trump and the Epstein files. You might think his approval ratings were going down, Republicans. If anything, they're going up. Republicans who approve of Trump, look at our CNN poll. The prior one, 86%. The one out this week, 88% were Republicans. How about Quinn?
How is that even possible?
The prior poll, 87% approval of Republicans. This week out, 90% with Republicans. If anything, Donald Trump's approval rating has gone up since this whole Epstein saga started.
Before I react to that, I do want to say, please do, if you appreciate the show, click the subscribe button. It's free. Boom. And then if you want to support in another way, my brothers and I started an energy drink company to solve the problem in our lives, which was that we loved energy drinks. We loved that energy boost, the caffeine, etc. But we knew we were poisoning our body with a lot of the options that are out there.
Yeah, this is Luke Beasley. Go subscribe to him if you like this.
On the market. And so we created one. Yeah, put that back on screen for a second, Cole. So this is the Republican Party, right? Trump is mired in all this controversy, and they go, I think what's happening is they're like,
It's crazy how horrible we treat animals, but like the humans are like the worst animal. We do the worst things, not only to animals, but to other people too.
I hate this. I hate this. I want to know more about Epstein, and I'm mad at Trump over it, but the liberals piss me off so much. I still approve of him more. It's like their anger is not as relevant to them as our anger. Guys, stop. Stop worrying about us for a second. Judge Trump based on if you think he's actually doing well, just because we're also mad along. I think they were going, yeah, release it. And then we stepped up next to them and went, yeah, release it. And they're like, oh, no, never mind. Trump, you're cool.
That is exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened. It's like that lady that was really hungry the other day, and I told her to go down to this restaurant down the street, and she started walking that way, and as soon as I said it's vegan, her husband was like, nope, we're not going there, turn around, go back this way. I didn't even say it was a vegan restaurant, I just said they had a vegan menu. And they're like, nope, vegan, I want nothing to do with it. And then they walked down the one street that didn't have any restaurants, so they had to come back down anyway. So it was funny.
So weird, the own the libs mentality. Because we're angry, I think that's informing this. They're going, And that could be the explanation. Now, don't get confused into thinking that means that his approval rating in general among the country is doing better. You can see here he has a pretty dang low approval rating at 44, at least according to this Nate Silver tracker, 44.1%, and his disapproval rating is up to 52.8%. I was going to show that as like a, see, we're good. But then, 52? Where's everyone else? It's only 52% of us? Oh no. That's fun. We're having fun. Isn't it great? All right, Democrats need to have a better answer to this question.
But it's true that the president says there, Democrats didn't really seem to do anything about the Epstein files throughout the 4 years of the Biden administration. I mean, should you have? You sit on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Senator Marsha Blackburn for years has been trying to get flight records and other information about Epstein released, and she seems to have been the only one on that committee trying to do so.
So the president blaming Democrats for this disaster, Jake, is like that CEO that got caught on camera blaming Coldplay, okay? Like, this is his making.
I kind of get it, and I do like the pop culture reference. Pretty good. This is like that CEO having an affair with his HR lady. But I get it. You're blaming Coldplay for... but... we need a better answer, because that is a brutal point, which is like when Democrats are going, release him. And then they go, wait, y'all had him for years. It's like, ugh.
See you, Chip.
Now there's explanations, ongoing investigations. Now Trump's saying it's concluded.
Hi, UK and Brett. Or Brett, you were already here for a little bit, weren't you?
Maybe they weren't going to gratuitously release things if they weren't proof of criminal conduct, but were just kind of gross. And it's fine to say, hey, it was the MAGA campaign that said they were the ones saying this was going to expose the liberal deep state, right? So Trump's in trouble with his own followers. But this is another reason why I told y'all I think we should all just fade into the background for a second. Just weep. Because they are going to feel more sympathetic to Trump the more that we're upset with him, which is weird. But I don't think that's not the most compelling answer. This is going to make sense in a second, but I have this.
Did it rain for both of you guys? Do you guys live near each other?
A guy named James Craig is on trial for allegedly murdering his wife by poisoning her protein shakes. And just wait, I'm going to connect it back. It's going to make sense in a second. But this is a bonkers story. He's currently on trial. And let me just say, I'm not lawyer, whatever the caveats are. I haven't kept up with this case a bunch, but in my preliminary reading of it, James Craig looks a will guilty, okay, is how I would say it. Like searching on he had a dental practice on his office computer. How long does it take someone to die after having this certain chemical? Ordering, cyanide, texting the woman he was having an affair with, don't worry, I'll never poison you, and stuff like that. So like it looks a little bad for him. But here's some reporting.
Someone in James Craig's office conducted computer searches about arsenic. The dentist created an Amazon account and ordered a vial of the poison. That came out during testimony on the 4th day of Craig's murder trial. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kim Christensen.
I'm Sam Shocker. Craig is accused of lacing protein shakes with arsenic, cyanide, and a chemical in eye drops in the days before his wife Angela died in March of 2023. Kevin Vaughn from 9 News Investigates joins us from the newsroom. And Kevin, that was not the only revelation in court today.
Sam and Kim, it was not. In addition to more testimony about poisons, the jury also heard that James Craig had drugged his wife in the past. James Craig has been attentive throughout his trial, listening carefully to witnesses and showing emotion at times. Again today, the jury in his case heard extensive...
How many grams, so this is in search history, how many grams of pure arsenic will kill a human? Well, James, that's kind of murder 101 no-no, is searching on a computer that could be traced back to you because it's in your office. Are you meaning to say someone else in your office was searching for that?
Testimony.
Gary for president. From Yorkshire, that's cool. I think only 4% of my viewers are from the UK.
About computer searches into poisons and an order for arsenic that was to be delivered to his home. Within a week, Angela Craig began experiencing unexplained symptoms, and the week after that, she was declared brain dead. The question for the jury to decide will be whether James Craig is guilty of the charges he faces. Allegations not only that he killed his wife, but that he tried to get others to create false evidence, to lie to authorities, and even to kill witnesses.
Oh my gosh, James, sheesh. What? So it's obviously extremely sad. Search queries for how to make murder look like a heart attack. And I want to find, he texted the woman that he was having an affair with. Maybe she will decide to stay gone for a long time. Let me see if I can find this.
Wait, they searched how to make murder look like a heart attack? A search for how long does it take to die from arsenic poisoning. Yikes.
I won't. I promise. I promise. I want to find this quote. What? My computer's not working. He texts texts Kane, the woman he has an affair with, that his wife is at the hospital and says, just for the record, I will never drug you. Just for the record, I will never drug you. He returns to the practice. Craig said he wanted to be a...
Yeah, if you're searching all those things on like how to kill somebody, you definitely should say that you're definitely not going to poison them.
Alone and came back. Angela still feels sick. Hopefully it's just... So yeah, there's all this. You can look into it if you're more interested. Sorry, but...
Do you smoke? We were talking about this the other day, I think. I don't remember who said that they do or who doesn't. I think some people said that a couple of people said that they did smoke.
There's a lot of smoking guns, I'd say. I think he's going to be convicted. But as a total side thought, what, all these people do this. They'll start having an affair.
How much money would make me corrupt? I don't really care that much about money. I want more money so I can just give it away to people. Or animals. I'd rather just do more things for the animals now. I don't really like people that much. I don't trust... you can't trust a person until you know them, so...
He met this other woman at a dental conference. Hot.
Oh, it is legal here. In some places. So, I actually have my medical card. So I can go to the dispensary and just get it. But in Maryland, it's legal. If you're an adult, you can just go buy it.
And then they start trying to murder their significant other. Hey, we have divorce. Like, just get divorced. It's sick. I guess they really, in their mind, they believe they'll get away with it. And they'd rather be the sympathetic person who lost a loved one and then fell in love again with somebody else than the person who broke off their marriage and they have kids. They have kids because of an affair. But think about, not just, again, so tragic, but think about being in the headspace of James Craig and allegedly trying to get away with a murder. Do I have to say allegedly? Okay. It's searching up how long it takes somebody to die. Well, I did it on my dental computer, so I didn't think they would find me. How would you do if you were trying not to get away with it? What would you do? You would get it Amazon to your house. You would try multiple times. You would have text records of telling somebody, I'm not going to drug you, don't worry. You would be looking up how long it's going to take. Did I already say that, for somebody to die? And all these details and records of it being delivered to your house. Everything wrong as he's trying to do a cover-up, right? That's how badly the Trump administration is handling this. They're doing everything wrong as they're trying to cover this up. That's the connection. Did I just want to talk about this story? Yes. Is that how he connected the stories? Yeah, it is. And I hope you are okay with that. But they have handled this worse than James Craig in his attempt to cover up, as he didn't realize you could find search records. That's like, have you never listened to a murder podcast? That's like the first thing they look for. Forensic evidence, and then was this person searching up, how do I kill my wife? It's bonkers. And
President Donald Trump has followed through on his threat to sue media mogul Rupert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal.
Let's see, this just
less than
came
24
out.
hours after that newspaper published.
This just came out. They were talking about this yesterday. He's going to sue the Wall Street Journal because they made him look like he's guilty or something.
An article saying that Trump sent his then friend, Jeffrey Epstein, a bawdy birthday letter back in 2003. The lawsuit filed on Friday seeks at least $10 billion in damages, arguing the supposed letter is a fake and the defendants knew it when they chose to deliberately defame President Trump. The Journal's publisher.
Yeah, that's how it was like here too. Like, now, like if you're like, you can be smoking walking down the street and they'll just give you a fine if they want to, but you don't really get in any trouble.
Dow Jones pushed back, saying in a statement, quote, "We have full confidence in the rigor and accuracy of our reporting and will vigorously defend against any lawsuit." Meanwhile, the Justice Department on Friday asked a federal judge to unseal grand jury transcripts tied to the criminal cases of Epstein and his co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell. And I have some new reporting that emerged over the weekend. My colleague Ashley Parker for The Atlantic about the strategy the White House has tried to put forth to quell this firestorm about Epstein. They considered appointing a special counsel. They considered last week, before the Journal story, releasing more material. They even thought that President Trump might want to have daily news conferences to address this, a la those he had during the COVID pandemic in 2020. Trump nixed all those, and there were some in Trump world who thought those news conferences in particular would have been a bad idea. Some of the firestorm on the right has quieted down in recent days, Ali Vitale. President Trump has done a pretty good job sort of unifying his base to go after a common foe, in this case, the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah.
Some of those on the right were very critical of Trump and his handling of Epstein, demanding to know more.
He just blamed everything on the Democrats. Like, they made it all up. Yeah, I need to get back to taking just, like, the capsules. Hey, stop. Because for a while I was just taking, like, edibles. And they do the same thing. They're just, like, really chill.
Now are questioning the authenticity of this letter. As we noted, the Journal, of course, stands by it. So let's get into the next phase of this. There are rumblings that more revelations could be coming. The White House is eager to turn the page, but it's Monday. He's going to get questions about it. He hasn't taken questions from the press in a few days.
Damn, it says he filed a $10 billion lawsuit. That's crazy. Because of the birthday letter. Is that letter in the picture, I think? Was that with it?
You know they're coming the next time a reporter sees them. Speaker Johnson, in particular, was one of those who defied him last week and said, look, we need to know more. What's the latest you're hearing from Republicans on the Hill and in the greater GOP ecosphere, what they want next?
I think Johnson might have defied him, but as soon as the headlines started popping that Johnson was demanding more transparency, just as Trump was saying, let's cool it and back off of this issue, Johnson made clear to say, no, I think those headlines are overstating what I said there. So he's trying to toe this line. And if Johnson really did want more transparency, he's actually got procedural options before him from a legislative perspective, because there's a bipartisan push from Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna to compel the Justice Department to release and be transparent on the Jeffrey Epstein case. They moved a procedural motion on this in a non-binding fashion at the end of last week. They weirdly kind of coupled it together with the crypto resolution and bill that they ended up passing, but it's not expected that we'll actually see movement on that. And then separately, J-Mart, you've got this discharge petition that could get ripe for the floor by the time they get back in September. That's a long ways to go, though. And I think, to me, if I look on the Hill, there's only a few tangible ways that they end up getting more answers to this. And yes, one of them might be a discharge petition, but the one that really has my attention is Senator Ron Wyden saying, in the last year of the Biden administration, I got a look from the Treasury Department at some financial transactions that show wire transfers and other items related to Epstein and who might have been doing business with him. In Wyden's words, that's thousands of leads that you could go down of following the money. Is that one of the avenues where people get something tangible out of this? Is it from Dick Durbin, who's trying to lobby DOJ for more information? I mean, is there a space here that actually gets people more?
I think it's only whatever Trump and his DOJ wants to hand over. I just don't think that ultimately this Congress is going to press Trump on something he doesn't want to be pressed on. We've seen this on the Lindsey Graham sanctions bill against Russia that, you know, we're told could happen in the June work period. Well, it's now July 20th, 21st, and it's not moving because Trump doesn't want it. Trump is going to hand over what he wants to hand over on this. Look, I think if that discharge petitionality had been maybe moved last week at the sort of white hot core of this story, maybe would have a shot. I just think by the time they come back in September, the idea of a GOP majority taking up that to
Yeah, that's what I heard too. September, they can do some other things in September to try to get the files released again.
sort of create a bad story for Trump after Labor Day is really unlikely.
So as Donald Trump demands total fealty in his efforts...
You guys watch him? Brian Tyler Cohen, BTC. He's got a shitload of subscribers.
To get everybody to toe his line on Epstein, it looks like there's some very obvious dissent in the ranks.
He's very left-leaning.
Thanks.
There is obviously some who will not be covering big developments like Comey's daughter and her comments today. I mean, Trump told MAGA to be quiet about Jeffrey Epstein. Fox News obeyed, Fox News falling in line with Trump's Epstein plea, but will the rest of MAGA media comply? I want to play a little bit. This is Rob Schmidt addressing all of this on his show here on Newsmax last night.
Again, this is what MAGA voters voted for. A government for the people, where the rich and the powerful get the same justice as the rest of us. You may have noticed the Epstein story was almost nowhere to be found, though, on Fox News these last couple of days. After months of very consistent coverage, it's pretty obvious that a lot of people don't really know what to do with this. There's a lot of people that are very scared because it's clear that the White House didn't want this to be a subject, but Trump's base, his supporters and base, care about it.
Well, there you go. The gauntlet's been laid down, so let's see how Fox can defend itself.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. So I was sort of raised in the Puerto Rican community at home. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
That aired this week. And look, in fairness, maybe it was important to discuss the guy who left office 7 months ago for his relatively banal mistakes and slips of the tongue, while the current president is trying to avoid being exposed in a pedophile ring. But hey, I'm sure that had nothing to do with it, and Fox is merely reporting on Joe Biden because of the newsworthiness of him fumbling his words a few years back. The reality is that Fox got word from up high that their job here is decidedly not to cover the news, but rather to cover for Donald Trump. Their goal is to make sure that we're all talking about anything but the Epstein files. And let's be clear, they have been helping him do it for a while now. Back in...
I used to have Jack Russell, too. They're really cool dogs. His name was Frankie.
June of 2024, over a year ago, Fox helped Donald Trump by deceptively editing an interview where he gave a pretty telling answer on releasing the Epstein files. Here's the side-by-side of what Fox aired versus what Donald Trump actually said in the footage.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
Attorney General.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
I
did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would. I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
Now, I'm old enough.
Right, and then there was another video where he said the stuff in there with me. So he admitted to being in the files. But then he said it was all fake.
To remember when Donald Trump demanded that CBS and Paramount lose its broadcasting license over editing a program involving a political candidate's answer with Kamala Harris.
But you go for a step further and you say CBS should lose its license. Why? Sure. Well, I've never seen anything like it. She gave a horrible, incompetent answer on a news program. It's not an entertainment program. They call it news. They say it's a #1 news program. The way they protect, how about 60 Minutes, the way they protected Kamala? She gave an answer. Think of it. 60 Minutes, CBS, and they ought to lose their license and they ought to take it off the air.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't like talking to other people that much. It's kind of weird that I'd go out and have interviews with people because I don't really like talking to people. But I do it for the animals.
It's the biggest. How about this? She gives an answer that was cognitively a mess, right? She gives an answer that was grossly incompetent. They removed the entire answer and put another answer in there. Where the hell? They don't do that with anybody that I've ever heard. With me, they do the opposite. I give them a gorgeous, full-flowing, magnificent, beautiful answer. I call it the weave, right? Always get right back to the right place, but you cover a lot of territory this way. But you give a beautiful answer, and then what they do is they take pieces of it out.
Which is why ranking Democrat on the Oversight Committee, Robert Garcia, adhering to the new Trump rule, has announced that he's demanding answers from Fox on their deceptive edit.
What we've discovered is that back when Donald Trump was actually campaigning, he did his interview with Fox and Friends on the Fox network, and where he's asked if he was going to release the Epstein files, which he'd been talking about in the campaign over and over again. In the clip, he says that they show on Fox and Friends, he says, yes, I believe we will release the files. A very short sentence. But that's an edited version, and then they cut essentially right after that to the next question. We've discovered, and it's been in the public domain, the full actual interview, where he actually gets into a much longer answer, and he kind of weaves and ducks and kind of talks about a little bit, kind of pours water on the idea of full release and whether or not they're worthy and who knows what we can release. And so it's really then interesting that they chose Fox to edit this clip, and then the campaign amplified it in their Trump campaign social media handles, put it out there, and yet now Trump, we know, has settled with CBS for $16 million for an edited clip that, of course, we know appeared on 60 Minutes. And so the hypocrisy is crazy. And the bigger question is, why is Fox News editing Donald Trump's answers on the Epstein files and only actually showing a one-sentence answer versus the entire minute answer that he actually talked about? So there's a lot of questions that we have, and we're demanding Fox News answer those.
Will Fox even respond to the request? Probably not. Because again, they are not in the business of honesty or morality or consistency. They are in the business of covering for Trump and Republicans. Last year, it cost them $787 million. Did that have any impact on their coverage? Not at all. Because serving as Republican mouthpieces is not a bug, it is a feature. It is quite literally why the network exists. Roger Ailes created Fox in 1996 expressly because he didn't want what happened to Richard Nixon to ever happen again, where a Republican president would have to suffer the indignity of resigning because of his corruption or crimes with no backup from the media. And with Fox, his plan was finally realized. Donald Trump is leagues more corrupt and criminal than Richard Nixon, and yet thanks to right-wing media, led by Fox, Trump not only didn't have to leave office in disgrace when he should have, he's quite literally still the president. Will that sometimes cost Fox money? Yes. Will they look like hacks with zero integrity in their reporting? Yes. Do they care? Not at all. All of which is to say, me talking about this right now is not going to shame them into changing their ways. Nothing will shame them into changing their ways. But what I can do is make sure everybody watching knows that when Fox News was given the opportunity to expose who was involved in a pedophile ring or to help cover it up for Donald Trump, they chose the latter. They put allegiance to one man above accountability for all the criminals of one of the most heinous crimes of our time.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? Yeah, thanks. I don't care what other people think, so that's my secret. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. We have to be social. Try to force myself. go talk to people. But I definitely prefer other animals' company, like my dog and all her friends. But yeah, I think a lot of vegans that I know are really cool people. So I want to meet more vegans around here. There's not that many vegans around here. And scroll the comments. What, like, what do you mean? On for the video that I'm on? I'm about to make some of my food. Same thing I did yesterday. I got a pack of tofu, broccoli, cauliflower, carrots. And then I'm going to add a bunch of seeds and nuts. Nutritional yeast, spices. I might chop some onions, garlic, ginger. Yeah, I try to pause it a lot and just say the other things. But yeah, that's what you mean, like go down here just so it's like off the video. Yeah, I try not to play it like too long without stopping it.
That's what Fox is here to do. And the more people who know about that, the better off we'll be.
Yeah, well, that's it anyway.
I think going vegan makes it hard to get all your nutrients.
I'm sure you guys know this guy, Danish. He's got almost 6,000 subscribers there. He makes really good videos. Here's another one. Maybe we'll watch this and react to this next, because this is damn, it's got 2 million views already. I've seen some other people talk about it.
My family lineage is settlers from the 1500s.
Colonialists.
Yeah.
You don't look very Native American to me.
I think going vegan makes it hard to get all your nutrients. After 5 years of experimenting with plant-based eating, I found getting everything I need to be healthy and strong is actually easier if you build your plate right. So in this video, I'm going to show you my easy method for putting together the perfect vegan plate every time. But before that, there's something you need to understand, and that starts in a coffee shop in Amman, Jordan. You see, when I was an undergrad, I did my study abroad at the University of Jordan. And one day I was sitting down to drink a coffee in a cafe. As part of the program I was in, I needed to speak Arabic. So I began speaking to the waiter, and by the end of the conversation, they're telling me all about their favorite hummus in town. And so they pulled out a piece of paper and started jotting down the instructions of how to get there from the cafe. But suddenly they stopped writing and looked up at me and said, "Wait, you can't read Arabic, can you?" And if you've ever learned Arabic, you know that that's the first thing they teach you, the alphabet. Because even though it can feel like an overwhelming task to learn right off the bat, it creates an important base to build your Arabic on. I mean, they have letters with sounds we don't have in English, so you make learning Arabic 10 times more difficult if you're not able to read it. So that's why before I could really even say anything beyond hello, I could read basically anything. I didn't know what I was reading, but I could sound it out. So I let the guy know that I could read, and with a huge smile, he gave me the piece of paper with his instructions and sent me on my way. Thanks to him, I ended up enjoying some of the best hummus I've ever had in my life.
Wow. Damn, that looks really good. There's a place out in Gettysburg that has really, really good hummus. It might be the best hummus I've ever had. But I've never really tried to make it myself. So if I tried to make some myself, I probably could make some pretty good stuff.
That's very good. Or at least, I wish that's what happened. I could read Arabic, but couldn't read his handwriting. But anyways, this is exactly the same as building a vegan plate. There are some basic things you need to learn at first that might put you out of your comfort zone, but you'll be thankful you did because it makes the rest of plant-based eating so much easier. So what are those first steps? It's understanding the building blocks of foods. Let me show you what they are and correct some of the misconceptions around them. So these building blocks are called macronutrients, and the first one I'm going to cover are called carbohydrates. So these get vilified all the time, but in reality they're our body's main energy source, and the type of carb you eat is much more important than how many of them you're eating. Get them from whole grains like oats, whole wheat bread, and quinoa, you're in the clear. Get them from cookies and cakes, not so much. Next is fats. Fats also get a bad name, but they're just a natural part of food and vital for many different bodily functions. For example, fat helps you absorb certain other nutrients and helps you feel full. People eating diets super low in fat have even reported losing their periods. So yeah, don't want that. And as long as you...
Yeah, what do you guys think about eating fat and carbs? And I saw Gary Yourofsky say the other day that he eats like 20 grams of fat and that's it. And he was saying that most people should like not eat any fat. But that's pretty extreme. Like I eat a lot of fat, and I try not to eat as many carbs, but I don't limit it to anything like that. But do you guys have like a certain macros that you follow?
Getting fats from whole food sources, they'll bring you a ton of health benefits. Finally, protein. Everyone knows this one. Protein is for building and supporting muscle along with other bodily functions. Contrary to popular belief, protein is not really great for energy. As a matter of fact, in the morning before a long bike ride, I notice I get more tired if I have a high protein breakfast rather than a breakfast high in complex carbs, like oatmeal. Hello, I'm from the world where I did find the hummus. And in this world, my camera didn't go out.
I don't have any comments.
So we're picking up the video from here. So there's nothing inherently wrong with any of the macronutrients. They're all important aspects of a balanced diet. As a matter of fact, I'd say they're only unhealthy when they're being consumed in processed forms. But besides that, there's really no such thing as a bad carb or a bad fat if it comes from a whole food. On the contrary, it'll be good for you. Now, you may not know this, but the way you think about carbs, fat, and protein works a bit differently in plant foods versus in animal foods. I'll show you what I mean. So in animal foods, I should say in an omnivore diet, people tend to classify foods pretty straightforwardly. Chicken is protein, potatoes are carbs, and avocados are fat. Pretty easy to understand. But for plant-based diets, it's not as clear-cut. For example, are beans a carb source or are they a protein source? What about nuts? Almonds are a good source of protein, but aren't they also a good source of fat? So which is it? It turns out the way we think about plant foods usually allows us to assign them to multiple different macronutrients rather than just one. So legumes, for example, will be primarily carbohydrates, but also, secondarily, protein. Or take nuts. They're high in fat, but then secondarily, pretty good in protein. Or you got something like tofu, which is both high in protein and fat. So when someone asks vegans where they get their protein from, there isn't really a straightforward answer or direct translation from an omnivore diet. Kind of.
You're on the beer and Oreos diet. That's funny. Yeah, binging periods of fat and everything, then you go back to eating nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same. Like I'll eat a lot of carbs sometimes, and I'll eat more fat other times, and sometimes I eat only a little bit, but I try not to overeat too much either way, you know, because that's normally when you can get into issues.
Like with the letters in Arabic to English. You get protein from a lot of different sources on your plate. Now, you might look at the amount of calories that come from protein in beans versus chicken, for example, and notice that beans seem kind of low in comparison. So can you really consider them a protein? So to meet daily protein requirements, you only need about 10% of your calories to come from protein. So anything above 10% would be above average. And the more you look into it, the more you realize lots of plant foods are above 10%. So you might think, oh, well, that high protein percentage of chicken must be for athletes then. But even for athletes, you really only need about 15 to 18% of your calories to come from protein in most cases. In other words, 69% protein from chicken is absolute overkill. Literally. Now, if you're about to throw your computer out the window because the numbers are overwhelming, don't worry. I'm just explaining the theory, but the execution will be simple and you won't have to worry about the numbers at all. And for that, I'll hand it off to the version of myself who, unfortunately, is still dreaming about that hummus. Miskeen. And so I'm going to go through the 3 macronutrients and show you which foods correspond with them so you can use that information to build the perfect vegan plate. So starting with fat sources, those are going to be nuts and seeds, nut and seed butters, avocado, and soy. Now, for carbs, we have legumes, potatoes, whole grains, and fruits. And for protein, we have soy, legumes, seitan, nuts, seeds, and whole grains. Another easy way to think about it is to think of the 4 main vegan food groups and what macronutrients they have. So nuts and seeds are primarily fat, secondarily protein. Legumes are primarily carbs, secondarily protein. Whole grains are...
Yeah, I eat a lot of broccoli. I eat broccoli probably every day. I grow broccoli microgreens too, so if I'm not eating just the full broccoli, then I have them.
are primarily carbs, secondarily protein, and fruits and veggies are primarily carbs. Keep in mind, I struggle to count even veggies as carbs because you need to have calories to count as one of these groups, and veggies usually are very low in calories, so just keep that in mind. Oil is another food worth talking about. So oil would be a fat, but personally, I always recommend getting fats from whole foods because those tend to be full of fiber and tons of other nutrients, which oil tends to lack in. On top of that, oil is so calorie dense, it's easy to...
That's exactly what I was going to say. If you need to get more calories, extra virgin olive oil is a good way to add more calories to your meals. So, yeah, you said the same thing right there. So I actually have to go work on my microgreens after I finish my food. I might take my computer downstairs and keep streaming while I do my microgreen stuff. I don't have too many growing right now, but I need to work on what I got.
Have way more than you want, and it can make maintaining your weight much more challenging. So now that you understand the macronutrients and where they come from, there's another element that's less talked about but just as important, and that's calories. One big mistake I see many vegans making is when they make a plate, they're hitting all their macronutrients, but there aren't enough calories on the plate, and that leads them to feeling tired and over time weak. And
so like I just said, just drizzle a little extra virgin olive oil in there and you can get your calories if that's what you have trouble with.
Calories are not a bad thing. They're just units of energy, and you need them to feel good and thrive. So having said that, you should now understand the basic concepts of what you need to build the perfect vegan plate. So to do that, you want to make sure your plate checks off the following 5 things: source of protein, source of carbs, source of fat, a vegetable or fruit, because these usually aren't calorie dense enough to cover your carb needs, but they offer a ton of unique and essential micronutrients. And 5, enough calories. If you follow this strategy...
For my seeds, I use True Leaf Market mainly, but I'm having some issues with my sunflower and my broccoli that I just got from them recently, so I might try to get some from another supplier. But I like that when you get a package from them, it's inspected by their warehouse cat. And they put like a stamp. It's like his paw print of approval. I think that's cool.
And make sure that most, if not all, the foods on your plate are whole plant-based foods, so not Beyond Burger. You ensure that you get a mix of micronutrients, fiber, and macronutrients that will have you easily meet your nutritional goals. Now these days, lots of people get their recipes off TikTok and Instagram, but a lot of these recipes do not pass this plate test. So you need to be on the lookout for nutritional gaps when you want to incorporate these dishes into your diet. It seems easy enough, but even seasoned vegans can get it wrong. Let's take a look at some common vegan plates and see if you can spot the problem. So here, we have a relatively healthy looking salad. Where is it? In this, we've got some veggies, what looks like a roasted potato in the middle, and some almonds.
I use Coco Coir. I have 1-inch trays. I really like the 10 by 10 trays. They're kind of smaller, but they seem to, they're a little bit easier to manage. And if you have an issue with mold growing in there, you're only losing half of it compared to the 20 by 10 trays. But I use them too. So yeah, I have a couple different suppliers for the substrate. Use different things. Yeah, whatever you would call it. But I've had a lot of rain lately, and I didn't have a dehumidifier in that room, and I was having a lot of issues with mold growing, so it was costing me a lot. But now I think I got it evened out a little bit better. But what I have set up now, it's only temporary. I'm gonna finish off one of my like my garage space, and I'm gonna put my microgreens out there. So I'm gonna have a whole setup. I got a couple of racks. I have somebody at the farmer's market. My friend that has the vegan cafe. She sells my microgreens at the market. And once I get set up in my garage and I get it all like finalized, then I'm gonna ramp production up and hopefully sell to a bunch of the restaurants around here. And vented domes, no. I have a cabinet that I put them in. So they germinate for a couple days, and then I put them in the cabinet, black out for a couple days, and then I put them on the racks for like a week. But I need to get some more fans set up, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Just need to get some more fans. I need to get another air conditioner to put out in the garage once I get that finished too.
Almond sprinkled around it. Can you spot any rule breaks?
Yeah, I do have vinegar. So after I soak the seeds, I haven't been using it though, but you can soak the seeds in vinegar after you soak them in the water, I think, for just a few minutes, and that should keep them from growing the mold. But once I got the dehumidifier in there, I'm not having the issue anymore. Now I forgot to water them one day, and that was a bigger issue.
I see 4. 1, not enough protein. The 1 to 2 almonds total on this dish is not going to cut it. 2, not enough fat. Again, the total of 1 or 2 almonds is not going to cut it. 3, very few carbs. That half potato and what looks like a peach is not enough. 4, not enough calories. This whole salad is probably 150 calories, if that. Remember.
Sorry, my internet's skipping out a little.
Kale. Next up, I'm gonna add some fresh parsley. Next, we're gonna add a little piece of fresh ginger. Finally, some lime or lemon juice, and that's it. You put all of these ingredients in the blender, blend it up with some water, and just like that, we have a delicious green smoothie.
Yeah, can you already see why this smoothie is gonna kill you? It's got basically no protein, no fat, and only has around 200 calories, I would guess. This is the shit that kills vegans. But again, fixing it is so simple. Something as easy as adding a scoop of protein powder and a serving of chia seeds will solve both your fat, protein, and calorie problems. And bam, now you've got a proper meal. This next one I see very often. So here we have a burrito-style bowl with some rice, chickpeas, and loads of veggies. Looks perfect, doesn't it? Well, it's missing one critical component. It's missing a fat source. So something like avocado or a tahini drizzle or some sunflower seeds sprinkled on it will round out this plate nutritionally. Because remember, fat even helps us absorb certain nutrients like vitamins A, E, and K. So it's important.
That's cool. You got a whole setup.
Important to include fat in your diet. All right, let's check out this next one. It's a barbecue tofu bowl with a side of greens and mashed potatoes. Here you get the carbs from the potatoes, the vegetables from the greens, the protein from the tofu, and it's definitely got enough calories from the potatoes and tofu. But it's missing fat. Or is it? So if you remember from earlier, tofu is unique in that it's both a protein and a fat source. So I'd say this meal is definitely complete. Plus there's probably some vegan cream and butter in the mashed potatoes anyways, which, you know, it still counts as a fat. But even if there weren't, the tofu has you covered. So do you need to make sure every single meal you make is perfect? Unfortunately, the answer is yes. I almost forgot to put berries on my oats the other day and almost died. No, but seriously, of course not. What I've given you are guidelines to build meals, but you don't need every meal balanced to be healthy. What's more important is the food you eat over the course of the day, or the week even. The Daily Dozen, for example, is a checklist designed by Dr. Michael Greger of what foods you should aim to eat every day. So check out this video next to see exactly what those foods are and how to build the perfect science-backed vegan diet.
Mashed potatoes. Boom, boom, boom. All right.
My family lineage is settlers from the 1500s.
Colonialists.
Yeah,
You
colonials.
don't look very Native American to me.
I am Native American.
What can I? I'm a Teo. I should get the hell out.
Yes.
Why? and all conservatives. Journalist and the editor of Zeteo, and today I'm surrounded by 20 far-right conservatives.
He's an editor and journalist. One progressive versus 20 far-right conservatives. Have you guys seen this? It was out yesterday. It's got a shitload of views. Sunblaster trays. Nice. My trays are from Bootstrap Farmer. I got my lights and my racks from different places and the cabinet. But I got most of it, just got it off Amazon. Got a lot of it just shipped here. I would like to, when I get everything moved out to my garage, possibly set up a automatic watering system once I get everything set up, but that would be further down the road. But I don't know if I fully want, I don't know if I want to have it automated, or it's probably better quality control to actually do it by hand. But I don't know, if I went in it, I mean, if I'm still checking it every day, then maybe I could automate most of it, but yeah, right. I can legally grow some here, I guess, because I have a medical card. But I've tried a long time ago when I was a kid, but never grew anything that was good.
My first claim is Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal. Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Eddie.
He really wanted to be first.
Just like to ask, what makes someone pro-crime versus, anti-crime?
I think when you're soft on criminals, when you let criminals out of prison, when you pardon people who've assaulted police officers, you're pro-criminal. Donald Trump pardoned almost 1,600 people who were involved in January the 6th. I think 600 of them had been charged with assaulting a police officer or obstructing a police officer. 170 had pled guilty to assaulting a police officer. 70 had pled guilty to assault.
Yeah, I was watching a video about all those people that he pardoned too. Some of them did some really messed up things, like to the cops. And like, and then I heard a lot of the people that were pardoned like went home and like did other illegal shit and ended up back in jail. Kind of crazy.
With a deadly weapon. J.D. Vance said, we're not going to pardon the violent criminals from January 6th. Donald Trump pardoned all of them. Are you okay with that?
I would say January 6th is a very special case. I would say it's almost a climax point in history. I would just phrase the question this way. Right now in the LA protests, if they were to, just for example, they were to rush the capital of LA, I mean, they'd have to move over all the homeless people living in.
Yeah, they're very delicate. That's why I think it might be best just to do it by hand. You gotta be constantly checking them.
Tents on the steps of the Capitol, but if they were managed to get into the Capitol and they were just protesting, peacefully, let's say police officers were rushing them in, they were letting them in and saying, hey, you guys can go in, like we have many testimonies that say.
What about the violent ones, though?
Okay, violent ones like
Like a man named David Dempsey, a judge, a Reagan-appointed judge, sentenced to 20 years in prison. He stomped on police officers' heads. The judge said his conduct was exceptionally egregious. He attacked police officers with flagpoles and pepper spray. Donald Trump pardoned him. There's a man named Daniel Rodriguez. He got 12 years in prison for taking a stun gun and tasing a police officer in the neck and giving him a heart attack. The judge said he was a one-man army of hate. Donald Trump pardoned him. Does that not make Trump pro-criminal? He's letting violent criminals out of prison.
I would say no, it doesn't make him pro-criminal.
You're okay with that?
I did not say that. I said that one pardon against somebody.
It was 1,600 pardons. 600 of those were people charged charged
one
with...
example that you just gave me.
I can give you more. Just
Okay,
keep going.
fine.
Shane
And I'll say the
Jenkins.
exact same thing every single
Then
time.
your argument will fall apart because it's
Okay,
not just
go
one
for
example
it,
if I
go
keep
for it.
going.
Go for it then.
Okay, Shane Jenkins got 7 years in prison for 9 criminal offences, attacking police with a deadly weapon, destroying government property.
How do
Trump pardoned
pardons
him.
that probably shouldn't have happened turn into pro-crime?
So you've agreed that they shouldn't have been pardoned?
Sure, but that wasn't your claim. Was January 6th? Your claim was Trump is pro-crime.
Yeah, because he pardons criminals.
Okay,
He
I would say
pardoned
that's a fault.
Let's talk about non-January 6 people.
Okay.
He's pardoned people like Paul Walchak recently, who took millions of dollars from his own employees, was sentenced to tax crimes, had to pay back $4 million. Trump pardoned him. He bought himself a $2 million yacht. Why is he pardoning criminals like that?
Well, I don't know. I don't think you should. I don't think really presidential pardon should be a thing at all. But I
agree.
I don't think that.
All right, pause.
That means something.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thanks.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, Mehdi?
What is it?
Mehdi.
You're from northern UK, I guess?
If you're sitting on this side behind this guy, you're never going to get to the chair. I don't watch these videos that often. I've seen a couple of them, these surrounded videos. That's what they're called, right? Surrounded. But, like, how do those people ever get to the chair if they're so much further away?
Yes.
I'm from London, North
Okay,
London.
okay, fair enough. What's your ethnic background, if you don't mind asking?
My parents are from India.
Okay, perfect. Just getting premise here. First of all, I want to say
The premise of Donald Trump.
Yeah, wait, what is that? Why does that matter? What the fuck is this guy like? Where are you from? Like, why would that be the first question you ask somebody in any situation? Why would you ever like, where are you from? I mean, unless you're like just, trying to be friendly. That's a weird thing to fucking ask somebody like that. Sorry for the language.
Trump being pro-crime.
No. I want to concern myself with why you care about what's happening in the U.S., first and foremost. Secondly, I want to say this.
Should people who live in the U.S. not care?
I would definitely take offense to that.
Let's not interrupt each other. Because I have this thing, like people know I have this thing. I have to stay.
Be like, yeah, I'm Indian and you're an asshole.
Okay, so here's the thing. I am happy that he released J6. In fact, so much so that I was prepared to protest if he didn't.
Okay.
So when you say, are you okay that he's pro-crime? Sure, because you know what? We're changing the definition of what crime is, first and foremost.
You don't think stomping on police officers' heads is a crime?
I don't think it's no longer a relevant conversation anymore. You're
Really?
arguing, no, it's not, because you know what? Okay, have you seen the U.S. in the last 4 or 5 years?
Yes, I've
BLM
lived
protests,
there for a
have you
while.
seen? Okay, I myself have been involved in these protests. I've seen egregious things that you couldn't even imagine.
So we
being
have no
done to
rules then?
conservatives. It's not about that. It's
What's it
about
about?
tribal warfare.
Okay.
That's where we're at in the U.S.
Yeah, what's her name? She's like the head carnivore, right? Oh, man. Yeah, and that guy's got some crazy, he says some pretty crazy things sometimes, too.
I don't know where you're at in the UK. You're from India, so I don't really.
I'm not from India.
Oh, sorry, your parents are from India,
Yeah.
so
I'm an American
you have
citizen.
your own stakes.
I'm an American, you know.
You're an American citizen? Okay,
Yes.
fair enough. I don't know how you got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing. Can you end the claim here, okay?
But you're,
a little different.
But you're a
than yours.
descendant of immigrants. Settlers.
I didn't know.
Colonialists.
Yeah,
You don't
colonials.
look, you don't look
yeah.
very Native American to me.
I am Native American. White.
Yeah, Michaela. Yeah, this guy's about to get really crazy. Oh, sorry for my loudness. But yeah, what did he just say?
Are Native Americans. What are you
Sorry,
talking about?
you're not.
What are you talking about?
You're
Whites
not.
are Native Americans.
Really?
I think
What was
you're-
happening before the 1500s?
I think you're.
And why are all these people clapping to that? Why? They think that they're Native Americans. I didn't know that there was a bunch of white people that actually thought they were Native Americans. It's kind of crazy to me, too.
You're getting confused with it.
I don't mind going on a tangent, but what was happening before the 1500s?
Calm down. I think you're getting.
What was happening before the...
It's pretty delusional, honestly. But I guess that's... I mean, Trump's the president. It's a crazy world.
1500s.
There was indigenous people here that
Yeah.
came here
Do
from
you know
Asia.
what indigenous means?
Listen, before
Indigenous
America,
people can't come
Imagine trying to get this guy to be vegan.
Let me
somewhere
finish.
else.
Why do you ask a question if you're going to interrupt?
I'm not sure if you know what the meaning of indigenous means.
I do know what it means. It
Doesn't
means
sound
they
like it.
came here first, right? They came here from Asia by way of land bridge. Have an argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson or anybody else about that. I don't care.
Is he an
I
American?
genuinely don't care. Yes, he is.
Okay, just
so
checking.
my point is, okay?
Nothing to do with crime. So far, you've agreed with me that these
Because
people
you're
are criminals.
derailing, dude. I'm trying
You
to stay
literally
on track.
sat down and asked me where I'm from. I think you
I
derailed this
think you got
conversation from the
offended
get-go.
by that, but I'm
not offended. I'm just wondering what it has to do with
I'm
crime.
always curious.
We're going to talk about
why-
immigration. Don't worry. Later on, you can come back.
I hope so.
Right now, you're doing a very bad job of making the case that he's not pro-crime.
I just
and
got a
pro-criminal.
round of applause. I could probably get get another one actually if I ask for it.
Wow.
So I don't think I'm doing
Is this how
as
you
bad.
get rounds of applause? You sit in a room with 20 people who agree with you. Wow, amazing. Amazing. That
Well,
must
wait
make you
till
feel
this comes
good.
out. You know what? I'm actually
20 people
glad
agree
you're
with
getting
you,
this
applauded you.
emotionally outraged right
Wow.
now. This is great.
I love it.
Do I have to say anything at this point, or are you just going to keep going?
Please.
Okay.
Make your claim.
My claim is that I don't care if it's pro-crime. You
Okay,
want to go back to the
so-
topic
so-
of
so
conversation?
that's fine, we agree then. He's pro-crime
But
and
I
you
have
don't
a
care.
question for you, though. Do you care on the opposite side of the spectrum?
Yes.
Do you care about law being administered
Yes.
to the opposite side of the
Yes.
spectrum?
I think
when they're
anyone who
doing the
assaults a
same?
police officer shouldn't be pardoned. I think that Donald Trump shouldn't have pardoned 9 Republican members of Congress who were convicted of crimes, and I don't think Joe Biden should commit. I don't think Democrats should pardon Democrats.
Fair, but I don't
We
think
both
you
agree.
understand where we are in the U.S. then. I
think I do.
No, because you're
I do
arguing
this for
from
a
a
living.
position of like a U.S. that doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
We're headed towards
some
tribal-
nihilism, no laws, nothing matters.
It's not about
Everyone's pro-crime.
It's not about
Yeah, like, you should only be able to pardon somebody from the opposite party. That would make more sense. Keep it a little bit more, like, legit. That way, you only pardon them if they actually deserve to be pardoned. Like, if somebody really messed up and they shouldn't be there. Otherwise, they should probably stay there. There's probably a reason they're there in the first place. Especially if you assaulted a police officer.
about that. It's that
That's
conservatives for too long have been playing it safe. They've been playing by the law.
Really?
They've been playing,
by the law?
Yes, they have.
Maybe you missed the Bush presidency. Did you live here during the Bush years?
Conservatives are
Didn't
so
play by the
concerned.
law, George W.
Let me
Bush. Nor did
finish.
Ronald Reagan.
Let's be respectful to you. Let me finish.
I'm not sure you've been that respectful, but okay.
I'm trying to bring it back, so let's both bring it back,
That's
okay?
good.
I'm conservative, okay?
Really?
Let me tell you this. We do play it too safe. We've been playing it by the book for too long. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty messed up to tell somebody that they're nothing. No matter what you're having a conversation about, you should never call anybody else nothing.
Yes. Are you kidding me? The left? Are you insane?
Police officers.
Look at LA right here. You think those stand down?
You think the LAPD are a bunch of liberal Marxists?
No, but I
Really?
think they listen to liberal Marxists who tell them what to do.
okay.
I think they listen to who signs their paychecks at the
Can
end
I
of the
just
day.
check,
who are
because you're
liberal
doing lots
Marxists.
of little diversions. We both agree Donald Trump's pro-crime, you're just fine with it.
No,
Is that the position?
I don't
That's what
agree
you've said
with
so
your-
far
I
for
don't
about
agree with your
5 minutes.
I don't agree with your definition.
I think it's CoffeeZilla has like some t-shirts now that say like crime is illegal. Because of all the shit that Trump just gets away with. Thought that was funny. Thought it was a good shirt.
What's your definition of crime?
It doesn't
Stomping
matter.
on a police officer's head
No,
is not a
what-
crime.
I-
That's
no,
your
what I'm
definition of
saying-
crime as
He
the
keeps getting
Native
me out of it.
American.
I am Native American.
If you say so.
So, going back to the topic at hand, we have different definitions of crime because you're
Bye, Alicia.
talking about.
Convenient. There's a
It's not
criminal
about-
code
it's
in
not
this
about
country.
what's
It's called the
convenient.
U.S. Criminal Code.
You know what? Let's focus
That's
on
what
what we
everyone
agree on.
focuses
I'm
on.
sure you and I actually agree on a lot
Do we
more
agree
than you
that
realize.
people shouldn't stomp on police officers' heads? Can we agree on that? If
I'm
you don't
not-
agree on that, then I really think this conversation is kind of
No,
pointless.
because first of all, you're saying what? That the police have the authority, that they're given the authority. I don't accept the authority that's been
It's a
given by
very
liberal
conservative
Marxists.
position. I'm a conservative or pro-police.
Then you don't know what a real. Hey, listen,
So
you're
we
in a room
redefine
with
crime.
juggernauts right now.
We
Okay?
redefine
I'm telling you right now,
conservatives.
you are going to be blown
I
open
mean,
if you think that my
if we're going to
position is
struggle with the
outright,
English language
you
for the
have
next
no
couple
idea
hours, then yeah,
what
we'll
you're up
struggle.
against right now. Okay.
100%.
Yeah. Newsflash: the conservatives are liberal to me. Okay. Neocons, libertarians, all those mainstream people, they might as well be leftists to me. Okay. That's how far to the right I am. Do you understand my position? So when
I
you
kinda
say,
guessed it when
when
you
you
sat
say, about obeying police, why would I give the authority to police? Do you know you're in America?
Do you think Donald Trump
you're
should
in
be
America?
pardoning 9 members of Congress
Do you
who
know
committed
who-
financial crimes?
let
Are
me
you
see if I can remember his name right, because
pro-financial
it's so-
crime?
Do you know
pro-financial crime?
All right,
Thomas
pause.
Timbo is?
Pause.
I think the people who clapped you voted you out.
All right, head back to your seat. You've been voted out by the
Conservatives.
majority.
Nice to meet you. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, so I'm going to be as respectful about this as possible, but the truth is your claim is completely bad faith. You do not care about being anti-crime. You yourself are pro-crime. Your side is pro-crime because you're a progressive.
How am I pro-crime?
So I'll give you an example, right? So your side, not Donald Trump, has passed a series of laws in California. Let's go California. It's where we are right now. It's where I'm from. I don't know. Are you from California?
No.
Or? Okay. So in California, for example, the state legislature, completely progressive, just passed a law that limits sex offender registration to 10 years. It was life before. That's pro-crime. The legislature in California, which is progressives again, has passed a law that says the voter-induced 3-strike law is no longer absolute. If someone murders someone, stabs someone on 3 separate occasions, a judge now does not have to give them life. That's a progressive law. That is not. That is pro-crime. You support that, don't you?
Yeah, that's Nova. She's just chilling. Jenny was laying here on the floor next to me. She always follows me when I walk out. I guess she's still out in the hallway now.
I actually don't support sex offenders coming off a list. I think they should be on for lifetime.
Okay, so you disagree with progressives.
So hold on. You and I both agree that sex offending is a bad thing, especially child sex offending, right?
It seems like you and I agree on that.
I agree
the
on
legislature
that.
of California doesn't.
So I'm not here to debate the legislature of California. I'm here to debate Donald Trump being pro-crime. And I'm saying that Donald Trump was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell. When Ghislaine Maxwell, who's the worst child sex trafficker of our lifetime, she's serving over 20 years. Do you know Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yeah, she's actually not. Jeffrey Epstein's the worst sex trafficker.
He's dead. I'm talking about people alive right now.
It's interesting though you didn't use his name, right? Wouldn't he be the one who did this?
Oh, great. I'm glad you brought up Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, before he died, did an interview with Michael Wolff. He's on tape. I don't know if you heard the tape. He says my closest friend was Donald Trump. I was his closest friend. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if you've heard of him. He tweeted recently that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files. And Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, they said they were best friends. They used to be best friends. Crazy.
Who was the right-hand woman of Jeffrey Epstein, when she was on trial for child sex offending, which you and I are opposed to, Donald Trump stood up and said, good luck to her, I wish her well. So yeah, that makes him pro-crime and pro-criminal if he's being stopped.
What's stopping him from pardoning her too? If everything's fake and made up, and Epstein's the only one that did anything wrong,
soft on child sex traffickers,
well, you just said they
like
were
Epstein.
He's
no, I'm saying he was friends. He was friends with Epstein. You haven't seen the videos? They danced together, partied together. Epstein said I was his closest friend.
He's not supported the pedophilia part. The only people
actually,
supporting pedophilia
that's not
are the
true.
left.
Trump gave a speech about 20 years ago where he said Epstein's a great guy. He loves young women. A lot of them are very young. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, laugh, laugh. So yeah, I think he's pro-crime and pro-criminal.
So you think
and I think he's soft on sex offenders.
Do you have any friends who are criminals?
Not that I know of. Certainly not child sex offenders. No, do you?
If it came, no, of course not.
Okay, so we're both in agreement again. So why are you defending Donald Trump?
If it came out tomorrow that one of your friends was a child sex
you
trafficker,
know what I'd do?
You'd stop being friends with him.
Yes, and I wouldn't say.
And then I'd go on TV and I would say, oh look, Mr. Hassan was friends with this guy 10 years ago. Therefore, he's pro-child sex trafficking.
What if Mr. Hassan said, I wish them well when they're on trial? Wouldn't you ever go at me for that?
You wish your friend well on trial?
Yeah, child sex trafficker. Would you mean that?
I wouldn't wish someone well, but that's
Donald
your
Trump
gotcha.
did.
That's your gotcha.
It's a pretty big gotcha.
He wished a friend
pretty
well.
big gotcha.
Okay,
he praised
what you're really trying to do right now is you're trying to get back to Donald Trump on a personal level. Let's talk policy. What's his policy?
Oh, you want to talk policies?
Yes.
So when he left office in 2020, he left behind the highest murder rate for over 100 years.
He left behind the highest murder. That is the most bad faith claim you can possibly make.
No, it's a fact from the CDC data.
You know what? Here's why it's bad faith.
Can I finish the sentence and then you can come back in?
You're just lying to people. Donald
Trump.
I'm
lying? Can I finish the sentence?
Donald Trump does not cause the murder rate. Murder is a state level crime.
That's hilarious.
Gavin Newsom is more responsible for the murder rate than Donald Trump is.
That's hilarious. So Donald Trump's not responsible for murder rate, but other politicians who are Democrats
Yes, because it's a state level law. That's like saying no. I'll say Republicans are too. State governors who are soft on crime are the ones that are responsible for murder rates. Let me finish the sentence.
When Donald Trump left office in 2020.
Yeah, that's something that I was comparing. Also, they say that this is one of the worst things. There was like 1,000 victims. They say there's 1,000 victims in the past like 30 years. But yeah, there's 250,000 cows forcefully impregnated every single day. I don't know the number on baby chicks that are thrown away every day, but I'm sure it's way higher, you know? They're definitely the most abused animal. It's insane. Like the number of if we treated humans the same way we treat animals, we would be gone in like a couple of weeks. If we included fish, it'd be like a couple of days. A couple of days. Like that's it. We'd be gone. It's so crazy to think about.
Between 2019 and 2020, according to data from the CDC, from the FBI, from Pew Research, there's a 30% increase in the murder rate between 2019 and 2020. It was the single biggest jump in the murder rate since 1905.
So
he's pro-crime and pro-criminal.
Who's doing the murdering?
The murderers.
So aren't they responsible
for
the murder rate?
But why did it go up on his watch?
What?
Why did it go up on his watch?
Gee, that's a real hard one to figure out, right? We shut down the whole economy during COVID. We told everyone they couldn't go out unless it was to violently protest. We told people that if a cop tries to arrest you, that cop's probably going to get charged with murder.
No, I think the pandemic had a lot to do with it. But the pandemic didn't finish in 2020.
What?
The pandemic didn't finish in 2020.
And yet
we're going to play the what about game. You guys blame Joe Biden for crime for years.
What? Joe Biden actively induces policies that are pro-crime. I'm asking you. So does Donald Trump. Name the policy that's pro-crime. Please, I've asked you for like 10 minutes.
I'll name one right now. No, you haven't actually. You talked about California legislatures.
It was all Biden's fault. It's the answer for everything. It was Biden's fault. What about this? It was Biden's fault.
He pardoned violent criminals who then went
that's
on
not a
to
policy
commit
he
other
did.
crimes. You don't think releasing violent crimes into the
Pardon's
community?
a one-time thing. What's his policy he has pushed? Name a law he has signed.
A pardon
What
is a
law has he
one-time
signed?
thing. A policy is not one-time
That's
thing.
like Jimmy Carter pardoned the draft.
You guys may want to dodge January 6th, the pardons.
I'm not judging that.
Then
Jimmy
deal with
Carter.
it. Did you agree with
I'm
them?
going to right
Do
now.
you agree with
Jimmy
them?
Carter
Do you
pardoned
agree
draft
with pardons?
dodgers. Does that mean his policy was
I
no
don't
one
support
has to-
Jimmy Carter. Do you support the pardoning of people who went on to be prosecuted for sexually abusing a 7-year-old child, illegal gun possession, reckless homicide?
Now, see,
These are people
there's
who
more bad
released,
faith. See,
these are
there's more
people
bad
released
faith.
from
He
prison.
didn't pardon someone for sexually abusing a
No, but
child.
they went
He
on to be
pardoned
convicted
someone
of it.
for
So
rebelling
that's
against the government that they believed
No,
had
they-
rigged elections. That's what he pardoned them for. He didn't pardon them for part of sexual child abuse.
But they were criminals who committed those crimes. He let them out. So that means
Now,
the crime rate goes up.
you say they're criminals because they did the crime, right?
Yeah.
Would you extend that to illegal immigrants, that they're all criminals because they committed a crime? I have a
No,
feeling your
the
position
Supreme Court, we're going to talk about immigration.
Someone who's illegally entered the United States, not a criminal, but
not
somebody who
according to the
illegally
Supreme
entered the
Court.
capital
Not
is.
according to the Supreme Court of the United States.
The Supreme Court has said that anyone who enters the United States
The
illegally
Supreme
is not a
Court,
criminal.
and we can
What's the case
jump to
site? Can I get the
future
case
claims.
site? Can I get the
We
case
can
site?
jump to 20. You want to get the case?
The case site, please. You said the Supreme Court
The
said-
citation of the case.
Yes, the entering the United States illegally is not a crime.
It's called Arizona versus United States 2012. Go look it up.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you, Mehdi.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you. I really just more want to get an understanding. When you say pro-criminal, what do you mean?
I mean,
this is how I make my food. I cook it in my cast iron pot, and I just dump everything into it. I put the tofu in first, and I put the vegetables on top. I didn't chop up the other vegetables like I do sometimes. I normally do that where my laptop is. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
In that, when confronted with people who've committed criminal acts, Donald Trump has been either soft on them, friendly
I normally throw some avocados in there too, but I don't have any avocados today.
with them, pardon them, and of course, let's not forget, I mean, we've got 5 minutes left, I'm surprised it hasn't come up earlier. He's a convicted criminal himself, sitting in the White House.
Okay, I want to make sure I
34
understand you correctly, because I don't want to strawman you. You're saying every time that he's been confronted...
Not every time. I didn't say the words every time.
Most times.
A lot of the time.
A lot of the times.
Yes.
He's leaned towards criminal activity.
I didn't say criminal activity. He has committed crimes.
Endorsed
He's
criminal.
been indicted for 88 different criminal offences in 4 different jurisdictions by 5 different grand juries. He was convicted himself on 34 different criminal offences by a jury of his peers. But let's park that for a moment. Separate to his own crimes, when confronted with the crimes of others, or the alleged crimes of others, for example, a Chinese crypto billionaire called Justin Sun, who was being investigated for market manipulation, Trump dropped the case, invited him to the golf course, invited him to the White House,
Plenty of examples.
and the guy invested $70 million in Trump's
Okay,
cryptocurrency.
so what I want to ask you
That's
this.
pro-crime in my
so
view.
is it possible, because remember, the burden of proof's on you, right? You have to prove. Is it possible that all these things that he's done that supposedly make him pro-crime, is there's another reason for the doing it? There's other justification. For example, let me give an example, and then you can rebut it. The J6.
Yes.
Is it possible that he could have done this to unite the country, to move past, to go to a new chapter? If it's even possible, I think you would have to admit that there's another possibility. Therefore, he's not pro-crime. At least in possibility.
So let me agree and disagree.
Yep, okay.
So I agree with you that the intent could be different. I don't think Donald Trump was sitting there saying, how can I increase the level of murders? Let me release some murderers.
Right.
I'm not saying he did that January 6th. I don't think he was trying to unite the country. That's where we disagree. That's bullshit. In fact, he divided the country further. But intent doesn't really matter to my claim. If he's releasing violent criminals,
Wait.
it
Intent doesn't matter?
No, he's pro-crime and pro-criminal.
No, but that's a big indictment to say pro-crime. That means
If I'm
he's
confronted,
for crime.
I'm confronted. Well, he is, because for example, I gave an example.
No. It could
Can I
be
finish?
possible.
I didn't
Okay, sorry,
interrupt you.
forgive me.
Your friend earlier, your ally, said, where has he done stuff that's increased the crime? I'm telling you, people have been pardoned who have been convicted on multiple other crimes. These people we pardoned had previous criminal records. They were not just some folks chilling around and go, we're against the takeover of our country, we're opposed to rebellion. A lot of these people were already hardened criminals, militia members. He looked at those people and said, you know what? They've been convicted, in many cases, by Republican judges, but I'm going to let them out. Yeah, that makes
Can I
you
ask you a question?
pro-criminal.
Is it possible?
Very
Okay,
much so.
all I'm trying to-
And if Joe Biden had done it, you'd be attacking him.
Sure. Is it possible that their conviction was part of a plea? It's like, oh shit, I can't get out of this, so I got to take a plea deal.
Some of them, maybe.
A lot of them, maybe?
Others we saw with our own lying eyes on tape, battering police officers.
I wanna eventually-
Did you watch live on January 6th? What happened?
To be completely honest, I'm pretty novice on this. I'm more trying to target. You're saying he's pro-crime. In my head,
I'm
just
saying-
thinking this logically. Let me finish. If I can finish 1 second. If thinking this, there's a possibility that he might have had other reasons. For example, unifying the country. Next chapter, right? That could be the reason. Therefore, it's not pro-crime. There was other reasons. I'm just saying that's a possibility. And if that's
I'm saying it's a possibility, but I'm saying it's irrelevant because if you're knowingly releasing violent criminals.
Yeah, what about the bees? I know some people say that they use bees for the avocados. And what about almonds too? Don't they use... There's a reason why some vegans stay away from almonds. I thought it was... Was it the avocados from Mexico? I thought there was like a certain ones to stay away from, or it's like better to get them from certain places, right? Something like that. I've heard about that, but it's like, I get them from, my grocery store gets them from like Florida and like Colombia. So I don't know. Should I like, what do you guys do? Do you know like who like takes care of them better or what? Yeah, the almonds, I thought that was for like the water. Is it just like environmentalists that say you shouldn't eat almonds or the almond milk because it uses too much water? Same thing with the avocados. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, when I see that they're from Mexico, then I try not to buy them. But I don't know anything past that. But yeah, that is something that I'm conscious about.
Out into the community, pardoning, not just releasing, then yes, you are being pro-criminal. And I've interviewed police officers.
I don't know about that case,
I've interviewed police officers who have been assaulted, beaten, had to...
A couple weeks ago, I think it was, a bug like landed on my neck or something like that. And I went to like grab it off. And like I accidentally like smushed it. And I felt really bad. It was a ladybug, and I didn't mean to, but it like kind of scared me. I was like, yeah, it sucks when you like kill a bug by accident or something, but you know, sometimes it happens. But you're not doing it on purpose, you know, and like.
To retire from the police office, broken bones.
Can I move really quickly?
I'll finish very quickly. I've interviewed these police officers. They've been beaten by people who they've then seen walk off the streets and then carry on.
But I definitely don't eat honey. I used to get honey from a friend of mine that has his own bees. And I don't know exactly what he does, but he's got his own chickens too. When I was friends with him, I don't talk to him. I used to work with him. I don't talk to him as much anymore. But he got his own chickens back when we worked together, and he started doing the bee thing. Now he's got a big like business selling his honey and stuff, but I don't get his honey anymore, you know.
On threatening them. Yes, when Donald Trump is responsible for that, you're definitely pro-crime.
Okay, I doubt
All
a lot
right,
of the sources, but
You doubt police officers who testified to being assaulted. Wow. You're definitely who they've then...
Can I move really quickly?
I'll finish very quickly. I've interviewed these police officers. They've been beaten by people who they've then seen walk off the streets and then carry on threatening them. Yes, when Donald Trump is responsible for that, you're definitely pro-crime.
Okay, I doubt a lot of the sources, but
you doubt police officers who testified to being assaulted.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thanks.
There's my food. Bunch of different spices now. Just a little bit of extra virgin olive oil I put on top. All the nuts and seeds and stuff. Oh yeah, it's pretty good. Kind of what I eat, like same thing every day almost. Are vegans against lions killing and eating other animals? I'll think about it for a minute and then I'll answer you.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Nice to meet you, Mehdi.
So you claim that your main claim is that Trump pardoned some people from January 6th. By the way, I was there. I saw it all firsthand. About a football field away. There's smoke in my eyes. Bloodied. It was a crazy day.
Were you convicted of any crimes?
No, of course not, because I didn't enter the building. Stay very peaceful. But your entire claim is that he pardoned.
That's not my entire claim.
That's basically you keep bringing it up. All you do is bring it up.
Okay, I'll mention
Well, let me say this.
Are you okay with his pardoning of Paul Wolchak, who stole money from his employees?
You keep talking about
9 former members of Congress.
You keep talking about
pardoning. He keeps pardoning criminals. That makes him.
You know who else pardoned a big criminal?
Go on.
Hunter Biden was pardoned by his father. He did crack cocaine, and he had hookers there too.
I'm with you all. I'm with you all.
But then why don't you claim that Biden? Why don't you claim that Biden?
I think Joe Biden in that instance was pro-crime. He shouldn't have done it.
Well,
he
so
shouldn't
he's
have done it.
overall pro-crime just because he did that.
No, but Joe Biden didn't just. So if it was just a pardon, then you'd be fine. But I already mentioned there's also the fact that Joe Biden wasn't actually convicted criminally in office. Trump has committed crimes. Trump hangs.
Right. It's hard to know, even when you're buying plants, if that company is using animals or not. Like, you don't really know that all the time. But you can learn about it, and then figure out which ones to stay away from or which ones, you prefer. But it's just like anything else. It just takes a little bit of time. When you really care about that, you take the time to do the research and figure it out. That's why, I try to stick to vegan brands. Some of the big brands, they're just owned by other big companies. So if you really don't want to support, I know we're still supporting the vegan products, and that it will still make a difference. But when you're supporting those big industries, it's not. I don't think it's making as much as a difference as if you're just supporting the vegan companies. But I know people are in their different situations, so if you're buying from the smaller vegan companies, it might be a little bit more money. Harder to do if you're supporting a whole family.
Around with criminals. He spent much of the 80s hanging around with the New York mob. He hung around with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, I can keep going. Jeffrey Epstein lived in West Palm Beach, the area, and that's the closest golf course he could go to.
Do you think,
and he's very rich,
Donald Trump is in the Epstein
so
files?
he paid.
Do you think Donald Trump is in the Epstein files?
As Trump found out...
Do you think Donald Trump is in the Epstein files?
No, I do not.
What, is Elon Musk lying?
Let me explain this. Okay. He lived in the area in Mar-a-Lago, near Mar-a-Lago, so he bought, obviously, a ticket to go in there. Yeah. As soon as Trump found out that Epstein had done all those bad things, immediate ban from Mar-a-Lago.
Okay.
Immediate ban from Mar-a-Lago. Yes, it is.
That's not.
So about the lion, obviously the lion is going to do what it's going to do. I think if we could give the lion other options, then maybe that's the best thing. But yeah, what did you just say there? A lion had a choice, if they can supplement. There's been, I don't know. I think there was some research done where some animals, if they have other options, they will choose other options. So maybe if we gave animals other options, they would stop eating as many animals. It's kind of interesting. But I think we gotta stop hurting animals ourselves first. I don't think we can stop other animals from hurting other animals until we stop doing it ourselves. But yeah, once we stop doing it ourselves, then yeah, maybe we should start trying to get other wild animals to stop killing other wild animals. I don't think that justifies killing them. But yeah, it's one of those interesting things that could be a future problem,
Yes, it is. 100%.
In fact, Ghislaine Maxwell recruited some of the girls that were abused from Mar-a-Lago.
So listen to this.
From Mar-a-Lago. That's pretty outrageous, right?
Elon Musk tweeted that out in a fit of rage, okay?
Sometimes people tell the truth when they're angry.
Do you really think...
The truth comes out when people are angry sometimes.
So
we might see that today.
Kash Patel literally said that Elon Musk had no access to the Epstein files.
Kash Patel said that Epstein killed himself. Do you agree with that?
Whatever he says goes, then yeah, I don't care.
You do?
He knows more information than I do.
A lot of MAGA people are upset.
He knows more
Kash Patel
information than I do. But here's the actual claim.
Suddenly people are trying to vote you out because you said you agree with Kash Patel on Epstein.
Well, do they have to kill their children? If you were able to keep them from killing their children, don't you think that we should? If we lived in a vegan world, would that be one of our issues that we would be trying to solve? I would think it probably would be.
He knows more information
All right,
than I do.
Pause. That's time. Please return to your seat.
Good to meet you. Yeah, take care.
Surrounded is now a podcast, available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay.
If I was the richest guy on the planet, that might be one of the problems that I would be working on.
Part of the conversation. Anywhere, anytime.
My next claim is that Donald Trump is defying the Constitution.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Mehdi, lovely to meet you.
So I would say that with Trump being anti-Constitution, I don't really care, to be quite frankly.
Okay.
Because in regards...
You say not all non-vegans have a choice either, but we assume they do. I would say about 99% of the people on the planet can probably be vegan. So I don't really know what you're talking about there. And yeah. Yeah, Brett's right. It's not something that we really need to be talking about now. The first step is living vegan. There's no reason to worry about what other animals are doing if you can't control yourself. You got to be able to control yourself first. And then, so I did a deep dive into Dominion. I might actually share it with you guys. But I broke down the definition of Dominion again and again and again and again and again and again. I did it 13 times. And when you break something down like that, it can help you kind of understand it a little bit more. And when you read all the different definitions, you end up getting to a point where Dominion starts with controlling, right? Like that's the definition of Dominion, to have control. But when you break it down all the way to the end, it's about living, it's about giving up control and living more mindful and aware. And that's literally what living vegan is. It's being more mindful and aware of how your actions affect everyone else and the other animals. It's the same thing. Dominion is living vegan. It's the same thing. It's really interesting. And I might share it with you guys later, but
in regards to the Constitution is a document that should seek to serve us. And when it fails to seek to serve us, that can be amended. Laws can be changed. And quite frankly, the fact is, we're defending things in this country that shouldn't be defended. The First Amendment should not defend pornography and making children and women be victimized. Making women and children be victimized as a result of that. I think things like blasphemy shouldn't be allowed per the First Amendment. I think that, quite frankly, there are a lot of legal processes that are enabling criminals and bad people to fully enact their will in this country in the name of the Constitution or following the Constitution. So, quite frankly, if Trump is anti-Constitution, good, and I think he should go further.
So this is wonderfully revealing of the modern conservative mindset, so I appreciate you spelling it out so openly.
That was crazy. I get that the Constitution was written way back in the day, and yeah, maybe some things need to be updated a little bit, but you can't just throw the damn thing out the window.
Just checking, do you support the Second Amendment?
I do.
Okay, surprise, I was shocked to hear that. I'm saying that Donald Trump is defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He's thinking of defying the 12th and 22nd Amendments. You're saying you don't care about the Constitution, but actually you do because you quite like the Second Amendment. You just don't like the bits that you disagree with. Can I just be clear on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to amend it and include
whenever
the
it's in your
Second
favor.
Amendment. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So can Democrats do the same when they're in office?
No, absolutely not. Because
So you don't
it's the
believe in
friend enemy.
democracy?
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
What do you?
Yeah, that's what I said. Got to stop like deflecting, and the first thing is living vegan. That's the first thing. Then you can worry about all those other problems because they're not actually problems until you're until everyone's living vegan. That's the only problem right now, is to getting more people to live vegan. If more people were vegan, it would solve all the issues, really. Because you would just care more about other people too.
You believe in autocracy. By who? Honestly, quite frankly, anyone who is in line with Catholic teaching.
Donald Trump is not Catholic.
Of course, he's not. I completely agree,
So
and
you
that's part of
support
the problem.
Trump? You don't support Trump?
No, I don't. I didn't even vote for him. I wrote in like John Pork or someone. I can't even remember.
Why did you vote if you don't believe in democracy and you want autocracy?
Well, because quite frankly, I voted. I kind of voted just to.
I came with this argument, but I'm bored of my own argument. I'm much more interested in this. So
yeah, absolutely.
How do we get to an autocracy?
I think, quite frankly, that if we are able to enact local leaders.
Who is the we, by the way?
I think, quite frankly, these far right conservatives sitting right around.
White people?
Yeah.
No
Absolutely.
So,
well, actually, I have quite.
Some of the people in this room don't make the cut from what I can see visually.
Actually, hold on for a moment. I do think that there are people who happen to not be white who do actually have history in this country and have roots in this country. For instance, from the Mexican-American War, we subsumed a lot of territory of people who have far stakes in this country who happen to be Hispanic or what have you. I am for defending the traditional demographics of this country, which is majority white, and should stay that way.
How does the United States? I mean, we've gone so off topic, but how does the United States look like under you? Sorry, what's your name?
My name is.
You don't have to really care for animals. You just have to just leave them alone. Like, why do you hate them so much? You know what I mean? Like, you're paying for their suffering when you don't have to. So why are you doing that? You don't have to love animals. You just have to not hate them. You're literally doing, like, the worst thing you could do to them.
Well, my name's Connor.
You definitely don't respect animals. You can't respect them and eat them. You're chopping them up into little pieces and eating them. You basically can't do anything worse.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Took a little bit of a doubt there.
Oh, well, I use a pseudonym online,
fair enough,
but
Connor,
fair enough.
How would Connor's America look? What would it look like?
Well, quite frankly, I think we would deport people who shouldn't be here.
No, I didn't ask about deporting. What does the government?
Yeah, sure. I don't respect plants. I have to eat them. I have to farm plants. It sucks. If I didn't have to eat plants, I probably wouldn't eat plants either. But I do because I have to. I can't just stand out in the sun and get my energy like a plant. That's the difference. So, yeah, if you want to say I don't respect plants because I eat them and farm them, I get that. But I do respect animals. And you don't. Do you get that?
Government look like?
What's the government look like?
Yeah.
I would say, quite frankly, it's under a sort of benevolent leader such as
Where does he
Franco.
come from?
It could be a kind of aristocratic class. Could be someone
Who picks the autocrat?
Frankly, the people. I mean, we could hold a vote on it. Kings were
isn't that democracy?
Well, sure. You can have a vote to get to that state.
And then no more votes afterwards?
Absolutely.
Wow.
100%.
Wow. And if that autocrat kills you and your family, you're fine with that?
You're not respecting the animals you eat. If you have a dog and you're treating your dog nice, maybe you're respecting your dog. But then when you eat a hamburger, you're not respecting that cow. I have a cactus that I have grown since it was tiny. I respect my cactus, but I don't respect the broccoli that I'm eating. I just chopped it up into little pieces and ate it. That's not respectful. You can't say that you respect animals when you chop them up into little pieces and eat them.
Well, I'm not going to be a part of the group that he kills because that's the whole thing.
How do you know?
Carl Schmitt
Autocrats tend to kill.
Like, you can be racist. You can be a racist white person and have a black friend. You can treat him better because he's an individual and he's your friend, but you can be racist against other black people. You know what I mean? But just because you have one black friend doesn't mean that you're respecting other black people that you're racist against. It makes no sense.
Everyone,
Carl Schmitt makes this point very well in his work. It's the friend-enemy distinction, right?
Carl Schmitt, the Nazi theoretician.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't care.
Are you a fan of the Nazis?
I frankly don't care being called a Nazi at all.
I didn't say that. I didn't actually say that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But
what about the persecution of the Jews?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
But you don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews?
I think that there was a little bit of persecution.
We
Some
may
of
have
that,
to
which is
rename the
bad,
show
but-
because you're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you could say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am. Absolutely.
Man, they get the craziest people on this show. You're not discriminating, but you're not respecting either of them.
I'm just checking who's clapping just to get my set of where everyone
Because
is on this.
in
Because you know
during-
that millions of people are going to be watching you on YouTube and checking out
Yeah,
who the fascists
absolutely.
and the Nazis are.
I'm not ashamed of that
No,
whatsoever.
clearly you're
See you, PJ. Thanks for being here.
During the pre-war period, prior to World War II, it was only those parties that properly enacted the people's will. That's why they won. The conservatives were fat cats.
Are
They
you
were
in favor
aristocrats.
of,
They
are you in
didn't care.
favor of killing people who aren't like you?
Quite frankly, I'm not. If
You mentioned
they-
Franco earlier. Franco killed a lot of innocent people.
Oh, well, he killed communists. He killed people who raped nuns and killed priests.
What about children who he killed and women who he killed?
What are you talking about? He never killed any women or children. He was Catholic,
He only
dude.
killed combatants. Is that what you're
Yeah,
claiming?
he only killed combatants.
Never killed any innocent people.
The White Terror was only punishing those people who did acts of terrorism. And again, are you supporting like raping innocent women? Nuns, dude. Killing priests? I mean, priests don't brandish guns and kill
You just
people.
refuse to condemn the Nazi Holocaust, my friend. I don't think you're in a position to ask anyone any questions.
I quite frankly don't care what you think about me. If I'm a Nazi
And
and
the
being a
feeling
Nazi,
is mutual,
if
so-
being a Nazi means upholding human dignity, because I even believe in your dignity. I don't. In a state that I was
with the
running,
greatest of
I wouldn't
respect,
want to hurt
I don't
you or
debate.
anything like that. But
What are we
quite
doing here?
frankly,
I don't debate fascists.
okay. So do you concede then? I mean, why?
Do I concede you're a fascist who won't condemn the Nazis?
Yeah.
Yes, I concede that.
Okay, great. So I mean, what are we doing here? Because I mean, you
don't
just seem
know what
offended.
you're doing here,
You
to be
just seem
honest.
offended, to be quite frankly. Like
I'm offended by people who can't condemn the Nazis. Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, I condemn the evils that they did, but I don't really
Against
care
the
about
Jews?
being. Yeah, sure. I don't care about being called a
Yeah,
Nazi
sure.
is the whole thing.
I never called you a
I
Nazi.
care
You
about
called
doing the
yourself a
right
Nazi,
thing.
a fascist, and a General Franco
Well,
supporter.
yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome.
Would you guys accept something if it is necessary to be moral, no matter what? Like if eating animals was necessary, would it be immoral? No, it wouldn't be. It still wouldn't be moral, but it would be justified. Like, is it moral to kill plants? I don't think it's moral to kill plants either. If you can respect a plant's life, then you probably should respect the plant's life. Like I don't support, you know, cutting down trees and plants and doing other things to nature for no reason. I was thinking about this the other day, and it's like I have these rose bushes out back, and I used to cut the roses off and like give them to some of my friends. And the more I think about it, it's like, why would you cut that rose? Because it's just going to die. Like, if you want to give somebody else a plant, give them the whole plant. Like, I should take a clipping off of the plant and put it in soil and give them an alive plant. Not give them something that's going to die. Like, I just killed that rose. You know what I mean? Like, these are some of the things that I've been thinking about. Like, yeah, we should respect all life, including plants, as much as you can. But if you're eating them, the plants or the animals, you're not respecting them. You're not respecting those animals. You're not respecting those plants. Does that make sense? Like, I try to be as consistent as I can. And I'm not... I could totally be wrong about... I probably am wrong about a lot of things I say, so correct me if I'm wrong. But that's what makes sense to me. You're respecting both since you have no other choice to eat neither? That doesn't even make any sense. You don't have to eat animals. The general concept being stated is that something immoral can still be justified. I understand, like I have to eat plants, so I understand. If you have to eat plants, I understand that you have to eat plants. I understand your justification for doing it. Well, if you didn't do that, you would die. But if you were farming a lot of extra plants and then wasting them, or like just farming plants for no reason, then yeah, it would be like, why are you doing that? You're killing those plants for no reason. It's not efficient. You're growing plants and killing them for no reason. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know what you're talking about now. What about your mom and dad? I don't even know what you're asking now.
He was so super cool, quite frankly, because the whole
thing... And you don't believe in democracy?
I don't believe in democracy.
What are you doing here at a televised debate? This is democracy. Don't put a debate in
because it is the means to support an end. The reason we have free speech now is because we want to be openly talking about our opinions so we can get the state that we want. But it doesn't mean upholding free speech after we win. Again, I mentioned
the only good thing about this fascist moment we're in is that you guys are so open about it.
The whole reason I mentioned Carl Schmitt earlier, and you kind of blew past him, is the friend-enemy distinction. Even liberals, when they take power, they want to enact policies and they want to enact protections for their people and their ideas, and they're willing to punish their enemy. And so I'm the same way. I'm like, hey, if you're going to punish me, I'm going to get in power, and I'm going to frankly punish you when you try to leverage power against me. Just that simple.
I'm not sure what you want to say.
Hey.
Yeah, there's obviously a difference between plants and animals. If you have the option to eat the plants and you don't have to eat the animals, then I think you have an obligation to just eat the plants and leave the damn animals alone. If they had nerves, if they could feel things, if they had a brain and could experience things, then maybe you should consider plants a little bit more. But they don't. They're still alive. I think we should still consider them as being alive. But they're not animals. There's a big difference. They're not the same. You can't think of them as being the same. I mean, you have to admit that there's a difference between chopping up a dog and chopping up a carrot. If you had those two options in front of you, which one would you choose? If you had to process the whole animal yourself, or you could just like grow some plants and eat the plants. Is that your ass talking or what? Yeah, if you cared for the plants, you would just be vegan too. Pretty much, if you cared at all, you'd be vegan. If you're not vegan, you just don't give a shit. You don't care about other people. You don't care about other animals. You don't care about plants. You don't care about the planet.
It is what it is.
All right. Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seats.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
I can't say the same, but thank you. Good to meet you, Mehdi.
Good to meet you, sir. All right. So I kind of want to start at the basics or the foundation. I want to see.
Can I just check?
Yes.
Are you a fascist?
No.
Okay.
I don't. I describe myself as, I think, just a Christian.
Fair enough.
I'm a devout Christian.
Good to hear.
So, I want to start. Like, what is your connection to the Constitution, and why do you love it so much? Like, what makes it so important that Trump would defy something like the Constitution to you personally?
Great questions. My first connection is I'm an American citizen. I naturalized American citizen, took a pledge to this country, to the Constitution. As a previous speaker has said, Constitution's not perfect. A lot of things I don't like about it. I don't like the Second Amendment. There's various amendments. I don't like the way the Senate is set up. I'm sure there's things you don't like about the Constitution. The difference is, I don't think you can just illegally defy the Constitution. I think each and every one of us can just make up whatever we want. Certainly presidents who are elected with an oath, right? Donald Trump took an oath to preserve, protect, defend the Constitution. And now when he's asked on television, isn't it your job to uphold the Constitution? He said on NBC, I don't know, which goes against his oath. And I'm identifying specific amendments where he is violating. He's only 6 months into his presidency, defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He wants to defy the 22nd Amendment and be president for a third term. This is the problem we have right now. Free speech is under assault.
That's more amendments than one hand, isn't it? Pretty crazy. Gonna cut a rose off of a bush and it's gonna die. Why wouldn't you just like transplant part of it and grow another plant and give that to somebody? The way you're not killing the plant life for no reason. If you cut the rose off and it's gonna die, I don't think you're respecting that plant either. But yeah.
Free press is under assault. Due process is under assault. The right to be in your home and not be invaded by federal agents, the Fourth Amendment, is under assault. So that, for me, is a problem.
Okay. Well, I'd like to start to say I really don't find the Constitution that important. I find it to be like a 300-year-old document. And it was created to defy the country that subjugated your...
I hope so. They keep coming back. I know they don't make a lot of sense sometimes, but... hopefully they're listening to what we're saying. Maybe something will click one day.
Your ancestors in India, and then your parents probably moved from India to Britain, and then you move here to tell us that we should listen to a piece of paper that you were never even connected to begin with. So I want to say, like, if I don't care about it, why do you care about it so much?
How do you run a country without any kind of laws or due process? And by the way, you do care about it, because without the First Amendment, you wouldn't be sitting here.
Well, I agree with the First Amendment, and I think.
So do you agree with Donald Trump's crackdown on the First Amendment? He's imprisoning people for their speech. He's threatening free speech media organizations. He's threatening peaceable assembly. These are all rights under the First Amendment. Why aren't you bothered by that as a conservative who claims to love the First Amendment?
So I don't like the First Amendment. I like free speech.
Okay,
so
the First Amendment is what guarantees free speech. I'm from the UK, by the way. I'm from the UK, which is a democracy. We don't have the First Amendment. No, that's one of the things I do like about the Constitution. I wish the UK did have a First Amendment.
So people
I'm a journalist.
Arrested for praying outside abortion clinics and stuff like that, right?
So how does that work? You guys are from the UK. You guys don't even have free speech?
So you're opposed to people being arrested for speech crimes, I assume.
Well, it depends what it is. If it's like the people...
so you're like one of the previous speakers. You don't, as long as it's someone who agrees with you, you don't mind the crackdown.
No, I support...
Either we consistently support principles
I support
or we
free
don't.
speech 100%.
Okay.
I don't think anyone...
So do you think Donald Trump is defying the Constitution by cracking down on the First Amendment?
So I think he's cracking down on free speech, like the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil, who was just
released from prison by a judge saying his First Amendment rights were violated.
And I agree with the judge, and I disagree with Trump deporting them. But I think that's more a matter of free speech and not the Constitution.
I think that's pedantry at this moment. I think you've conceded that he is cracking down on free speech, which is the First Amendment. So he is defying the Constitution. So it's a pleasure to be in agreement with you, sir.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank you very much.
Good to meet you, sir. Mehdi. See, that's what I was talking about. That guy tried to come from the back, and there's no chance he's going to get the chair if this guy's coming from like that closer side. Yeah, how does that work with no free speech in the UK? Like, that's kind of weird. I didn't know that.
Great to meet you. My name is Kai. Do you, Mehdi, believe that the Constitution is important and good?
Overall, yes.
Do you believe that that Constitution can be eroded through democratic processes?
What do you mean by erode?
The original intention of the Constitution being destroyed through a purely, democratic or legal process.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Okay.
I think if you're democratically amending the Constitution per the rules of the Constitution, that's fine. If we could find a constitutional way to get rid of the Second Amendment, I'd be pro that.
So let's pose a hypothetical wherein the entire population of the United States has drastically changed,
yes,
and the population now has completely different intentions about what to do with the country. Let's say it wants to give it all back to Mexico, dismantling the United States of America. If that's the case, then what's the use of the Constitution? It hasn't defended the country. In fact, it's allowed for its destruction.
I don't understand the premise. How did the whole country change?
Demographic replacement, mass migration. I mean, we're seeing a change in demographics. And there's
what is the? I do want to talk about immigration today.
I hope we talk about it.
Everyone's itching in this group to get to immigration.
They'll arrest you for thought crimes. That's interesting. So you're not allowed to think. You can't think too much.
Yes, I've saved it. I've saved it for you all. But given we're on the sense of the Constitution, and you asked the question, what is the proportion of immigrants in this country? What proportion of the population is foreign born?
It's very difficult to measure because the actual projections of the number have been changing more rapidly.
But what is currently the best estimate of official?
I think it was about 15%.
Yes,
yeah,
just under 15%.
Which is, by the way, more actually than the original estimate was. So
but 15% of the people are going to change the country, change the Constitution. How's that going to work? It's actually a nightmare. As someone who wants to amend the Constitution and get rid of things like the ridiculous way the Senate is set up, or the Second Amendment on guns, or various other things, it's really hard to change the Constitution. They made it almost impossible. You know, last time we had a constitutional amendment,
you know,
like 20, 30 years ago.
I understand, which is why
I think members of Congress pay.
Which is
why
no, I get it.
So where are you getting this scenario where 350 odd million people all become foreign-born migrants or the children of migrants, immediate migrants, even though America is a nation of migrants, and then abandons the Constitution and gives the country back to Mexico? Outside of your imagination, where is that happening?
Let's bring it back to the actual discussion. What you did is
please.
You
They just started selling pasture-raised beef at my grocery store. It's like, yeah, it takes up way more space, right? I added something in my buy me a coffee. Went around and put some like stickers on some stuff at the store. It's kind of funny. But if you're new here, subscribe. I just added a new alert that should pop up something on the screen if you subscribe.
Entertain my hypothetical, but then instead of sticking to the point of the Constitution, you said, well, how would you bring about your hypothetical? And then when
because you missed out the part where the Constitution's quite hard to change.
Hold on. I understand that. I gave you.
I also wanted to get a sense of where you are, and you're a great replacement, guys. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, and you're a real good journalist because you don't talk to people who identify as like a political ideology. I mean, that's a very liberal idea.
I don't debate fascists. I'll talk to them.
And
I won't debate them.
frankly, that's upsetting. I think there's a big problem when we value freedom of speech so much, but any real journalist is not going to talk to somebody because they identify with a politically incorrect ideology.
Just talk to the guy in front of you. What are you talking about?
You literally stop talking to him, and then everybody has to vote
debating versus talking is very different.
Okay.
It's pointless, right?
Okay,
He doesn't believe in free speech.
Okay.
He doesn't believe in democracy.
He was freely speaking with you. You're the one who shut up.
No, he said very clearly. He said, I support free speech so that I can get one election. After one election, my guy comes in, and after my guy comes in, nobody gets to speak or vote again. Why would I debate that?
We listen to your conversation. Let's bring it back to this topic. Let's bring it back to the Constitution.
Please do. First.
Yeah, you're exactly right. There's no reason to deal with animals when we have other options. Just leave the animals alone. It's that simple. Just leave them alone. Choose something else.
Fourth, Fifth, 14th Amendment. Those are the ones I'm saying Trump is defying. Do you support that or do you deny them?
I believe that the Constitution is valuable because it represents particular interests of the founding stock of Americans who made this country great.
Do you think due process is important? Some would say that's at the very core of American Constitution.
And
Fifth Amendment.
And what I think makes the Constitution function, what allows it to save this country and to actually make it work, are the people who are...
I'm not sure where you're going with this argument.
Hold on. I'll show you.
Trump defying the Constitution? That's my claim. You can have these weird hypotheticals.
We're taking it into a different...
Hi, Pia.
Which is what's the function of the Constitution?
I'd rather not have your...
You already did.
Yeah, but now I don't
5
want
minutes
to.
ago when you took it to immigration.
Now I don't want to.
Okay, let's bring it back.
I want to bring it back to the First, the Fourth, the Fifth, and the 14th Amendments, and the 22nd Amendments. Either you say... You've got two very good positions here. One is to say, I don't think he's defying them, and I'll say why you're wrong. Or you say, I don't care that he's defying them, as one of your colleagues said, in which case, I don't know where this conversation goes because you don't believe in democracy.
That's fair. Do you think it's wrong to dismantle the Constitution?
So there's two options ahead of you. Do you agree?
This is important.
Do you agree? So is Donald Trump... Okay, let me ask a question back since you're asking me questions. You're not answering the basic point. Do you think Donald Trump is dismantling the Constitution?
Taking my supplements.
that Donald Trump is dismantling, because I'll agree with you on that. I think he is dismantling the Constitution.
I think he's
illegally, unconstitutionally.
I think he's interpreting it in ways that are more.
Which judges do not agree with him on.
Okay,
which the Supreme Court has not agreed with him on.
And the judges don't agree with the people who wrote the Constitution.
How do you know that?
Okay, let's take your example of the Second Amendment.
I hope nobody banned him.
Let's say that a bunch
I
of
didn't
judges...
give the Second Amendment.
No,
I said
hold on.
Fourth. You don't want to talk about the ones I've given.
You're interrupting me. You're
ignoring me. First, Fourth, Fifth, 14th, 22nd Amendments. Those are my amendments that I came with today. If you don't want to debate them, just say so.
I'm trying to understand your ideology. You believe that dismantling the Constitution is okay when it's about parts of the Constitution that you disagree with. You would be fine getting rid of the Second Amendment, even though that would be a dismantling of the Constitution.
No, because it would be done via Constitution means I'm not the one sitting here like your pal.
They'll come back. They're just lurking in the background. They'll probably come back.
You have agreed the Constitution.
Saying you just get rid of them willy-nilly. I don't agree.
We're ramping up.
I don't agree that Joe Biden should come in and say by executive order, if Joe Biden put out executive order saying Second Amendment no longer applies, I can round up everyone's guns. I don't agree with that.
Your result is exactly the same.
I don't agree with them. No, but I don't agree with the method of doing it. It's unconstitutional.
That's fine.
He would have been defying the Constitution, and I would have said so, but you can't bring yourself to say so. We've been sitting here for several minutes. All of your friends have seen me ask you several times, do you agree that Donald Trump is defying the 1st, 4th, 5th, 14th, and possibly 22nd Amendments? Your colleague at least admitted that he's defying the First Amendment.
I understand that you came in here. What you are attempting to do is simply frame this conversation like you did with the first claim about Donald Trump. But then when anybody asks you any kind of question that presses you to the least degree...
No, I answered. I said I would dismantle the Constitution, but I would do it constitutionally, not by executive order.
So what I'm trying to get to is to prove to everybody who's watching that what you care about is not the Constitution in what it represents or creates. You care about the Constitution only insofar as it allows you to achieve your political worldview. We agree on that.
No, I care about the Constitution because I don't think presidents should be fascist dictators and violate the Constitution. That's what I'm saying.
You care...
And he is... I don't think the president should have the power to lock you and me up if we write an op-ed that he doesn't like. I don't think the president should be able to crack down on us if you and I decide to go protest outside his parade. I don't think the president should be able to deprive you and I of due process or come into our homes without a warrant.
And I think,
well, let's end an agreement then.
All right, pause. You've been voted out.
I'm glad
it's good to meet you.
It's good to meet you, Kai.
Well, it seemed like they agreed with a lot of things there. A lot of these people have agreed about a lot of the basic things. And that one guy was really crazy, though. My vitamin, I take omega-3s, and then vitamin D and vitamin B. So it was like 4 of them.
Hey, how are you? I'm Eddie.
Hi, I'm Jessica.
Nice to meet you.
How are you? So Trump is defying the 1st, 4th,
5th, and 14th, and maybe the 22nd soon.
Okay. So I want to focus on the 1st and the 5th.
Okay.
So you say that Trump is defying the First Amendment. Can you give me an example?
For example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events. A Trump-appointed judge said that was against the First Amendment. He's been cracking down on media organizations he doesn't like over their speech. If they say stuff he doesn't like, for example...
Cracking down how?
So, for example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events because they said it's the Gulf of Mexico. That's not how it works. They were already at the White House. He deprived them of access, so he punished them for their speech.
But are they allowed to go to the press?
Which is why a judge he appointed, Trevor McFadden, said this was contrary to the First Amendment. A Trump-appointed judge. He's called MSNBC and CNN illegal. Media organizations are not ipso facto
But that's free speech.
Illegal.
He can call them whatever they want.
Attacking the media?
Yeah, he can
by the
attack
president as the executive?
Yeah, he can say whatever he wants. That's literally the First Amendment.
He can say whatever he wants.
Absolutely.
But the media can't say what they want.
They do.
But he's going after them. He's suing them. He's using lawsuits to crack down on the press.
They
Presidents
used
have not done that
lawsuits
before.
to give him 34 felonies that Hillary Clinton did.
No media gave him a lawsuit.
No, but people on the Democratic side.
We don't talk about the Democrats.
Okay.
Thanks, Via. I'm kind of doing the same thing today, I guess. Wasn't sure how long I was going to be on, but I think I might take my laptop downstairs and just keep going for a little while. I got some other work I got to do, but I could probably stream while I'm doing that. There's a couple of good, like, multivitamins out there. But yeah, I just take a couple specific things. But I gotta get my blood tested again soon. I got this, I was talking about it earlier. This is actually my blood test here. I can do it from home, and then I just mail it to them, and then they send me the results. But I do it like every 6 months, so I try to do it pretty frequently. And then whatever like my lowest thing is, I try to improve that. So last time it was, my HDL was really low. Not really low, but like lower than I wanted it to be. So that's why I'm taking the omega-3s. So the next test I do, my HDL should be higher. I eat a lot. I've been eating more healthy fats. But I eat a lot of nutritional yeast that has B12. But I do have a supplement that I take every once in a while.
So he can call them whatever he wants because that's a freedom of speech.
He's
even
threatened to imprison reporters. He wants to imprison. He said reporters should go to prison for reporting. He threatened some of them with prison rape. Right? That is against the First Amendment.
Every time he does an interview and somebody asks him a question he doesn't like, he calls the reporter stupid, and the company that they work for should go out of business, and they're horrible. And it's like, I get that he can say whatever he wants, but as the president, he should not be saying things like, should definitely not be saying things like that. It's just so crazy.
Okay, how is that against the First Amendment?
You don't think sending reporters to prison for reporting that he doesn't like?
Did he do that?
He wanted to. He said so.
Okay,
I would like them to go.
I would really like to.
So other people stopped him doesn't mean he's not defying the Constitution.
So
he also said if you turn up,
excuse me, he can want to do something.
Yes.
That doesn't mean he will or he can.
Okay.
And I think he's very.
Well, I've already
aware
given an example of something he did do to the Associated Press, but okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the Associated Press isn't allowed in the Oval Office, which is his office. That's his executive space.
Okay.
And they are allowed in the press room, just like CNN, just like the Guardian.
I've not read the book, right? That the vegan sign guy has been talking about. I still take my B12, so I'll say that. It does seem like a dangerous stretch to me, but I'm open to learning more about it. But I said something about it earlier. I did do a little bit of research into the money, because if there is a conspiracy going on, then if you follow the money, you might be able to figure out some answers. And nobody makes money off of it. Like, especially Merck. Like, they don't. There's so many people that supply it, and it's so cheap. There's no money that backs like any type of conspiracy. So that's what doesn't make any sense to me.
Guardian.
Which he thinks are illegal media organizations.
He can think whatever he
calls
wants.
the media the enemies of the people.
You called him a fascist.
Yeah.
you can say whatever you want.
Yes.
Yes.
But the president is. I'm not the president of the United States with the executive
So
power
no, okay,
to
so
crack
that
down on the
First
media.
Amendment only applies to the citizens, but not the
I
president.
never said
of
that.
the United
In
States.
fact, Donald Trump runs his mouth more than anyone.
Absolutely, he
Yeah,
does.
and he doesn't just say stuff. As I said, he actually does stuff. He actually does crack down. For example, Fifth Amendment.
Yes.
Due process.
Yes,
Judges have actually said you have violated due process.
Yes, except for people kind of forget the Clinton, the 1996 Immigration Reform Act,
Yeah.
where you can get limited due process when you have expedited.
American citizens?
No.
What about American citizens?
Who's getting deported? That's American.
2 American children have been deported multiple this year. Have you not been-
No. Their parents have been deported, and their parents say,
No,
"I'm
the father
going
was
to take
American.
my baby."
No.
Was mom legal?
We don't know because they didn't go to court, and the judge.
They
by
don't
the
have
way-
to go to
by the-
court.
Yes.
That's
okay.
not a part of the due process.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm very aware of it.
Are you a lawyer?
Do I have to be? We're making an argument
you a
now
lawyer?
from. We're making.
It's a simple question.
No.
Are you a lawyer?
Okay, we're making an argument.
I'll take that as a no. A Trump-appointed judge in the case, not some Marxist lefty judge, as you people like to call them, a Trump-appointed conservative judge said you cannot, it is illegal and unconstitutional to expel or deport an American citizen without meaningful process. He said that in April. So that was an act that Trump did. It wasn't speech. He got rid of an American citizen from the country without process.
So
That's the Fifth Amendment violation.
Since I'm not up to date on that specific
I'll give you
case,
more.
I'm sure you can. So.
Well, you weren't aware that American citizens are being deported. It's a pretty big story.
Yeah, the
Maybe
child
if you
that
read the
probably
fake
went
news,
to
you might know.
What?
If you
Oh, they're back. Brief moment. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. So what is it? I'm caught up here. He is here to answer now too. You didn't ask a question? Well, I think you care more than you're telling yourself. I think you're lying to yourself and you're lying to us. You're just pretending not to care. But you're not fooling anyone.
If you read the fake news, you might know what's going on. A lot of American
how would I
citizens
know what's
have
going
been
on if I
deported.
read fake news? I don't watch CNN or Rachel Maddow.
That's,
Sorry.
That's why you don't know that your fellow citizens have been deported this year.
My fellow citizens.
Are they
no.
not? American citizens haven't been deported?
Okay. When a child goes with their
All right, guys, that's time. Please return to your
Nice to
seat.
meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is...
Actually, here, watch this. There's another video I'm gonna play real quick.
Are bountiful, catering to foods that we are typically strapping, because today we're going through.
Here, there's fewer vegans than ever, right? Maybe you'll learn something from this video. We make really good videos on this channel. I'm sure you guys are already subscribed to this.
Explore why there are fewer excuses than ever to go vegan right now. At this point, I like cheese is just lazy. If there wasn't before because of things like beans, nuts, seeds, pasta, legumes, fruits, vegetables, vegan options are bountiful, catering to foods that we are typically used to. The idea that nowhere's going to have options is something that would have made more sense maybe in 2018 in somewhere like the UK, for example. But now somewhere like a restaurant is smart to have vegan options on their menu, because if they lose one vegan customer, they've lost a table of 4. And that means we can go out to restaurants, we can go to the cinema, we can do these things because they'll have vegan options there. And that element of social isolation that people would talk about as an excuse not to go vegan is non-existent in many of these instances. And not that this should even be an excuse in the first place. If people were chopping up the bodies of dogs or humans, we wouldn't suddenly go, well, I'm gonna have to eat them because, you know, they're on a topping of pizza that I like. We would take some drastic measures to make sure that we weren't complicit in that. So it's a bad excuse, but it's an excuse that people make nonetheless. And with every option that comes out is one less excuse. Another reason why there are fewer excuses than ever to go vegan is because the truth is out there and it is ugly. More and more people are advocating and going to the streets showing people what happens as a result of the animal agriculture industry or industries like experiments on animal testing, the leather industry. All these sorts of industries that forcibly exploit animals. We're becoming more and more aware. Questions like, what is gelatin? Where does it come from? Why do we test on bunny rabbits? Increasing number of exposés uploaded to the internet. We've got footage from multiple countries of pigs literally being gassed. We can see it with our own fair eyes, and there is an abundance of people willing to take the time to show people that so that they can't be ignorant to it. And it's not just these kind of experiences of low quality footage. It's now caught in literal 4K. We can see.
I can do an unboxing. Vegan outreach. Got a whole box here. This will be nice. My roommate's cool. He always brings my packages in and puts them on the table. I have a light here, but it's I gotta get it set up.
In detail the violent nature of these industries. At this point, if someone doesn't know what happens, it's because they're choosing to look away. But the animals being mutilated and slaughtered do not get that luxury. Animals up to recent were declared sentient. There was some confusion about this, stemming from the idea that they are not human beings, therefore they probably aren't having an experience like humans are, which is very bizarre now that we can see in hindsight. Why would it just be human beings experiencing this? And why would animals exhibit the behaviors that they do if they are not experiencing, if they are not sentient beings? However, we know now, we understand this now, there's more literature than ever about these animals and the experiences that they have. We have literature on animals such as cows, how they bellow out for their babies when they're taken away from them, so we can understand further just how abhorrent an industry like the dairy industry is. Essentially, we understand now more than ever that animals also are having an experience. They can feel joy, happiness, and in turn they can feel fear, pain, suffering. So subjecting them to these experiences that we would recognize would be horrific for us are too horrific for them. Another reason why there are fewer excuses is because typically people aren't really doing things and exhibiting behaviors because they've extensively thought through the philosophy of their behaviors and their actions and figured out whether or not that's something that they morally agree with. We act out really behaviors of those surrounding us, those who have brought us up. We tend to learn the things that they've done and copy them. So community can be a really strong force in implementing behaviors into our reality. Veganism isn't so fringe as it was before. It is a global community. There are communities and subcategories within veganism. People can find individuals who represent them as a group and be with them. There's local groups you can join, there's social media, all these groups within forums and everything like that. There's festivals, there's activism community events where you can join, and a lot of the time there will be some sort of social event afterwards. There's less of a feeling that you are on your...
I had a conversation with a guy the other day. He was raised vegan. You guys might have seen it, probably most of you. He was raised vegan for 20 years, and then he gave it up. And he didn't really have a reason, but what I gathered from talking to him was community. He wasn't, I think he just felt like he didn't have any friends, I guess. And he was 20, so he was probably at college and just gave in to the peer pressure and just convinced himself that it didn't matter to him that much. And it was pretty sad, actually. So, but yeah, I think about him. I see him. I've seen him 3 other times now since I talked to him. He goes to the same coffee shop I go to, but later in the day. So I don't see him when I go there, but when I walk by, if I walk by later in the day, he's normally in there. So I might go in there and talk to him again one day. Because it was a really good conversation. He was the last interview in one of my lives, and it cut out when we were talking.
Your own. It's pretty difficult to exhibit a behavior and continue exhibiting that behavior when everyone else around you is not doing that, or even are completely opposed to what you're doing. They have a problem with what you're doing. Can you think of things that you do that just no one else around you does, no one else around you agrees with, that you've done for a long period of time, that doesn't socially drain you at the very least? So having people around you who are like, yeah, it is wrong to exploit animals, I don't do it, can be really powerful in maintaining the strength in our conviction. And because there's a growing community, there's a growing scientific community, there are more arguments out there, more things have been thoroughly gone through, so we have better argumentation. So we can actually explore whether or not this is true understanding of the retorts that people would have against veganism. On the food side of things, you know, there are recipes, loads and loads of recipes online at this point, exhaustive list of recipes that I'll probably never get round to doing, that demonstrate that a plant-based diet isn't about eating lettuce and sadness. We're talking creamy carbonaras, gooey brownies, you know, deliciousness, donuts. The only thing missing? Exploitation. And I don't know if you've noticed as well, but in cosmetics, you know, perfumes, beauty products, these sorts of things, they really lay heavily on the whole vegan and cruelty-free. Obviously, sometimes things can be labeled cruelty-free and not actually be vegan, but
Yeah, that's a really weird thing that I've realized too. Just because it's cruelty-free doesn't mean that it's vegan. It just means that it wasn't tested on animals. But it could still be made from animal products. So you have to actually find one that's labeled both, or just know better. So yeah, if I need more, next time I get more Beth products, I'm gonna have to make sure that wherever I get it, it's also vegan. Because right now the stuff I got just has a cruelty-free label on it. But I'm still using the same couple that I've had for the past like year. Because I bought a whole bunch of them.
even the vegan label is kind of sought after. It's like they proudly wear it at this point, that their product isn't tested on animals and is in fact vegan. So it's becoming more labeled, more known about, easier to identify. So you don't go into those situations where you're really not sure and you just kind of buy the thing anyway and then later find out that it is not vegan. Which obviously vegans should be more conscious of what they're purchasing, but at the same time, if the label's there, there'll probably be less instances of that. And this stood beforehand, but it stands now. What is happening to the animals is an ethical emergency. Billions and billions of animals every single year are victim to our exploitation, our use, and our killing. The extremity of this isn't on the side of the vegans, it's on the side of any industry that makes it seem like this is even remotely acceptable to do. We are in an era of consumption upon consumption, waste, lack of consideration, and we need to undo this. Animals need to be considered. They should have been considered a long time ago, but all we really have control over is us right now. We have an opportunity to introspect and understand that things that were acceptable beforehand no longer are, and we don't have justifications for them, so we need to stop doing them and change our behavior. Thank you so much for watching. What do you think? Let us know down below, and don't forget to go vegan for the animals, because they are who it means everything to.
What it was. Alright, interesting. It's easier than ever to go vegan. There's new products every time I go into the grocery store, new stuff. And it's getting cheaper. There's a lot of stuff on sale. The Jack and Annie's. I was talking about that yesterday. All that stuff was on sale. Okay, let me change the screen here. I have another setup. So I can do this unboxing. I'll put my hat on. Got this one. Okay. Alright, check this out. Got some more literature to hand out. Cool. Okay, yeah, I like these. Start with these. thought these were going to be in the other pack that I got, but they're here. Cards, some little cards to give out to restaurants. So vegan outreach. That's where I got these. Small donation, and I got a whole bunch of stuff. Watch who? I see you saying watch them, but I can't. I can't see who you're talking about. So there's these. It's got a pig and a dog. And it says, if you care about animals, please consider not eating them. And then it's got a cat and a chicken. There's like links to a starter kit and stuff like that on the back. Okay, well, I'll look her up next. I got you now. Vegan gaze. Compassionate lifestyle. It's got some food on the front. They have a 10-week challenge, and you can get a mentor. Another one says, why vegan? Oppose cruelty to animals. And there's like one more here. Oh, two more. It's got the same pictures with the pig and the dog and the cat and the chicken. It says, what is speciesism? How you can make a difference. I really like this one. And then I really like this one too. It's the last one. Everyone loves music. And it's like a cow. And then he's like playing a flute to the pigs. So I got different ones I can give out to different people. I was doing that, but last time I was there, I gave one that had some pigs on it to a couple that had a pet pig. So I think that will make them think for sure. So now I passed out all those zines. Yeah, so now I got a lot of stuff that will keep me fully stocked for a while. I have some jerky too. Check this out. So I might go. I'm gonna do some outreach tomorrow. Probably gonna go to the beef jerky place and give out some vegan jerky. I got different. It's like a variety pack, so it's got all different flavors. Alright, I gotta switch it back. I can't see the chat, it's too tiny. Oh, that's her channel. Okay, cool. Let's see here. Oops. I was not subbed. Sure, let's watch this one. That's really cool. Definitely, did you go follow Imperfect Hippie? Let her know that you are gonna pass some out.
In here. So when I saw that David Rams had posted a video on someone I know called Magnus, I was intrigued. Magnus, if you don't know, is one of the most popular YouTubers for the rock climbing realm. I was getting into rock climbing, enjoyed it despite my fear of heights. So I've watched a few of Magnus's videos and he's a cool guy. And this could be one of the hardest challenges he's ever done.
I've done a lot of crazy things for this channel, but this might be the hardest yet.
Now I think
Really?
YouTubers, you know, you're primed to kind
Bullshit.
of dramatize everything so that people want to watch. It's really annoying to do, and it's kind of annoying to watch for myself, because then you don't really get an honest viewpoint of the person. Like, does he genuinely think that going vegan, or let's be real, he's not going vegan, he's doing a plant-based diet for 30 days, but we'll go through that in a little bit. Does he really think
There should be more metalhead vegans. Just gonna say that.
going plant-based for 30 days is like one of the hardest things he's gonna ever do? Probably not, because he does say that he has a load of vegan friends who are climbers and they're really good at what they do.
I mean, it's early, but I think this is going to be pretty easy. I have a lot of vegan friends who are also climbers, strong climbers. They've been vegan for years. How hard can it be?
So you would think, rather honestly, it might be somewhere in the middle where, you know, he's heard all these things about veganism being so hard, but then he's observed people literally being absolutely fine, having really good athletic performance. I don't know if you've ever attempted to rock climb, but it's a really hard thing to do. You can feel your forearms burning within like 30 minutes. You need a lot of strength, you need a lot of endurance. It's not an easy feat, yet he's observed vegans like thriving on it. I know I'm only at the beginning of the video, picking apart things already, but he does say, oh, veganism, that means no meat, no eggs, no cheese. Now, while that's accurate to a degree, no dairy cheese, no, you know, eggs from a hen, no meat that's the flesh of an animal, you know, you can have vegan versions of this, you know, so while it's kind of true, it's important to point out that there isn't this loss of variety.
Oh yeah, an old link to Alex O'Connor. Yeah, now he makes up all the excuses to not be vegan. Yeah, and like Chip and Jimmy give out Gary on and talk about him, but some people don't like him. And like he says some things that non-vegans might not like too. So, I don't know. I know he changed a lot of people, but I don't have his link in my stuff. But I'm a newer vegan, so I didn't hear Gary until after I was already vegan.
variation when you go vegan. So I started off this video talking about, the dramatization, talking about how this could be like one of the toughest challenges he's ever done. And I don't actually know whether he thinks that, but if he does, like, let's be real. That is giving far too much credit to vegans. We don't lose our minds. We don't solve the Da Vinci Code in order to just leave animals alone, to not pay for their exploitation or not directly exploit them ourselves. And it leads to a lot of confusion about how he actually feels. 1 minute he feels absolutely great. 1 minute he feels absolutely awful, and the awfulness is dramatized. It's like I feel like I'm gonna pass out and everything like that. It just all seems a bit bizarre. Like, how do you actually feel?
I feel I have more blood flow, like the blood is flowing better in my body. The crazy thing is I don't understand how or why I feel so tired, because my sleep is better than ever.
I think I'm just gonna quit this session. There's no point when I'm feeling like this. I just feel like weak and miserable. Oh man, today I'm really struggling.
From my understanding, you're not really going to see effects this quickly. People talk about suddenly being vegan or suddenly not being vegan, and then these miraculous things happen to their bodies. But the only thing that's going to have a real effect quite quickly, but from what I understand, doing something like eating in a caloric deficit, which it seems like Magnus might be doing, that's going to mess you up quite quickly.
Yeah, I probably should make my own cards. I know how to. I can do it really easily. But I haven't yet. Once I do a couple of events for We the Free, they're going to send me some stuff. I got to do my first event. Now I finally got some people that joined the group in Gettysburg. I'm going to do the first event soon. I should probably make a post about that today. Maybe I'll do that later today. Get them to get it posted. I don't know if I still have it. I used to have a Canva membership, so I can use them.
Don't know if you've ever eaten in a caloric deficit, but very quickly you feel grumpy, you feel fatigued, you lose muscle mass, you lose fat, you lose weight generally. All these things happen when you eat in a caloric deficit. But to my understanding, there's no magical component in the flesh of animals or their secretions that would mean suddenly you feel really great. But again, he talks about all these health benefits that he has as a result of eating plant-based. And again, we can't say, oh, that's the plant-based diet, because these are merely anecdotes, and it's very short term that he's doing this. But it won't take a dietetics expert to tell you that if you eat less calories, you're going to have certain outcomes like feeling fatigued, not having enough energy, because calories are literally energy. The drama of all of this is kind of exhausting, as someone who is vegan. I've been vegan for 11 years. It's not something, that I have to do Mount Everest every day to do. It's just not seeing animals as commodities. It's not this challenge. And he seems to see it that way because, at the end, he's like, oh, let me know if I do the carnivore diet. It's just like, oh my God.
If you want to see me do similar experiment to this in the future, maybe a
Elwood's dog. That's good. That definitely gets people to think. I want to do that at some point too.
carnivore diet, please comment below.
It's also good to note that he
Carnivore.
understands that there might be backlash when he's doing this, and we'll talk about the comment section in a little bit. But yeah, of course there's going to be a bit of backlash because it's not a diet to begin with. It's a principled stance against the exploitation of animals. We're talking about animals' rights being violated perpetually in this absolutely incomprehensible scale, and then people make challenges out of it, not actually even taking the time to consider why it exists in the first place or who it's even for. So you can see why that might be something that's going to cause a bit of backlash. What's weird about what he decides to eat is that Yeah, I'm surprised he has these friends, but then he doesn't know where to begin. He says at the end, oh yeah, I started this off eating really like healthily. No, you didn't.
In the beginning, I ate really healthy, but then gradually I started eating more like processed foods. I know there's a term called fat vegan, and I feel like I can relate a little bit to that. Out that I seemed a little bit grumpy yesterday. I did not notice it, but I'm pretty sure she's right. They ripped me off. What the hell?
I enjoy going to the gym, and if I was to take it more seriously, which I would like to at some point, but clearly I don't really want it that much because I'm not doing it, then I would have to be way more mindful about my macronutrients, you know, my micronutrients and everything like that as well.
Yeah, you leave cards in the bathroom. That's a great idea. I was at this like bar, lounge areas, like a coffee bar. They brew their own kombucha too. It's really cool. I like left a couple of the flyers in there.
I would have to be more mindful of that. If I were competing at the level Magnus does, his level of athletic performance, and you know, he's a rock climber who is very well renowned. He's literally done, I forget what it's called, the climb watch. You know, he's at such a high level. He's gonna need to be eating more nutritious food than this, and it's not really a shock that, yeah, you eat junk, you kind of feel like a piece of garbage. One thing I'd like to clear up, and yeah, again, like people get annoyed at vegans saying this, but it is very important that we understand that veganism isn't a diet. It's an ethical stance against the exploitation of animals. Otherwise, like it's like a category error in a way, because it's like, how do you explain a vegan's stance against consuming leather, you know, the skin of animals, or you know, not purchasing animal tested ingredients? How would that be even explained? You know, if you are going to say that veganism is a diet. So saying the vegan diet, it hurts. It just hurts. Please stop it. It feeds into the idea that it's some sort of trend, that it's this, you know, fad that you can pick up. And, you know, diets are temporary. You know, veganism is not to be temporary. You know, temporarily, I'm going to stop paying for animals to be shot in the head. Oh, very lovely. The animals are really going to appreciate that temporary cease from their exploitation. But interestingly, the comment section was full to the brim of animal rights activists, vegans, talking about their disappointment in the kind of misunderstanding of what veganism even is to begin with, and you know, the issue with not eating enough, things like that. Simnat Nutrition says, I'm disappointed we didn't get to see much of what he actually ate so we can make an assessment on why he got the results he did. After being vegan over 15 years and putting on a significant amount of size and strength, I know my results are different than his. Maybe he should have reached out to me and I could have shown him what to do. This is what's confusing, because Magnus can like continually collaborates with people. He could have collaborated with a well-known vegan bodybuilder. You know, he always does this. He does videos where he tries to get a bodybuilder or a calisthenics expert to rock climb and see what they do. He'll even do their challenges. Why didn't he do it that way? It really just comes across as, I've run out of videos to do. Let me just do this challenge. You know, people like the vegan challenge where you start feeling weak. It just feels very, I want to say ultimately that there's something missing if you're vegan. And I really like Magnus, but
Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to do what's popular. That's what it seems like. Trying to make entertaining videos and stuff. You don't really care about living vegan.
yeah, it just comes across that way. There's probably more to be said, but I am roasting. I'll leave it there. Let me know what you thought down below. Thank you.
He said it was expensive.
I'll leave it there. Let me
Yeah.
know what you thought down below. Thank you to everyone who left a supportive comment over there, just educating people who will watch this video and maybe be kind of...
Like I said yesterday, I tried to lower my grocery bill as much as I could for a month. I got like 10 pounds of rice and beans and mainly lentils and a couple other things, but it cost me about $50, $55 maybe for like a whole month. Seitan's really cheap too. If you make it yourself, it's the cheapest way to get protein. Yeah, chickpeas are cheap. Exactly. Lentils are cheap. A lot of protein in them. It's really easy. Yeah, I don't eat bananas, but that's what people say is a good example of a cheap fruit. I like blackberries myself. I don't eat a lot of fruit, but I eat them. Strawberries sometimes. I like the berries. Yeah, let's see what comes up here. You guys want to watch this about Lex Friedman? Lex Fraudman. You guys, he's a pretty big channel. I'm sure some of you guys follow him. Other free where you live? Jealous. There's one of the houses in Gettysburg that I manage has raspberry bush and grapes, so I can go get raspberries and grapes there. If I can get them before the birds, because as soon as they're ripe, the birds will come in and eat them all.
Depending on who you ask, Lex Friedman is a super genius former professor at MIT, truth-telling podcast aficionado. Other people will say he's a lying industry plant grifter who pushes certain narratives based on whatever will make him famous under the guise of neutrality and working for a greater good. When I first encountered Lex Friedman, I saw him as more of the man taught at MIT and had an academic paper endorsed by me and Elon Musk. That's pretty remarkable stuff, but the more I look into this man, the more I realize that almost everything he does is deceptive, embellished, or just a flat-out lie. This guy has one of the most popular podcasts in the world, yet somehow also has zero charisma.
For people who are not familiar, what if someday or night a demon, by the way, he has a demon introduce this thought experiment. What if someday or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness?
He'll humiliate himself on podcasts despite claiming to be an alpha male. He has an extremely shady background that nobody can make sense of other than accusing him of being an intelligence asset, which might hold more weight than I originally thought. So let's try and get to the bottom of who is Lex Friedman. Lex was born in the...
This is already getting really crazy. I think he's a spy or something. I don't know, man. I've watched some of his videos. I don't know if he can be a spy. I don't know. Let's see where this goes.
Tajik Soviet Republic in 1983 to Russian Jewish parents. He spent his childhood in Moscow until his family moved to the USA following the collapse of the Soviet Union. Lex's father was a plasma physicist and began teaching at Drexel University. Lex and his brother would follow in their father's footsteps and also attend Drexel University, where Lex would obtain his bachelor's, master's, and a PhD. Now, Drexel University is a respected school and anyone would be proud to graduate from there, especially with 3 separate degrees. Anyone except for Lex, apparently. What's interesting is that on all of Lex's personal media, he never mentions Drexel University, not even once. He never mentions he went there, he never talks about it on podcasts, nothing. He and his dad had a podcast years ago, who, keep in mind, is a professor at Drexel, but that podcast has been scrubbed clean from the internet. Even going through his catalog, you won't find podcast 100. What's weird is that you can find Drexel articles about Lex, and even this really old post where he confirms that he went there. On his Wikipedia, which he's not in control of, by the way, it says Drexel University. Lex claimed that this was an attack on him for no good reason, slandering him even. Now, note this pattern of behavior for Lex. Every time he's confronted on something with MIT, constantly, by the way, how he's a research scientist at MIT, how he taught at MIT. If you didn't do any research, you'd assume the only school Lex had affiliations with would be MIT, but what if I told you Lex has barely any connection to MIT? If you look through the MIT faculty lists, Lex is nowhere to be found. But if you go on YouTube, he has alleged lectures that took place at MIT. So, did he really teach at MIT? Well, it turns out Lex taught a January community class at MIT. This class that Lex taught was a class that wasn't for marks. There was no requirement to be there, no grading, no anything. MIT and other universities will usually offer these classes for anybody to take if they have an interest in a subject. Now, teaching this and being a tenured professor are very, very different things, but it didn't stop Lex from putting MIT all over his social media. His LinkedIn, for example, says MIT and nothing about Drexel, which is weird because on a LinkedIn, you'd want all of your academic credentials on there. Even if you go to any of his papers, it cites his school as MIT. Again, when you're publishing an academic paper, you'd want all of your academic qualifications in there. So why is he so eager to cover up the fact that he went to Drexel and not MIT? Well, because Lex uses this to give himself authority when speaking.
Lex Friedman, MIT. Also, which is something those people seem to sometimes care about, the followers and stuff like that. Like, did you just do that? And then they said, enough of that nonsense. Enough of that nonsense. They said to me.
MIT commented on these dubious practices. Basically, what people will do is the bare minimum to get associated with the school. So for Lex, he gave a free lecture for no marks. He managed to get an MIT email as a result. People who aren't involved with MIT see that and think, wow, that's prestigious. Also, as somebody with a PhD, it's possible you could offer to do unpaid research for MIT, then you get library access, and most importantly, the MIT.
Jason went to Harvard.
email.
As a research scientist at MIT, I've had, and especially just part of a large set of collaborations, I've had a lot of students come to me and talk to me about ideas.
In reality, the only thing I've been able to confirm regarding the relationship between Lex and MIT is that he did teach a non-credit after-hours community class. That was also out of semester. So no, this doesn't make you a professor or even an associate professor. It makes you a guy who spoke at MIT one time. So Lex could be doing free research for MIT and teaching free classes, but saying he researched and taught at MIT is technically true. In the same way the guy who cleans floors at the Tesla factory works for Tesla. It's like Brendan Schaub claiming he was in the NFL.
I guess when you have your own YouTube channel, you could just like say whatever you want. Hope people believe it. Doesn't Joe Rogan do a lot of that? Just like talks a bunch of random shit, and a lot of people believe what he says. But he says some pretty dumb shit sometimes.
NFL because he tried out for the Bills, not realizing that literally anyone can just show up to a tryout.
College football, NFL.
Yep.
You were on the training team, or not training
Buffalo
team.
Bills.
Buffalo
yeah.
Bills.
Yeah, camp.
What the fuck happened?
Training camp?
Yeah, yeah.
I pulled a hamstring.
What my favorite part about this whole saga is that for all of his profile pictures, Lex uses this photo of him speaking at MIT, and you'll notice all this complicated math behind him. You'd think that this is Lex's math, but no, it was the guy before him who wrote all this stuff on the board, and Lex just walked in after and gave a lecture. But it looks very fancy on literally all of his social media profile pictures. This is the original research that got me kind of interested.
He just really liked the way his hair looked that day.
Interested in Lex. It got me thinking, this is very shady. All of this is super suspicious. Why would you go so far to hide where you actually graduated from and push this MIT narrative so hard? In reality, any normal person would put that MIT as a footnote, but Lex makes it his entire personality and uses it when giving himself authority on certain topics. Now, Lex claims MIT still pays him as a researcher, so clearly he must be greatly respected in the academic world, right? Other academics could come out and speak positively about his work, and all of what I'm saying would be disproven or overblown. But what's interesting is that Lex's claim to fame was when he wrote a paper on the safety and effectiveness of Tesla's self-driving capabilities. Now, somebody like Lex, who's taught at MIT and researches and has so much background in academia, would obviously publish a paper like this. Had papers published in the past that are considered legit, but for this paper, it was never peer-reviewed or even published via MIT. For those of you who don't know, the bare minimum standard for an academic paper is a peer review. This paper that Lex wrote happened to be extremely favorable to Tesla. People in the tech industry absolutely reamed it. Nobody would co-sign it, nobody would peer review it, and even today it's extremely hard to find an archive of it. Most of what you can find on it is people shitting on how bad it is. In fact, experts in the field called it incorrect, biased, and misleading to the point of negligence. That is pretty damning, if I do say so myself. The paper was so biased and so bad that people in the industry have actively distanced themselves from Lex as a result. Even people who aren't high-level academics want nothing to do with him, like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Have you seen Lex Friedman playing guitar while he's driving around in a self-driving car? Yeah, Lex drove around in a Tesla while playing guitar. It's pretty fascinating. Have you done Lex's podcast?
No.
You would love him. He's an AI researcher. From MIT originally, and now he's mostly doing independent work and doing his own podcast. And brilliant guy. You would love him. And he's got an amazing podcast too.
Okay, so here it's going to be in this section.
I don't think you're interested in Lex's podcast. Lex actually is one of the most brilliant people I know. I think you would love talking to him.
Or an interesting quote here from Walter Bagehot.
Despite how bad this paper was, it did catch the attention of somebody important, somebody who has a lot of interest in positive Tesla news, that being Elon Musk.
Legalize comedy. Yeah.
We know Elon isn't one for morals or facts as long as it makes him money and makes him feel good. So he signal boosted Lex super hard to the point of even appearing on his podcast after only 18 episodes. This has caused people to call Lex an industry plant, which, depending on if you consider this a plant move by Musk, could be true because it blew Lex up into mainstream podcasting. Some random AI researcher almost overnight became one of the biggest podcasters in the world.
Oh, I was wondering how he got so big. It was from Elon. I was saying, I wonder who his first 17 interviews were.
World, pushing Lex as an intellectual who went to MIT and is a trusted source when it comes to research, even if none of those things are true, or at least half true. Ever since this interview with Elon, Lex has been an absolute Musk and Tesla meat rider. He will stop at no self-awareness to defend his hero Elon. While Elon could be considered Lex's jumpstart, his appearance on Rogan was what truly solidified him as a podcasting mainstay. Joe, being immune to bullshit, was immediately enthralled by Lex Friedman, thinking this man was a super genius, he got him connected to some of the most influential people in podcasting, like Brendan Schaub. This left Lex and Joe with almost completely overlapping audiences, with Joe being the more Neanderthal brained one and Lex being the alleged intellectual. Speaking of Neanderthal brain, I want you to imagine this. Me arriving at the Melbourne airport. I am jet lagged, can barely function, and I'm forced to stand in a line at a cell phone kiosk to get a SIM card so I can use my phone. The attendant speaks an incomprehensible dialect of English known as Australian, and it takes me well over an hour to finally have my phone up and running. None of this would have happened map that when I went to VidCon last month, and it was this is the best, like Joe Rogan, which has led to some hilariously embarrassing moments like this.
So I learned more in these maths than I have in all my years. I'm a nerd, I got a PhD. I learned more about life, about the mind, and these maths than I have in all the years of school. If you want to be the best in the world at something like I do, I want to build robots better than anybody else in the world. Or whether that's knitting or yodeling, anything, you have to work. But you have to work hard.
It was around this time when people started to realize Lex does better when he's pseudo-intellectually rambling about AI, not when he's trying to be an alpha male. Because he went to the Elon Musk school of cool, where being good at one thing is not enough. You can't just be a smart guy. You have to be the ultimate gamer, the ultimate musician, the best at everything. And much like when Elon does this, when Lex does it, it's insanely cringe. Now, for those of you who can't stomach cringe, I'm giving you a warning that this is one of the worst clips I've ever seen. You have been warned.
In the desert, I met a man with an eagle perching on his hand. And he asked me, son, what can I do for you? In this cruel world, there is a man you should listen to as you journey on through life. His name is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. Shoulders for days and a really wide back. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, a barrel of snakes for a bag.
You fucked up. You should have never done that song. It was terrible.
I can't put my finger on it, but I think what makes Lex so embarrassing is he's trying insanely hard to make it look like he's not trying, if that makes sense. Once you notice that he's a transparent figure, it makes everything he does groan-worthy. I mean, this guy basically faked his way to the top and is now still faking it. Lex has been getting ever more political lately. While claiming to be a centrist, he clearly has a bias, especially towards Trump and Elon or whoever else might take interest in his takes. Now, what's interesting is Lex can get bigger profile guests than Joe Rogan. Like, this guy had Jeff Bezos, Benjamin Netanyahu, and Oliver Stone on his podcast, plus all the high-profile Rogan guests like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and even Trump. This has led to some people questioning if his rise is authentic. Even Rogan-adjacent comedians are perplexed by the rise of Lex. What I think is more likely is that Lex has proven himself to be a puppet who will say whatever benefits people. Look at Elon Musk, for example. He will say whatever benefits Elon Musk and will never...
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. He's just like a yes guy. That's what I thought he was gonna say. But like, is that the only thing that he lied about, being at MIT and
ever criticize him. Obviously displayed by his academic paper that greatly benefited him, despite if it was true or not, but even just the way he talks about Elon. Other powerful people with special interests noticed this and started going on Lex's show. This then naturally raises the prestige of the show. I was on Lex's show, the same show as Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Mark Zuckerberg. This is why Lex benefits from grifting as an unbiased, unopinionated academic, because people who believe him look at him as a trusted source who's gonna give you the facts, even if that's not true at all. Not as a guy whose show acts as a mouthpiece for rich and powerful people to push their agenda, regardless of facts. Lex claims that he will talk to anyone and everyone in a respectful way and that he has no bias, but anybody who's watched his show knows that that's not true at all. You can see using his own words, like when he refused to acknowledge January 6th as a coup attempt, despite him talking to an actual historian about it, which, by the way, most people, regardless of political belief, will say that this was a coup attempt. But by far the worst example of this is when he interviewed President Zelensky of Ukraine, which might be one of the worst high-profile interviews of all time. Now, before we talk about why that interview's so bad, we have to talk about love.
It's about love. You mentioned love. Why do we humans fall in love? Put love out into the world. I gotta ask you about love. Bukowski had this line about love being a fog that dissipates with a first light of reality.
Lex has this embarrassing obsession with the concept of love. He is constantly talking about love like a teenager who tried mushrooms for the first time. Why can't we all just love each other, man? It's super corny that a guy with as much academic background as Lex thinks that all problems in the world can be solved as if it's a fucking Disney princess movie.
And I definitely seek that kind of love with a life partner, with a person that I could, how does the saying goes, ride or die with. I can bury the bodies with them.
Most of the time it's just cringe and harmless, but sometimes it's downright delusional. Lex straight up asked Zelensky if he could forgive Putin with the power of love. The power of love to forgive them? Lex heavily pressed Zelensky on Russia and the war, and asked him some pretty hard-hitting questions, but will not give that same hard-hitting attitude to the other side. So with all this talk about love, Lex must be this stoic figure that really cares for all humans, except much like his entire persona, it's all an act.
Yeah, all politicians are shady. You can't trust any of them.
Even when Mark Norman shared a story of Lex freaking out at a lady because her printer wasn't working.
Well, what's fun is we did it in a hotel in New York. He was in town for some reason, and the printer wasn't working in the lobby, and I got to watch him yell at the lady behind the desk, and that was weird, seeing him not be that robot guy. He was like, what the hell? The printer doesn't work? Get your shit together. And some girl like, I don't know.
Do you think Lex has love for her? Or better question, could he learn to forgive that printer? It's all a grift to prop up his image as this forgiving, nice guy intellectual. If you couldn't tell by watching the Zelensky interview, Lex is also a Russia shill. Now, it's not proved he's being paid by Russia like Tim Pool. We have to look a bit deeper when looking at Lex. Like when he was shitting on Zelensky after he met with Trump and Vance. But guys, he's totally unbiased and is just looking for solutions, which is why he had Thanksgiving dinner with the Trump family. Totally unbiased, by the way. If you think the guy who had Thanksgiving dinner with the Trump family and was made famous by simping for Elon Musk is unbiased, I have an MIT academic paper to show you that I definitely wrote, and if any of you in the comments say otherwise, you will be permanently banned from commenting on my videos. Lex is also a big believer in free speech, which is why he literally blocks anybody who criticizes him. Alpha male Lex might be one of the most sensitive people on the planet. Lex's block list on Twitter is probably in the thousands at this point. He blocks people who glance at his profile the wrong way. Anybody who criticizes him, blocked. Anybody who says he should get a peer review on his academic paper, blocked.
And Joe Rogan said that I thought Scent of a Woman is a better movie than John Wick.
Mm-hmm.
Put me into this beta category.
Lex has this really shady thing where nothing about him is really true. It's all half-truths, embellishments.
Who? Where? Where's the what? They all do research all day, but they're all on Clubhouse for 9 hours. What are they researching? They're just talking about trans people. They're all supposedly tech geniuses who's talking about who has a cock. I'm not a fan of women getting beaten up by men in sport, but it's like, these are the best minds of our time, and all they're talking about is if somebody's...
Joe Rogan, podcaster and alleged comedian, has arguably become more mainstream than mainstream news. If you told me this would happen a few years ago, I'd call you crazy. But now guys like Lex have been able to become the mainstream, and I'm not afraid to say they're all grifters. All of them. They love to wax on about how the mainstream media is biased, speech is being censored, and they're the last line of defense. My guy, you are the mainstream media now. You're biased, you censor people, and you misrepresent shit all the time. I think what drives people insane nowadays is...
Yeah, I haven't watched him in a while.
is insincerity. People who claim to be something that they're not. And that's the only word I need to describe Lex. Insincere. He's the perfect example of a grifter. He claims to be an unbiased, super genius alpha male. He is none of those things. He's an agenda-pushing grifter who desperately tries to fit into the Rogan sphere and continues to embarrass himself in the process. He claims to be all about love, but freaks out on random people, bans, and blocks anybody who mildly criticizes him. And most importantly, he's not a truth seeker. Lex is someone who just cares about blowing up his image and making himself more famous, which is fine. But don't pretend like you're not that. But the problem with people, intelligence assets.
Yeah, I think calling him an intelligence asset is a stretch.
Divorce.
Love is the answer. As some guy on some podcast once said.
Joe Rogan has been huge for so long. He definitely has a group of people that just take everything he says for what it is, or like for the truth, you know? Here's another guy, Andrew Huberman. I never really watched much of his stuff either. I've seen a couple of them. Dangerously stupid. You guys want to watch this one? Fear Factor. That was the TV show. They used to eat like bugs and stuff.
Hey everyone, as you know, I debunk charlatans and science deniers of all varieties, but there is a special sense of urgency when such...
Yeah, Fear Factor. So this is Professor Dave Explains. Not subbed. I don't watch him. So let's check
characters
this out.
are in...
I don't know if I've seen any of his stuff. Do any of you guys watch him?
positions of political power. And thus, by overwhelming popular request, we arrive at RFK. If you are someone who is not aware of what a massive fraud this guy is, or just how harmful he is to America and the world, please watch this video. Let's get started. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., son of Robert F. Kennedy Sr., the Attorney General and Senator who was assassinated in 1968, and nephew of John F. Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States who was assassinated in 1963, is an apple that has fallen quite far from the tree, in contrast with his uncle, who prioritized scientific advancement and integrated it into his policies, from funding scientific research and education all the way to the legendary Apollo missions and the space race. RFK holds a plethora of bafflingly regressive and objectively erroneous views on a variety of topics. He thinks vaccines cause autism, Wi-Fi fries your brain, measles outbreaks are no problem, and in fact, germs might not even be a thing in general. This would be business as usual. But in this nightmare of a universe, he's been appointed by President Trump to head the Department of Health and Human Services, or HHS, which oversees federal agencies like the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, the Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, and the National Institutes of Health, or NIH. Since being appointed as head of HHS on February 13th of this year, it's been a non-stop train wreck that in certain timelines could end as disastrous as Stalin's backing of Trofim Lysenko, a dark chapter that I described in a previous video, which illustrates how dictatorial power destroys science when it forces science to adhere to a predefined political agenda. Nearly every single day since RFK's service began has been a circus sideshow of breathtaking ignorance and...
I don't think he believes in a lot of science. Yeah.
monolithic damage being dealt to the American people, which will have generational effects. While there will surely be more buffoonery...
He doesn't eat food from packages. I'm pretty sure there was like reports of him eating like fast food one day.
To address as his term unfolds, let's cover what's happened so far. First, we can start with a brief overview of Bobby's background, career, and how the guy with the worm in his brain became the guy with the worm in his brain running America's health programs. More on the worm later if you aren't familiar with this little tidbit. After his father's assassination, Bobby dabbled in heroin and environmental activism before recovering from addiction and eventually becoming a lawyer. He was admitted to the New York bar in 1985 and began taking on environmental cases on behalf of a nonprofit organization called Hudson River Fishermen's Association, renamed to Riverkeeper in 1986. He won cases but in the year 2000, during a board meeting for Riverkeeper, he took a detour onto Batshit Boulevard when he pushed for hiring someone who had just served 3.5 years in federal prison for running an international wildlife smuggling operation, including smuggling eggs of endangered cockatoo birds from Australia. Some recurring themes including smuggling.
What an asshole. He said it was wrong to deny someone employment solely based on a criminal record. Damn. Well, I mean, I think that's a pretty good thing to base it on.
Smuggling eggs of endangered cockatoo birds from Australia. Some recurring themes that we will see throughout this piece are Bobby's association with grifters, playing fast and loose with scientific data, and being called out by his own family members. His own sister Rory nailed it in an interview. He can say some crazy shit, even though he might come across as an expert, remarking how thoroughly all of his interviews have to be fact-checked because he just says pretty much anything. Before the Senate hearing on his nomination to head of HHS, his cousin Caroline Kennedy sent a letter to Congress urging them to reject his nomination. She wrote in her letter that Bobby is a predator who preys on the desperation of parents and sick children using anti-vaccine rhetoric, and that both his father and uncle would be disgusted by his conduct. I'm sure she's just paid off by Big Pharma or something, right? Moving along, in 2015, he became the chair of Children's Health Defense, or CHD, a group that has been pumping out vaccine disinformation at Mach 5 speed for a long time. The organization's revenue, primarily consisting of individual donations, grew from $13,000 in 2014 to $470,000 in 2015 when Bobby joined the board, and ramped up unimaginably during the COVID-19 pandemic, reaching
He does spread a lot of conspiracy theories and a lot of misinformation.
6.8 million in 2020, 15 million in 2021, and a peak of 23.5 million in 2022. Hot damn, who knew lying could be so profitable? In 2023, revenue dropped to 16 million, coinciding with Bobby's leaving for his presidential campaign, demonstrating how influential he is in positions of power. While running for president, he spread his gospel to millions of people on platforms like the Joe Rogan Experience.
It is. It's like Saladino as a politician. Oh yeah, him against a flat earther, that's probably hilarious.
Since Trump despises credentials and rewards loyalty in quid pro quo fashion, RFK endorsed Trump in 2024 to then find himself being handed the keys to the HHS earlier this year, where he currently chairs the Make America Healthy Again Commission, or MAHA, pushing policies based on complete whimsy or science fiction at best. All of this should be no surprise because, once again, Bobby is a lawyer. He has no scientific training of any kind and couldn't pass a 9th grade biology quiz. The level to which he is deluding himself into thinking he's in the right versus just straight up grifting for cash is something for a psychologist to dissect. Here we just set the record straight on the science, but it seems to be the case that Bobby is unaware.
He's very awesome. Smart and awesome.
of what an incompetent moron he is and how damaging it is to steer research funding for the entire country based on his own science illiteracy rather than assembling a panel of experts to advise him. But this is the defining theme of the current administration, so it's not even remotely surprising. In this video, we will dive into more of the specifics than most people want to hear, but in general, much of what we can expect out of his misinformation revolves around a misunderstanding of dosage, an over-reliance on anecdotes, and just making shit up out of thin air. He claims that he wants to remove all of the nasty toxins in our food, medicine, and vaccines, but apart from him definitely not knowing what the word toxin means, we will see that he bases his worldview not on the totality of evidence, but rather cherry-picked evidence or even complete falsehoods that already have had real-world consequences. This includes a recent resurgence of measles, a disease that was declared eliminated from the US in 2000 by the World Health Organization because of the success of the MMR vaccine. Many of Bobby's claims are completely incompatible with high school level science, while others that appear more robust at face value crumble under even mild scrutiny, since they are always built on...
Yeah, they did, didn't they?
debunked pseudoscience, fabricated statistics, or brainworm-induced absurdities. All of this combined with his actions, like fueling deadly outbreaks, hiring discredited, disgraced former researchers, and pushing overreaching claims about drugs like ivermectin and methylene blue, make him not only unfit, but legitimately dangerous as head of HHS. Are you ready to dive into the weird, wild world of Bobby's gold standard science? The first stop on our Bobby Kennedy pseudoscience tour is the so-called chronic disease epidemic. Bobby's got a wild theory that America's kids are sicker than ever, and it all started in 1989 epidemic. Bobby's got a whop on our Bobby Kennedy
Let's look at
pseudoscience
that.
tour
Wait a minute. Wait. Let's check this out real quick. Alzheimer's, arthritis, cancer, kidney disease, liver disease, respiratory disease, diabetes, heart disease, mental health disorders, and obesity. It's 10 different diseases. I mean, if you're eating whole foods and you're not eating too much of like one thing, if you're not eating any animal products, it's going to help with all these things.
The so-called chronic disease epidemic. Bobby's got a wild theory that America's kids are sicker than ever, and it all started in 1989 because vaccines and junk food flipped some magical disease switch, like bright light and water for a mogwai. In reality, it's just a bunch of half-truth falafels wrapped in a fear-mongering pita pocket, since
Falafels. They look good too.
he conveniently neglects to mention our increased understanding of genetic contributions to disease, as well as the massive decrease in child mortality that has occurred over the past century. Remember when half of all kids died? Me neither, since we don't live 150 years ago. Hopefully we can keep it that way. Let's get to Bobby's wild claims on...
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. We don't think about that very often, do we? Lions kill their kids, but not that long ago, only half of our kids would survive. The other half would just die off.
On the internet, starting with who the hell else, Joe Rogan.
You know, all of those things. Now, we went from 6% of Americans having chronic disease. By 1986, we're starting to have the vaccines, and we got and 11.8% of kids now, so it's doubled. By 2006, 54%. These are kids who are permanently disabled, and they have to be on medication their whole lives.
That's right. In 2023, Bobby claimed that chronic diseases, including obesity,
Yeah, his voice. He's had some issue or something, and did they have to cut out part of his throat or something like that, maybe? Or something's damaged or something like that, I think. I don't really know. But I was talking about that kind of like situation earlier. Like I was being like lectured by this guy that was a heart doctor, and he looked super unhealthy. and he was promoting a carnivore diet, and it just made no sense to me. I had all the research that I did. I went and I didn't take his word for it. I just went and did my own research, and everything that I found just made him look like he didn't know what he was talking about. But like when I first met him, my first impression was like, wow, well, this guy's a heart doctor and he's trying to save people's lives, but he's like overweight and he doesn't take care of himself. Like, shouldn't be taking health advice from people that don't like do it themselves or aren't like healthy themselves. You know what I mean? Like, that's just my opinion. It was just really weird to me.
Autism, ADHD, diabetes, and allergies exploded from 6% in the 1960s to a whopping 54% by 2006, implying that it is caused by an expanded vaccine schedule. He's doubled down on this claim in his HHS Senate confirmation hearing, stating that Americans' overall health is in grievous condition and pinning 1989.
Oh, it's a neurological thing? That's interesting, yeah. Like, did he always have it, or like, what was it caused from? Like,
Kids have chronic conditions, blaming ultra-processed foods and chemicals of one variety or another. Sounds scary, right? I mean, it seems like it must be true. The big bad corporations are poisoning us. We all know that intuitively. So why would we need to verify any of that or use critical thinking in any way? Because we're not sheep. First, let's talk about what prevalence means in the first place, because Bobby is throwing around big numbers like 54% to scare you. Prevalence is just the percentage of people in a population who have a specific disease at a given time, like a snapshot of who's affected. For chronic diseases, it's higher today, partly because we're better at spotting them, thanks to genetic testing and fancy diagnostics, and also because kids are living longer since they're not dying from smallpox or polio. Bobby pretends it's all vaccines and Fruit Loops, but prevalence isn't a boogeyman, it's science. So, is there a chronic disease crisis? CDC says about 40% of U.S. kids aged 0 to 17 have at least one chronic condition, like asthma, allergies, obesity, or behavioral disorders. Autism.
what was that percentage? Like 40-something percent? That seems really high.
Is at one chronic condition. CDC says about 40% of U.S. kids aged 0 to 17 have at least one chronic condition, like...
Damn. That seems like a lot to me.
Asthma, allergies, obesity, or behavioral disorders. Autism is at 1 in 31 kids. Obesity hits 20% of kids. So Bobby's not making this up entirely. Chronic diseases are a problem, and their prevalence is rising. But here's where he goes off the rails. He blames vaccines, toxins, and ultra-processed foods for this sudden 1989 spike.
Vaccines, toxins, and ultra-processed food. Well, I mean, there's a lot of science behind the vaccines, right? So I don't think we need to worry about vaccines. But I'm not a professional. But I don't think he is either. But toxins and ultra-processed food, I mean, I can get behind those things. But I don't think what he's thinking are toxins are probably the same things that I'm thinking are toxins. But yeah, I mean, I think we can all agree that ultra-processed food isn't good for us. At least a lot of it, you know. Maybe every once in a while you can have a treat, but yeah, I mean, if it's really ultra-processed, then yeah, I mean, if you really care about your own health, you probably shouldn't be eating those things.
With a mixed bag of legitimacy. Once again, Bobby is obsessed with the year 1989, claiming the vaccine schedule exploded and triggered an epidemic. The vaccine schedule did gradually expand in the 80s and 90s from 3 vaccines to 16 by 2000. But in case you weren't aware, Bobby, correlation isn't causation. There's zero evidence linking vaccines to a chronic disease surge. Take autism. Studies show that the rise is due to broader diagnostic criteria and better awareness, not thimerosal or aluminum as he's repeatedly parroted, and which has been debunked to death at this point. When thimerosal, a mercury-containing preservative Bobby loves to hate, was yanked from most childhood...
Yeah, once things have been, like, debunked and over and over again, why, like, I don't understand why people keep saying the same shit. Like, they can't learn. A lot of the hospitals are changing to plant-based diets. I did hear that. There's been like a wave of them that switched over because it's cheaper and it's better for the patients. But yeah, I'm sorry they did that to your friend. It's crazy. They really have no clue what they're doing sometimes.
Point. When thimerosal, a mercury-containing preservative Bobby loves to hate, was yanked from most childhood vaccines by 2001 out of precaution due to public outcry, rates of autism diagnosis kept climbing. So clearly that wasn't it, nor any other chemical substance, but simply a broad trend in finally putting attention towards properly diagnosing and treating autism, which is a neurological condition. The whole vaccines cause autism thing stems exclusively from a singular fraud.
What's League of Pigs?
Named Andrew Wakefield, and one fraudulent retracted study he was bribed into producing from personal injury lawyers. That is explained in extreme detail in this video here, so please watch that if you need more information. In short, vaccines unequivocally do not cause autism, period. Then there's ultra-processed foods, or UPFs. The MAHA report claims that 70% of kids' calories come from nutrient-poor, additive-packed snacks, fueling obesity and diabetes. In fact, studies do back this up. Ultra-processed diets lead to excess caloric intake and health issues like obesity and type 2 diabetes. Additives like Red 40 might mess with behavior in some kids, but the evidence is spotty and more research is needed. So, yeah, junk food is bad. That's not news. It's also not relevant. There's no legal basis for banning less nutritious foods, and he can't physically force kids to eat broccoli or play soccer. But more importantly, Bobby is acting like junk food is the sole villain in a campy 1980s horror flick. What about other factors? What about DNA? There's no evidence linking chronic disease to vaccines or Fruit Loops. Genetics, however, have been demonstrated to play a massive role. Heritability measures how much of a trait's variation in a population comes from genetics. For autism, twin studies show 50 to 90% heritability, meaning genes are a huge driver, with environment playing a much smaller role. ADHD, 55 to 85% heritable. Obesity, 40 to 70% genetic, with specific variants in genes including FTO jacking up hunger signals. Autoimmune diseases like type 1 diabetes or rheumatoid arthritis, also heavily genetic, with twin studies showing strong heritability. Bobby's environmental determinism is just blatant science denial. It ignores the largest part of the picture. We aren't saying that environment doesn't matter at all. Poor diet, stress, and significant exposure to specific chemicals can play a role. But decades of genetic research, twin studies, and genome-wide sequencing have pinned down these heritability rates. Bobby is stuck in a 1989 toxin fairy tale. He doesn't even know what toxin means. In general, most people don't know what toxin means. It refers to a poisonous substance made by a living organism, whether plant, animal, or bacteria. Really nasty ones can be found in frogs and snakes, as well as certain bacterial species. They're for protection and survival. So if you ever hear anyone utter the phrase synthetic toxins, you can immediately
Synthetic toxins. I gotta go back upstairs because it's cooler in my room. And my laptop is really hot. You hear the fans just kicked on. I just pulled up those pigs. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. Yeah, the animals always have it worse. Like, that's something when I'll talk to some people, it's like, I'll tell them just imagine the worst thing that you've gone through in your life, and then imagine what those animals are going through in the slaughterhouse. Like, they're going through that tight little hallway that's just covered in blood and crap, and they can smell it and hear the other animals, and it's just horrible. It's like the worst thing you could really imagine. Or like I was saying the other day, I saw like how they process some crabs, and they just strap them down to a conveyor belt with their arms out, and they go down and there's a saw blade at the end that just like rips them in half while they're alive. Like, that's something out of like a horror movie or freaking nightmare. It's like people are in these industries and they're thinking of the most efficient ways to kill these animals, and they're just treating them like products, and that's It's another reason why I'm vegan and an activist, because I worked in the manufacturing industry, and I was all about efficiencies and just trying to make the product faster and get the product out, make it cheaper. So I'm really good at coming up with new ideas and just making things more efficient. So I think about myself like a person like me in that industry trying to do that with the animals, and it's just like, it just blows my mind. It's like, I got to be on this side trying to help the animals, because people are out there trying to just come up with the craziest ways on how to like hurt animals more. So yeah, I feel like I need to come up with better ideas on how to save animals. So that's why I'm out here just talking to people, doing streams like this. Hopefully I can learn from you guys, because you've all been vegan a lot longer than me. So hopefully I can learn from you guys, learn from other people talking, and change a lot of people. And we can come up with better ways to change more people, you know? Because they're not going to stop trying to make more efficient ways to kill animals.
Conclude that they have no idea what they're talking about. But more importantly, Bobby's 54% prevalence claim for 2006, there is no source that supports this figure. It's fabricated. CDC...
She's like my shadow. She loves to be next to me.
His 40% figure is more grounded, but it includes a very broad range of conditions, not some vaccine-induced apocalypse. In 1989, nothing special happened that year to spike diseases. The vaccine schedule grew gradually, and autism diagnoses started climbing before that. Once again, thanks...
Wow, that is a crazy graph. Like, what happened here? You didn't like that? She's so cute. Jenny! It was a motorcycle. Motorcycle drove down the road. It sounded like that. Good girl. Good girl, Jenny. You're so funny. You're so cute. Alright, no more. Indoor voices. Come on. Get out of there. She's so cute. It's Nova's friend. She's leaving today. But she was here all weekend. But yeah, that's crazy. Like it started to not go up as much here for a couple years, and then it just took off. So yeah, I mean, I would be very worried about that too.
To better screening. So what's the real deal? Chronic diseases are complex. Genetics, lifestyle, diet, and socioeconomic factors like poverty all interact. Not that this administration gives two shits about reducing poverty. Vaccines? Not even on the list. Bobby's fear-mongering ignores this complexity and overlooks the genetic elephant in the room. The overwhelming majority of the rise in reported prevalence of these conditions is that we actually screen for them properly now. Also,
Now Nova's talking back to her. She's a cutie. Oh, you can't see her face. I don't know. She's so cute, though. She's got one blue eye and one brown eye. And I had another dog here yesterday, and that dog also had a blue eye, and the other eye was half blue and half brown. It was crazy. I've been like pet sitting for a little over maybe 6 months now, and I've pet sit probably about 30 different dogs, and it was the first time I had one dog that had two different color eyes, And I literally got another dog that also had 2 different colored eyes on the same weekend. So, super crazy odds on that happening. And they all got along really well, so that was cool. But yeah, the Huskies are really cool. She's a Pomsky, which is really cool. Sorry, yeah, all the other dogs are probably barking now. That's funny. Yeah, my Nova girl has blue eyes. My roommate has a Malamute. He's big. He's got brown eyes. And he talks a lot. Nova doesn't talk as much. Sometimes. She barks a little bit more than she talks. Jenny likes to talk. Oh, that's cool. You were a groomer. A brown eye with a black outside. Very cool. Very human. White around it. I'm gonna play with each other. Cutie. Let's see. So that's why they think there's a rise in it, because people are living longer. So that's interesting. The rise is because people are living longer and the ability to screen for it. Which, I mean, that makes sense too, but don't they take those into account when they run the numbers? Like, can't you figure for that? Like, somewhat?
We live a long time now, so more people have a chance to suffer from one condition or another since they're not dead. And then also lifestyle factors, the kernel of truth that Bobby inflates outrageously. Bobby is cherry-picking data.
So, if they're not taking all those other factors into account, and they're just showing the number of cases, it would almost make sense for the graph to look like that. And that wouldn't be a problem. That it would be explained by those reasons, right? But if they can account for some of that, and there's still like a crazy spike, then it would be an issue. But I don't know if they're doing that or not.
Like he owns the orchard. If he wants to make America healthy again, he should fund gene environment studies, not peddle baseless fairy tales. But then again, that's not as lucrative as blaming Big Pharma and General Mills. The bottom line is this: Bobby's chronic disease crisis builds on a tiny nugget of truth, that reported chronic disease prevalence is higher. But his 1989 vaccine toxin obsession is pure pseudoscience. No evidence whatsoever shows a sudden spike, and his 54% statistic is pulled out of thin air. Worst of all, he always ignores genetics, which is like trying to solve a 1,000-piece puzzle with 936 of the pieces missing. Was that a fun warm-up? Let's get to the good stuff. But first, a brief word from today's sponsor. We all want a reliable method of finding accurate information on the internet, especially when it comes to science. Google searches turn up a combination of fact or PubMed connect you to research papers, but they can be very hard to read, that leverages AI and vector search to find and synthesize.
Oh, this is for Consensus app, probably. I saw that ad advertised on another channel that I watch. I think maybe it was Mike the Vegan.
The best science for you. Consensus searches across 200 million scientific papers from the highest quality journals and presents referenced information to you in easily.
So yeah, if you're into checking out the scientific research, you can go here and read it yourself. Yeah.
Digestible fashion. Just ask it any question, like, oh, I don't know, do vaccines cause autism? Well, look.
It's just like ChatGTP, but it's trained better on specific things, right?
Look at that, a resounding 100% no. Within seconds, we are reading a concise summary, we have a table presenting key findings from major studies, and a firm conclusion. But that's not the end of the investigation. Consensus pulls up the literature that is most relevant to the question, extracts key insights from each paper, and gives you a study snapshot, which summarizes experimental data, methodology, and relevant outcomes.
Yeah, that's so nice. AI makes things so much easier. Like when you use it like this is what it's made for. Some people think it's so stupid, but like stuff like this is amazing. Like we didn't have this that long ago. It can do so much so fast. Yeah, exactly. Maybe I'll dig into it one day. We can check it out in a stream or a video or something. Go through some studies. Oh, I think that would be cool.
Get the big picture in a flash, and then choose which papers to read if you need more detail. You can do this with any question you have. You don't even need to know the precise keywords because of how vector searches work. Give it specific prompts combined with your search. Ask for the mechanisms of action, or how two concepts correlate with each other, or to explain a topic in simple language. Whatever you need in truly any area of academic study, from economics to anthropology. Is the gut microbiome linked to depression? What's the best treatment for acne? How does a cricket chirp? Whether you're a PhD candidate in immunology or just a curious Jack or Jill trying to make sense of today's news, Consensus is for you.
I saw or heard somewhere that even insects lick their wounds when they're injured. Like they feel pain and they try to like mend their wounds, I guess, or whatever the word would be. Like they care, they think about things like that.
Join over 2 million people who have already switched to smarter, faster, and more reliable information sourcing. Try.
Ants perform surgeries. Ants are really smart. Like, yeah, that's crazy. The one guy I talked to said his justification for eating animals, the guy that was 20 years vegan, he also said that ants farm or enslave other animals or insects. Which is pretty crazy. But that doesn't justify us eating animals at all.
Buy Consensus for free. No credit card, no forms. Go to consensus.app and jump straight into your first search today. Now back to Bobby. Undoubtedly, Bobby's biggest obsession over the course of...
Look, it's Merck. The measles.
Of his grifting career has been vaccines. He continues to spread widely debunked claims that vaccines cause autism, they aren't tested properly, and they're packed with brain-zapping toxins like mercury and aluminum. He tried to play it cool with his whole I'm pro-safety vibe during the HHS Senate hearing, but his 2025 MAHA report clearly claims vaccine over-medicalization. It's a wild ride of misinformation, and it's costing lives. Let's break it down. First up, the big one, vaccines causing autism. Earlier, I directed you to my video on Andrew Wakefield and the conclusive debunking of this link that was based on a singular fraudulent study. But now let's go over Bobby's role in this saga. Bobby has been revving this engine since his 2005 Rolling Stone magazine and Salon article, Deadly Immunity, in which he claimed to have uncovered a connection between thimerosal and neurological disorders like autism, and that it was covered up by CDC. The article contained extremely concerning errors, like citing statistics without sources and claiming vaccine products contained thimerosal when they in fact did not. Eventually, in 2011, it was deemed an unsalvageable dumpster fire and it was removed entirely. The editor of Salon who published the article said, "It was the worst mistake of my career. I probably should have been fired. I regret we didn't move on this more quickly as evidence continued to emerge debunking the vaccines and autism link. But continued revelations of the flaws and even fraud tainting the science behind the connection make taking down the story the right thing to do." But this didn't discourage Bobby from
They ate their poop. Yeah, well, if they had an option to not farm them, would they have not done it? Like, were they doing it out of a necessity? Like, I don't know. I guess probably not. They probably could have just could just eat other things, right? But they can't think like us. So even if they can think and do basic things, you know, I still think we have the obligation to not eat animals. Maybe the ants can justify it, but no way that you can. If you're not vegan, there's no way that you can justify it. And there's no support tying vaccines to autism, clearly. So RFK has no idea what he's talking about.
Continuing his grift as he continues to claim an association between autism and vaccines, as he did on Joe Rogan. And
that guy just said it was the worst mistake of his career. And RFK is just still running with it.
And CHD continues pushing this myth, claiming thimerosal in vaccines is the autism culprit, despite thimerosal being phased out completely by 2001 and never being linked to autism whatsoever in the first place. Cute graphs like this really sum up what Bobby thinks proof that vaccines cause autism looks like. Wow, seems pretty open and shut, huh? Here's the thing, inflation seems to be an even better predictor. Or you know what's even better? Organic food sales. Maybe Bobby should be raging against big broccoli rather than big pharma.
Oh, they figured it out. It's broccoli. It's organic food and broccoli. That's definitely what it is. We're all doomed. Big broccoli, yeah.
Am I right? That's the thing about statistics. They can be misleading. Here's a graph proving that ice cream sales cause shark attacks.
Definitely ice cream sales are definitely affected by shark attacks. I believe that.
Here's one proving that pool drownings are caused by Nicolas Cage films. Here's one proving that death by bedsheets is caused by ski resort profits. Do we need to continue? The point is that illustrating correlation does not ever demonstrate causation. You have to do rigorously empirical mechanisms.
I could watch comparisons like that all day. That's hilarious. I could watch just a whole clip of a bunch of them.
Studies. Every time we've done that, every single time, all the data and all of the meta-analyses show no link whatsoever between
Finally, some Nick Cage science. Yeah, right.
Vaccines and autism. A 2002 study traced 537,000 kids and found no difference in autism rates between those who got the MMR vaccine and those who didn't. A 2003 cohort study of 467,450 children saw no relationship between thimerosal-containing vaccines and risk of developing autism. A 2019 nationwide study of 657,461 children found no increased risk of autism among children who were vaccinated, including among those with risk factors like a diagnosed sibling. A retrospective cohort study of 95,727 children who received the MMR vaccine with older siblings with and without autism found no link between MMR vaccination and risk of autism, even for children having a sibling with autism. An epidemiological analysis of children found prevalence of autism was the same between vaccinated and unvaccinated populations. Age of diagnosis did not differ, and onset of symptoms of autism were not linked to when they received MMR vaccination. A global review by the National Academy of Medicine found no relationship between vaccination status, autism diagnosis, or autism rates before and after introduction of the MMR vaccine, and they discuss in depth why there are no plausible mechanisms by which thimerosal or vaccines could cause autism. This utilized data from hundreds of thousands of children and millions of vaccine doses across the United States, Denmark, Sweden, and the United Kingdom. A systematic review of 67 studies involving millions of children assessing the safety of the overall U.S. immunization schedule found that vaccines are safe, adverse events are rare, and routine vaccines like MMR, DTaP, varicella, and others have no relationship to developing autism, type 1 diabetes, or other chronic health conditions. A scientific review that assessed claims that vaccines overwhelm the immune system concluded there is no evidence to support these claims and that they lack biological plausibility based on how the immune system works. A systematic review of 10 primary studies assessed potential links between thimerosal-containing vaccines, and autism. They found no relationship. The authors emphasized that studies with robust methodologies consistently show vaccines are safe, whereas the handful claiming to find links between vaccines and autism routinely have substantial biases, conflicts of interest, and methodological flaws. And once again, there is Andrew Wakefield's 1998 paper, retracted by The Lancet for blatant fraud and conflicts of interest. What more do you need? How much more science can be done? Anyone who denies this mountain of research is ideologically captured by grifting frauds and in complete denial of reality. There is no other explanation. Bobby's autism claim is deader than disco, but he's still dancing, despite autism's 50 to 90% heritability. Twin studies showed...
Yeah, and Ken Berry's out there eating seven McDonald's patties at once for his meal. Crazy.
Genes are the cause here. Bobby ignores DNA like a flat earther ignoring, well, everything. Next, he claims that there are a whopping 72 vaccines mandated for children. You'll hear this number cited by anti-vaxxers all over the internet. For the record, no, nobody is getting 72 individual shots. Here is the truth. CDC recommends 72 doses of 17 vaccines before age 18. A single shot can contain several doses, so he's just adding up all the doses to make it sound scary. State legislatures and state health department officials are the entities that place vaccine mandates. Most states generally require 9 vaccines for attending kindergarten and 13 for daycare. Also, current vaccines contain much lower antigen doses than 40 years ago, so kids are getting exposed to a lower load of antigens even if the number of vaccines has increased. And most importantly...
Do you guys have kids? You guys have all your vaccines for your kids? We were talking about homeschooling. Any of you guys homeschool? You guys are all the same people that were here, right? So I guess you were all talking about that too. It was Martin that had his homeschool kids. There's got to be other people here that have done homeschooling. I think we were all kind of had the same mindset about it. You're 30, you could have some kids. What do you mean? Yeah, no, I don't have any kids either. I'm 33. I just got Nova. Used to have pickles. But yeah. I don't know. But if you had a kid, would you get them all the vaccines that were recommended for them? I mean, I don't know. I don't really have any reasons why I wouldn't. I would probably look into it a little bit more if I had to make that choice, you know. But I don't really know.
Having more vaccines means there are more diseases we know how to prevent than before. Anyone who thinks that's a bad thing is clueless. Bobby also pretends that vaccines aren't tested against placebos, so we don't know if they're safe. He bragged on Joe Rogan about suing HHS through CHD's informed consent.
Yeah, none of you guys want kids. You'd rather adopt. I've thought about that before too. Like, yeah. I think it would be cool to have your own kid and that whole experience of having a kid with someone. But I think I probably will adopt a kid sometime in my life. I've thought about it before. And I just, like, there's a lot of kids out there that need help. It's pretty sad. So yeah. I probably will end up doing that eventually, but I need to be in a different place in my life, and then right now I couldn't do it now.
Consent Action Network, or ICANN, in 2018, claiming they couldn't produce a single placebo-controlled trial for any vaccine.
When I say no vaccine has ever been, none of the mandated vaccines, what they call recommended, they're actually mandated in many of the states. Like I said, none of them have ever been tested against in a placebo-controlled trial in a safety test prior to licensure. And I said, can you show me one vaccine that has been subject to a safety test? Show me one study that shows that. And he made it the show of looking through a red well. They had brought in from NIH this big tray.
Hey, Tessa. Yeah, I think that bond that you would have with a kid if you were to adopt a kid and you would have a different bond with that kid than you would, like, a different kid. Like, it would be, it'd just be different. It would be cool.
full file folders. And he made a show of kind of looking through that at the time, but he couldn't find whatever he was looking for. So then he said, it's back at NIH in Bethesda, and I'll send it to you. Well, he never did. So Aaron and I sued HHS, and said, show us one study that's ever been done on, pre-licensing safety testing for vaccines. And after a year of stonewalling, they finally gave us a letter and said, we don't have any. So they literally don't have any. So nobody knows what the risk profile for these products are. So they're telling people they avert more harms than they saw and than they cause. But there's no science behind that statement. It's just it's just a guesswork.
Sounds damning, right? Except it's a big fat lie. First, some background information. Placebo-controlled trials typically compare an active substance to an inert substance, like saline, to isolate its effects. This is sometimes the case for pharmaceutical drugs, though even there, only if it is a new indication. But for vaccines...
Yeah, I'm just watching random videos and just hanging out, so maybe I'll watch a little bit of Axel too, see what he's doing.
In particular, many consider it unethical to leave children unprotected against diseases that can kill them for the sake of science. So trials might use active controls, like another vaccine, or unvaccinated cohorts when feasible. This still ensures safety and efficacy, just without risking lives. Vaccines go through rigorous testing before hitting the market, with 0 exceptions. The FDA requires trials with thousands of participants.
Oh yeah, the League
but
of
now
Pigs.
here's the really important...
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I actually have it here. Yeah, we're gonna watch this.
They bide their time, for the dogs and the horses are blind to them.
Yes.
Taking their crown will be so easy, for there is only one king of animal racing, and they do not share power.
He seeks
Look at him jumping.
redemption in the Colosseum of this sport. Biggie Smalls jumps to first base, jumps to second, and
His name's Biggie Smalls. Oh my gosh.
he's gonna get second, surely. He gets first. It's an incredible race by Biggie Smalls. It's the
That one's got like little chops under his face. Like what are those, like little cheeks?
most controversial season, and the backlash in round 2 is relentless. It's looking like she'll get sub 10. She gets sub 10, and somehow Hoshi finds a way. There she goes again, and it's follow the leader. Through her sacrifice, she has prevailed.
Yeah. The League of Pigs. Definitely go check them out. This is awesome.
How far have they come? Training their entire lives for moments like this. They have raced since they were babies. Their purpose sealed within a few days of being born. And look how far it's taken them, from the paddock to the wood to the forest. Each evolution asking for bigger performances, demanding more from the pigs than any other competition can ask for. Extraordinary is rare by definition. It only occurs in special individuals, in unique situations, and only in the most important of places. Rare do those stars align, but they have for us today. For the forest is not just any racing ground. It is a holy place for these pigs, a sacred land. Winning here would be an honour beyond words. 4 pigs will reach out for the extraordinary, but only one...
Alright, let's check their points. Ginger is winning, but not by a lot. Only by a couple of points, and it looks like Biggie Smalls is in second. Interesting. I don't know how these points work. They're kind of really weird. But Bear was winning from the first round, but is in third now. And then Hoshi's only 1 point behind Bear. And then Pepper's not very good. Pepper's only got 39 points. So, yeah. So it's probably going to be between Ginger and Smalls, but Bear or Hoshi might, like, come out of nowhere.
Will grasp it. and in doing so experience a brief moment.
Look, wait, that was probably Pepper.
Only one will grasp it, and in doing so experience...
Back here. This is Pepper. They're like all over here getting ready to race, and Pepper's like over here just like playing with a bug or something.
Experience a brief moment of bliss, for they will know deep down that their name will be sealed in eternity as one of the greatest pigs that has ever lived. Welcome to one of the most extraordinary moments in sport. Welcome to the League of Pigs finals. The first Forest finals begin, and Piggy S'mores and Pepper lead the race out, but Bears push them both aside. Is going to get first of these chicanes. Hoshi's lining up for second here, but does a huge stumble on that first bail and allows Piggy S'mores to come in on the far side. The boys battle it out, but it's Bear who sets a record in the first race of these finals, and it sends a message to every pig in this forest. If you want to take this championship, you're going to have to do a damn sight better than that. And as we go to the eye in the sky, you can see that Hoshi is very unlucky on that first bail. All the pigs are taking huge risks at this stage in the competition, and I cannot stress enough just how uneven this ground is in the forest. Piggy S'mores doesn't look that slow in fairness. Hoshi did look quite sharp until that stumble, and unusually it's Ginger who falls out the top three. But as we know, anything can happen over the next 9 races.
Yeah, sorry, Pia. That's sad.
The pigs kind of like the clubhouse, but they've all come to the same conclusion, which is there's not much difference between the inside of the clubhouse and the outside of the clubhouse. There is one pig that we see more often in there, and that is Pepper, but that's mainly because she finds it the perfect object for scratching on. Its wooden texture, along with its corners and many curves, make it the perfect object to fulfill all of Pepper's scratching needs. And that wooden beam at the bottom is the perfect size for Pepper to scratch her belly, as she's giving us a demonstration of right now. It's a simple life filled with simple pleasures. Extremely wet conditions here in the wood as the pigs battle down the hill. It's Hoshi and Ginger trying to get first, with Ginger winning that small proxy battle. I have a commanding lead over the others. Piggy S'mores will always be dangerous on this course, as we know, but as they go around the corner, Ginger is defending her lead well. Hoshi's quite close behind as they go over the hill. Hoshi will try and challenge, but it's got to be Ginger's now. Piggy S'mores has overtaken Bear and Pepper and gets a third. It's a record by Ginger, a well-deserved 10 points and a very needed 10 points after the poor performance she did in the first race. It's worth mentioning that Piggy S'mores and Ginger do have an overall championship lead. They can afford to drop a few points, but Hoshi and Bear do not have that luxury and cannot lose many races to Ginger and Piggy S'mores. Otherwise, their chances of winning this championship are reduced to nil. Right now, you're walking around with no League of Pigs merch on you at all. And that means you're living a lie. You're pretending to be normal, but you're anything but it. You're a fan of pig racing, but too chicken to admit it to others. And therefore, you're not being true to yourself, and it's crushing you. So let me be the wake-up call you need. The charade ends now. You have no idea what these t-shirts can do for you. When you wear an item of clothing with a pig on it, your life changes forever. In a sense, you have come out to the world by saying, take me as I am, and I am a fan of the pig racing arts. And in a very real sense, you have found yourself, and you don't even need to fly to India to do it. You can find all the enlightenment you need and much more at leagueofpigs.com. It's another chicane log bail course, and Bear springs out the box once again. She's going to get the chicanes first, and that always bodes well. Piggy S'mores has been squished out by her as well, and she's going very quick. It's 9:80, must be incorrect. There's got to be something wrong with that clock, because the previous record on this course was 10:36, set by the same pig just moments ago. And I am looking at a time that is over half a second quicker on a course that isn't even that long. This is very reminiscent of Piggy S'mores and the oval track, and we all know what happened there. They have to shut this pig down, because right now everyone is relying on how inconsistent Bear can be. And don't get me wrong, she's very inconsistent, but it's getting a little late in the day.
It's Pepper.
To just rely on Bear's poor performances in the wood. This may well be the quickest performance we see on this track, and it happens in race 3. The finals are proving anything but ordinary. Let's talk about Ginger in the context of this show. Ginger enters these finals in pole position, a situation she's been in.
Ginger Hamilton from the UK.
many times, but that rarely means that she's been able to eventually seal the deal and win that championship. Things get stranger when you consider that she is easily one of the most consistent pigs in this competition, often coming in podium positions in nearly every race. People might comment, well, she is still a 2-time champion, and that is true, but so are pigs like Bear and Hoshi, and I know for a fact that over her career she scored far more points than those two pigs. So why isn't she in the same conversation as Piggy Smalls? Things get even weirder when you realise that she's from the UK. This is her home ground. You'd think that she would get some favourable outcomes, but that doesn't seem to have taken place. Of course, regardless, we wish Ginger the very best of luck, but we must move on with these finals.
I hope they don't eat them after they race them.
It's the uphill oval circuit for this one, and Piggy Smalls and Bear lead it out. Bear will probably start to fade off, but Piggy Smalls doing what he does best and stays in the lead here as they go down towards this corner. Piggy Smalls has the inside line, but there is some spark here by Bear on this woodland course as she keeps up with Piggy Smalls. Piggy Smalls under pressure by a pig he's not familiar with, and if they go up this hill, he has the better racing line, and if Piggy Smalls won that race, it was not due to performance, it was due to sheer experience. Bear has never been in this position before where she's fighting for the lead at the hill, so she has no idea that you need to take the outside line in order to attack this hill best, and Piggy Smalls seals another victory. A terrible race for Hoshi as he gets fourth once again, and he's going to need...
There goes Pepper. I don't think Pepper's having that much fun being so far in the back.
A string of victories over the next 2 or 3 races, or we can count him out of this competition, and a record time on this uphill oval track was the only...
So they're running towards food. So, like, do you think that they, like, don't feed them before this so that they're really hungry? And then that's why they're racing through the track? Right? Because you want to think that they're treated really well. But all you see is them racing through the track and then eating their food. So you don't really know what they're doing before.
Reason that Piggy Smalls beat Bear. Interesting stuff after race 4. Piggy Smalls saunters around the edge of this forest, and that confidence is well founded. He has done some extraordinary performances over the last few seasons, and it's meant that he is the reigning 3-time world champion. But that dominance we've seen in the past hasn't translated fully into season 11. He's been good, and he has produced some extraordinary moments.
Yeah, like what's going to happen to Pepper? Because Pepper's just like not good. They're going to eat her first, or him. That's sad.
But there is a lack of consistency there, and it's let other pigs into the conversation. He will need to bring his...
It's just like horse racing, you know? On an average of every horse race, one horse dies. That's like one of the stats that PETA puts out there. Because you don't see what happens behind the scenes, you know? Yeah, exactly. So you don't, you know, you just see the horses running around the track, but you don't realize that every time those horses run around the track, behind the scenes, there's a horse dying. It's kind of brutal. I told it to my dad one day. I kind of felt bad because I was talking to him about it. And one of his, like, childhood memories with his dad is going to the racetrack and watching the horses run around the track. His dad used to, like, go there and bet on them. That was, like, a long time ago. Back in, like, the 70s. But yeah, I was like telling him that. I was like, I don't support that because, you know, they're not nice to the horses. It's kind of sad. My aunt had a couple of horses. My aunt had a little farm, or like lived on farm, and she had a couple horses, and she had a pig named Reba, and there was a goat that lived there that was somebody else's, and they had horses there too. So like I kind of grew up around a lot of animals there, and I had a lot of animals too. So including the pig.
Brand of magic into these last few races. It's a forest sprint race, and Piggy Smalls has stopped for a yellow leaf, and that's left it wide open for the others. Ginger and Hoshi taking full advantage here, and they're going to cross the line and change this championship. And what is going on? The door goes down, the yellow leaf goes up, and with it, Piggy Smalls' comfortable lead in this competition evaporates. Bear will also not be a fan of Piggy Smalls, as she is trapped behind him.
Wait, did Pepper actually beat Biggie in that one?
In the starting box during that whole fiasco, and the two of them have to rush as quick as they can to try and scrabble some points, with only Bear managing to overtake Pepper and limit the damage. Piggy Smalls got distracted by an apple in the previous fight.
Yeah, Pepper actually did pretty good in that one. That was the first time, I think.
Finals, and now it's a yellow leaf that does it here. Incredible scenes as we hit the halfway point. Bear's perusing the vegetation on the edge of the forest, and the regular viewers will know just how different Bear is from the other four. For starters, she is the worst behaved pig out of the five. Of course, you could say she's the most free-spirited, depending on what your perspective is, and especially if...
Now my stream disconnected. What if I have rollerblades on and I hold a leash and my dog pulls me down the street?
all the time. Pigs do like to stay together because it brings them a sense of comfort and safety. Her, along with Ginger, the most strong-minded pigs. In a sense, it's more dismissive and therefore a bit more frustrating. But also there's an odd sense of respect with something like that.
And they got tags in their ears. I wonder what the tags in their ears are for. Yeah, I always walk her with a harness. I normally walk her with a harness and a long leash, and she doesn't normally pull me. I like worked with her so she doesn't like freak out. But it's like it's something that I've seen before, or I've seen other people like ask other vegans. They're like, what about, what if you're like, it's just like weird questions that they might ask. But like, what if my dog likes doing that? You know what I mean? What if my dog likes pulling things? It's like, I guess if she's doing it, if she's doing it for fun, and I'm playing with her, then I'm just playing with her. It's not like I'm using her for what she like is like does or whatever. What they're used for by other people. Yeah, urban mushing. Yeah, I've seen like videos of huskies where people like do funny videos, do different things with them. I run with her. Like, she likes to run with me. So we just like run around normally, but I can't, like, she would probably run a lot more than I can. But yeah, I just thought it was like a weird question.
That, because at the end of the day, why should she do something that we've asked her to do? One thing is for sure, you never know what to expect with her. It's the chicane bail course again, and it's Bear who goes out of the box like she's on fire, and she's going around these chicanes, and it's going to be Bear's. Hoshi desperately needs this victory to stay in the championship. It's another record-breaking performance from Bear as she beats her insane record only a few moments ago. And the others cannot do this course in sub 10 seconds, and that's becoming brutally obvious as Bear just shows how slow they are on this course, and her relentless nature has pushed Hoshi well out of this competition and broken the hearts of many an Oinku fan. But Bear, she couldn't care less as she grabs these finals with both trotters, and therefore it is firmly a... Anyway, on to our top few entries. Third place was just too difficult to choose, so we gave it to 5. Still poking out, Ginger trying to catch up with the front two, and as they go round this midpoint, it's Bear who leads out with Hoshi on her tail, but Hoshi puts on the boosters and it makes it level with Bear, and he'll have the better racing line for that final corner, and a record's been set, but by who? It's Bear Trotsky, and all of a sudden things get interesting in Season 11 as a pig that had no expectations coming into this oval track race scores a full 10 points. Just when you think Bear finds herself second in the championship with 3 races left to go. Now, everybody knows that Hoshi Oinku is from Japan, but believe it or not, viewers, unbelievably we do get...
They're so cute. Yeah, let's watch something else. I wonder if they're doing all that at once, or like, is that like multiple days? Oh, here we go. Alright, I gotta go for a second. I'll be right back though. I'm not going anywhere. Just hold on for a second. Alright, I'm back. Let's check out Jamie's Corner.
What the hell is up? My name is Jamie Logan, and we are here in Toronto, Canada.
She's probably one of my favorite activists. She's really funny. She's good at talking to people.
At World Solidarity Day, we are asking people to watch a 3-minute movie challenge in return for a special prize.
Bacon. So my mouth was like smiling. Yeah.
Everybody's happy. That motherfucker's going vegan in like a few weeks. Trust me. Why are you vegan? She said we love animals. This is probably gonna stay on your mind. I hope it does.
It definitely had an impact on my mind. There's certain substances in the pork I needed.
Like what?
I'm saying the maggots.
The maggots in the pork he needed for his health.
What? Maggots? Ugh.
This is not exactly the type of movie you want to fall asleep to. All right, let's go find some people to take this challenge. Woo! There's some runners over there. Should I intercept? Three-minute movie challenge? 3-minute movie challenge. They're a little fast for me.
They're running, they're not going to want to be bothered. Everybody that's running or on a bike, they never want to stop.
Did you guys take the challenge yet? Come with me. Let's go. He'll be right back, boys. Bruce, you are in for it.
Hello? Sir? Good morning?
Oh, he was sleeping. Oh my god, that's funny. How you fall asleep watching that? He probably never started. He probably just sat down and like closed his eyes for a second and fell asleep.
But
okay, so you saw most of it.
I saw most of it. And I think they should really kind of give the younger pig. They said a younger pig would cost $500, and the older pig, if you want to get an older pig, it's like $100.
How do you feel about not putting a price tag on them at all and recognizing them as individuals that want to be here,
Well,
like
maybe,
you and me?
not even that, because the way we've dealt with meat, There's so many addictive things, and meat is one of the addictive.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm sure there's so many people that if ever get off pork, which I was one, things would go argish. So I had to eat pork again. That's what my psychiatrist said, because there's certain substances in the pork that I need in order to maintain certain concept of my body.
Like what?
Certain ones, but
like what?
See the maggots. The
maggots in the pork he needed for his health. You've seen this stuff before?
Like I've seen the Seaspiracy stuff and like all the ones on Netflix and stuff, so it's not super shocking or anything like that. But
you've seen this stuff too before?
Something similar, I think. Yeah.
How do you guys feel about it?
it's not great.
Yeah, it's kind of really disgusting to watch. I guess like traumatizing to see that. Yeah.
Definitely like horrific kind of stuff, and it's like, I'm honestly definitely open to like learning about like different people's sort of causes and what going on and stuff like that. Obviously, like I do know that like as someone that does eat meat.
Wait, did he say he's vegetarian?
Into perspective as well, so yeah, for sure, yeah.
I was there too. I used to eat meat 3 times a day. I had no idea until I saw this.
Yeah.
How do you think the animals feel going through all of this?
I think they probably.
Yeah, it was sped up a little bit. I'll turn it back down though.
Wonder what type of place they are, and if this place is really where they're supposed to be. And in the end, I think they probably pray that they can come back, but hopefully they come back where there isn't people like obviously that would eat them.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm sure. How would you feel if you were in their situation? What would you want people to do about it?
I would say keep all the pigs, the young ones, dress them up as your own, and people will see that they're worth, because they are worth it, right? Young.
Listen, sir, you're a little bit older than me, so how would you feel if I said that about you?
I would say, well, I'm as old as I am. I still need to learn, and thank you for the.
And you still want to live, right?
Yes, that's right.
So do these animals, and I think that the point that we're trying.
That's really sad. You can get horse meat there. Yeah, that's really sad.
Trying to make here is we don't have to do this for survival, right?
We don't have to.
No.
There's some. We don't even have to eat meat, but we choose. Yeah.
Okay.
We're not really supposed to. We chose to, and we've developed our systems in order to digest it. But
you guys heard it from him.
Yeah.
So what would you like to see change?
No, I had a few pet mice too that I rescued. I found them. Well, my friend found them. She was driving down the road, and on the side of the road, it was a small little cage. And she stopped, and she picked the cage up, and it was really nasty. It was just a bunch of pee and poop. And there were 2 little mice in the cage. And she called me crying, and she was like, I don't know what to do with these mice. She's like, I can't keep them. But, like, I found them, and I was like, bring them over here. And I took care of them, and they're partly the reason why I'm vegan now, too. And I can't believe how much people hate mice. Like big, grown, strong men, like, hate mice and try to kill them just for being in their house. Like, it blows my mind. Like, I would never kill a mouse.
Change or happen?
Maybe some regulation around how they raise, I guess, or produce, like how they run the meat industry, just to remove like animal cruelty.
I think also there are like alternatives now that are pretty good, right?
Right, alternatives.
So
I think that your answer shows that you care and that you have compassion, and that what's happening on those TV screens.
I used to watch Ratatouille with my mice. We used to watch it together.
Is ethically and morally wrong. Like, you would agree, right?
Yeah.
Then the question is there a humane way to take the life away from another being that doesn't want to die?
Probably not. Realistically, there isn't. There's no way to justify that, right? But yeah.
It's not gonna happen all at once, I feel, but it's like for me, like I've especially thought of like doing like, like a 1 day of the week vegetarian and stuff like that. So it's like sort of like those like incremental steps that I think that we can all like start doing to sort
keep saying to people, you don't need to take baby steps. You're not a baby. I don't know where I heard somebody else say that, and I thought it was funny, so now I keep saying that to everybody. So after my mice died, one of them had an infection, and it healed a little bit, but then it came back, and she ended up passing maybe only a few months after I got them. The other one lived for like 2 years and just passed away a few months ago. It was really sad. I was really close to her. I was really close to both of them. But now I have the tank up there that she was in. And it's just empty now. Well, actually, she's in there. I still have her. But, I have her, like, dehydrated. I'm gonna put her in a little box. But, I thought about getting a rat. Like, rescuing a rat. Like, if it happens, it happens. If I come across somebody that has a rat that has to get rid of them, I would consider possibly meeting the rat, seeing if the rat would like me.
Sort of like, over time, sort of like,
But I don't know how a rat would get along with my dog, so I would have to take that into consideration.
stop, all of this from happening and stuff like that. Right?
I think that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
However, what would one of those animals say if they could speak to somebody doing vegetarian once a week?
They would want to do it all days a week, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think when we look at this issue as we would look at any other issue, we would recognize it as wrong and we would say, we probably should just not participate in it all the time.
Oh,
right?
for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is, that would be the likely or like the most preferred thing to like happen, of course. Yeah.
If I can offer you 2 products, one product causes a lot of suffering to animals.
This is Jamie's Corner. If you don't subscribe to her, definitely go check her out. Subscribe. And yeah, is it best to get 2 rats? If I were to rescue a rat, should I rescue like 2? Or else? But yeah, I know they don't live very long. It is really sad. But they're so cool. They definitely should be respected a lot more.
Animals, it's bad for you, bad for the planet. And another product that tastes the same, looks the same, that doesn't cause suffering, which would you choose?
The other part that tastes the same and it doesn't, you won't have to kill it. Like for instance, Beyond Meat.
Good answer!
For instance, tofu, another.
Ding, 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 ding.
A compressive green, certain constructs of different textural flavors, you combine them, it can taste like meat. Yeah.
Give me fist pump.
Oh, bless.
That is the answer I was looking for. What are steps that you can take today to help animals?
Probably eat less meat.
Less meat?
Yeah, or no meat.
Oh, okay. Why no meat?
Yeah, just what I saw, like the video.
Yeah. I truly challenge both of you to think of this issue as you would any other social justice movement. So, in terms of women's rights, we wouldn't say, it's okay if I, some of the time, treat women more fairly and give them the right to vote, right? And it's the same with animals. It's some of the time, is it okay to kill them? Some of the time, or less killing, does that make it better? So, every single day that you wait to go vegan.
It's Jamie's Corner. Sorry if my stream was cutting out. Her name is Jamie Logan. But search Jamie's Corner. Yeah, there you go, Jamie Logan. It's Jamie's Corner. It's Jamie's Corner. the other day.
Go like completely meat free, like, you know, over like just like on a dime, definitely would be a challenge for me just because I'm so used to like eating.
Jamie. Jamie. It's right here.
Meat, that's like such like a part of my overall diet. But yeah, definitely, you know, like I said before, like those incremental steps which may not be like, you know, preferred, but like I feel like that's like more effective to sort of like, you know, sort of get people, you know, weaning off of like meat and stuff like that.
Yeah, so if the ultimate end goal is to completely give up these products and those are the steps that you need to take, I would encourage you.
Yeah, that's it. And yeah, he's making a comeback. He's going around talking to, he's been working with AV. He's going to be working with them all month, I think. And he's doing all these interviews, talking to a lot of people. He's trying to raise money for that farm. That's why he's back. There's a farm that he works with. Apparently he's saying that he's not actually getting any money from it. It's just all the money's going to the farm. But yeah, that's why he's popping up on everybody's channel. Everyone's trying to get more views using him, and he's trying to use everybody to get money for the farm. So I don't know. I've never been to the farm. I don't know why everyone should give to that sanctuary over to other sanctuaries, but I feel like we should be promoting giving to your own local sanctuaries, but like check them out and make sure that they're actually, you know, good. Find good vegan people that are actually taking care of animals. Like, sure, you can donate to other ones if you want to in a bad situation. Like, I understand the situation that they're in. It's not something that they really created themselves. Weird that out of nowhere, everyone's asking for money for this one farm. Yeah. Yeah, he said he's been going there for a really long time. So yeah, I mean that's cool. If he can get a lot of money for his farm, but I don't know, I just thought it was kind of weird. Like, he just wants to come back to get money for them. He's not really doing it for the animals, he's doing it for that farm. Which, I mean, I'm gonna go check some out that are outside of actually talk to them a little bit more.
Documentaries. There's also some put in that. Then you can check that out as well. Because I think when we think of going vegan, it seems like this like big change or something that's hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's daunting, and at first that's what I thought.
Damn. Sorry, it's skipping out. Sorry, it was skipping. Yeah, the more people go, the more it's gonna just be like a zoo. Exactly.
I was like, that's too extreme, I can't do it. And then once you actually take this step and say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna make those little swaps. I'm gonna take the foods that I really like, and I'm just gonna swap it with the vegan alternative. It's easier than you think. And you feel better.
Absolutely.
And you also know that you're not participating in a system that's doing this to animals.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you, for sure.
This is a prize for you.
Thank you. Is it hemp?
Is it hemp?
Is it hemp? Is it one of those placebo ones? One bite and I'm sleepy.
We don't need to make you any more sleepy, so no, it's not. It is a delicious chocolate chip vegan cookie. Do you want to try it?
Yes, I will.
Okay, let's see you try it. Okay.
30-year-old cow, that's awesome. I just went to... Oh, now it's cutting out again. Damn, my internet really sucks. Maybe my laptop's about to blow up. It's pretty hot.
Here he goes. In for the bite he goes.
And good. Well, bacon. Okay.
30%.
It's really soft, it's chewy. That's what I prefer in a cookie. Especially for those who have some, I would say, tender gums and such, right?
People that don't have teeth can eat it.
Yeah, it's
Lovely.
It's kind of like a, what is it, like a starchy flavor. Certain stuff they put in the flowers. This is like a smooth, like a, something that I would feed my baby child. You know, breakfast. Just got a puree dough, but I would feed it to her.
I think it passed the test. So you know the best part about that cookie? Nobody got hurt for that cookie.
Right. So my mouth was like smiling. Yeah.
Everybody.
His mouth is smiling. Yeah, my stream keeps cutting out, so I hope you guys can hear me. I went to Veg Fest a couple months ago, and I went last year too, and there was a guy there that made like the best brownies that I've ever had. They were so good.
Everybody's happy. Thank you so much. You are amazing, and I really do hope you consider going vegan after today.
I will consider it.
Thank you. This is probably going to stay on your mind. I hope it does.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, I feel like that's like the only.
Yeah, sorry, it keeps cutting out, everybody. If you're new here, subscribe. I just set something up, so it should pop up on the screen if you do. But yeah, if I keep cutting out, I might have to just end the stream soon.
Only way like for change is just like have an impact in people's minds. So yeah, like definitely yeah, it definitely had an impact on my mind. So yeah, thank you so much for sort of expressing everything that you did today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And being that it's World Solidarity Day, you're gonna stand in solidarity with the animals.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Yes, that is also the animals.
All
Yes,
right.
for sure, yeah.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Maybe you'll be joining us one day. Super open-minded dude. He's freaking awesome. I think sometimes it helps people to say that I will do it in steps, I'll eat less meat. I think that sometimes that's just a way that they can start justifying and rationalizing it in their mind, because it can.
Yeah, sorry. I was saying that I went to a wolf sanctuary a couple years ago, and that's actually one of the reasons why. Oh, she's not up here. She must be outside. Nova. I named Nova. When I went to the wolf sanctuary, there was a really cool wolf that I met there, and her name was Nova. And she only had 3 legs. She was a 3-legged wolf, and I had a 3-legged cat. So it was really cool. Picture on it. So 3-legged cat passed away after a few months. I saw Nova, or I saw the husky that I got now, like on like Facebook or something, and the lady kind of had her story posted there, so I went and met the lady. And when I got Nova, her name wasn't Nova, her name was Toshi, and I got her, and I had the picture of the wolf that was named Nova, that had 3 legs, and I thought it was a fitting name for my husky, to name her Nova, after that 3-legged wolf. So that was kind of the reason why I gave her that name. I missed my Pickles, was my 3-legged cat. But yeah, that's Jamie's Corner, so definitely go check her out if you're not already subbed to her. She's got like 11,000 subs, so she's way bigger channel than mine. Canada. I know she's not too far. She goes up and down the East Coast sometimes. I think she goes to like New York. I think she's been to like Philly, which is pretty close to where I'm at. But yeah, she's got some really funny videos too. Maybe we could watch like an older one. Yeah, here's our interview. It was like 6 days ago with Gary. Yeah, this one.
What the hell is up? My name is Jamie Logan, and I'm being sued by Seymour and Loudermilk.
If you've had your feelings hurt by a vegan, you could be entitled to compensation.
Were you injured? Because it says injured by a vegan, you could actually get compensation. They're suing me for injuring people's pride and conspiring to show people the truth about what happens to animals.
I think that's just dumb.
Thank you. The smartest person.
The kid's the first one to say it was dumb. Have you been injured by a vegan? You might have a lawsuit if you've been injured by a vegan. You can call these guys.
I've talked to you all day. Why is everybody getting injured in Kansas? Every billboard here is like, were you injured? I can help.
Say less.
Yeah, maybe I'm not gonna go there. Everybody gets hurt there.
Less. Say less.
Have you been lectured by some 80-pound tree hugger about how that porterhouse got to your plate? Seymour and Loudermilk just opened offices here.
Vegan Gains, though. Did Vegan Gains hurt you? He's pretty crazy, right? A lot of people don't like him.
In Kansas City, so I decided to put on my Chiefs hat and I'm gonna hit the streets and ask people what they think about it because I feel victimized by them. Hi, how are you? We were just in the area and we noticed that there's a new law firm in town. It's called Seymour and Loudermilk. It says injured by a vegan. What is up with that?
Look at her face. She's like, what?
Vegans? Okay. We are in the belly of the beast. We were just in the area and we noticed there's a billboard around the corner for a new law firm called Seymour and Loudermilk. Have you heard of them?
No, I don't know.
I felt victimized by it. This local vegan bakery could be Seymour and Loudermilk's next victim.
Uh-oh.
And maybe I should say I'm gonna warn them. There is a new law firm called Seymour and Loudermilk. They are...
Yeah, you liked Richard till a few years ago. Yeah, and then you started watching it again. He's okay now, he's meditating. Yeah, I've seen some of his streams and he seems chill. There was one time I saw him, he was kind of like pissed off. He was like yelling about something, but yeah, I don't know. People fuck with him a lot. And I guess he got pretty crazy or something. I heard about his like crazy videos or whatever, but I don't know if I saw him. But yeah, I mean, he's got a pretty big following, right? So I think he's heard some of her crazy stuff. Or thinks like she's pretty crazy. I think she did something with Jamie one time. But I've watched The Vegan Teacher 1 or 2 times. But she seemed pretty chill in a couple videos that I saw, but I don't really know. Like, I'm a new vegan, so I don't really know about some of the things that happened with some of the other vegans that like people don't like. I wasn't around for those things. Yeah, he's smart and right about a lot of things. Yeah, I mean, and if he's vegan, and I don't know, I mean, you could still kind of be an asshole and be vegan sometimes, like, but I don't know. If you're really being an asshole for no reason to other people, then I don't think you're being a vegan. It's not living vegan to me if you're being an asshole to other humans for no reason. You should at least give them a chance. If they shit on you, then obviously, if they want to be a shitty person, then you can treat them like a shitty person, but I've only been vegan for like a year. Yeah, like a year. Almost. Yeah, like it's not hard to not hate people. You know what I mean? Like it's not hard to not hate animals either. So yeah, it's kind of weird. It's weird to me when people hate other people for like no reason, just because of like the color of their skin or just because you're pissed off. Just because you're pissed off and you want to be mean to somebody, like doesn't give you any right to be mean to somebody just because you're in some type of mood. Like that kind of bothers me. Like I used to do that myself. I'd get really pissed off and be mean to people. It's like I try to learn better than that. You know what I mean? It affects a lot. It affects a lot of people in a lot of different ways, more than you would think.
Lawyers that actually go and sue vegans for showing people the truth about what's happening to animals. Have you heard of them?
No, I have not.
I think as a vegan bakery, it's like, this is very threatening to non-vegans.
Okay, if they want to find it threatening, good for them.
What do you think about this billboard?
I think it's crazy. Why he hates vegans? I mean, people are, maybe it's a sign of the times. People are looking for reasons to hate anybody.
Injured by a vegan? That is a crazy sign. I don't think I've ever been injured by a vegan, though.
I feel for the animals that are forced into gas chambers, who have their lives taken from them.
I didn't know she talked to Piers Morgan. That's cool.
I've seen a lot of these types of law firms and stuff, all the billboards. I'm seeing jungle law all over the place. Like, apparently that's real. I was like, I don't know. Nothing surprises me more these days.
Why is everybody getting injured?
I have not a single... Say less. Say less.
We're driving around Kansas.
Yeah, see, like saying things like that when there's no proof, even if you think that, you're better off just keeping your mouth shut. When a lot of people look up to you about other things, like, yeah, it's probably better off just not saying anything about that, whether you think that or not. But
The city looking for more of these billboards, and I can't help notice there's barber shops on like every corner. People are hairy and they're injured here.
I mean, he was never like, there was never any proof. Like, didn't he like pay to settle some things though or something? So like maybe that was suspicious. But like, yeah, there was like never any proof that he actually did anything, right? I don't know. I don't really know all the details about that, but I know what you mean. Like, you gotta watch what you say when you have a lot of people. Like you gotta watch what you say no matter what, but especially when you have a big audience.
Here in Kansas City, are the barbers injuring the residents here, and they're just blaming the vegans? I don't know. We're gonna try to get to the bottom of this. Another law firm injured. And look at that man on there. He kind of looks like Seymour.
Yeah, he's so funny, like, talking to them about. They're like, what? You're telling me what? I can't eat animals and respect them at the same time? That's the face that they give me. Like, huh?
Have you been injured by a vegan?
Not today.
No? I can change that. I'm happy to change that.
I don't think so, that I know of.
There's a first for everything.
Yes. Why, yes, there is.
So if a vegan offended you, you wouldn't necessarily call Seymour and Loudermilk.
I don't think I would ever be offended by someone's opinion. I mean, if someone has an opinion that...
Yeah, I heard that too about Macaulay Culkin. That he, like, really defended him, didn't he? So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I feel like that should say a lot, but I don't know. Wasn't Macaulay Culkin also, like, messed up on a lot of drugs and stuff, and but I think he's sober now, isn't he?
That's different than mine. Like, okay, they have a different opinion. What if they started sharing facts with you about like how animals have their throats slit and how they're tortured? And I would be like, that sucks. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I see that affects you deeply, but unfortunately, I still eat meat. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I have not been injured by a vegan yet, personally, but
Not yet.
I'm on the lookout. I'm always being wary, obviously.
Okay.
It's a targeted sign at somebody, and it's slightly offensive, actually.
Thank you for saying that.
I just saw a post that Neuralink just completed the 8th and the 9th patients. So now there's 9 people with chips in their brains. I don't know if you guys keep up with any of that stuff, but it was pretty interesting. I saw a clip from Elon talking about the Neuralink company and putting chips in people's brains, and about how he thinks it's gonna answer a lot of questions about consciousness that we have. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And I was thinking, what if they put, like, well, they already did like test it in other animals, didn't they? It was kind of weird. But like, what if there was like a way that they could communicate to the chip in your brain? Like, I thought that was kind of interesting. Like, there's something on it that helps you be able to understand animals better. Would any of you guys be open to putting like a chip in your brain? There was another thing I heard about, in the future, employers might require employees to put chips in their brains for certain positions. And one feature that there might be is that you can flip your memory from when you're home to when you're at work. So when you go to work, you don't remember anything from your home life. You just remember everything from your work life. And then when you leave and you go home, it switches back. And then you just remember everything from your home life, and you don't remember anything from your work life. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, was that already in a movie? They're doing it in real life now.
Yeah.
It's targeted at me. I'm being sued by Seymour and Loudermilk.
You are.
Yeah, they're suing me for injuring people's pride and conspiring to show people the truth about what happens to animals before they reach our plates.
Yeah. Okay, so
He is out to put me behind bars.
I sure hope he fails.
Well, I'm sorry, that sucks.
Thank you.
Well, best of luck, man. I mean, crap. I think, oof, Lord.
I'm like, I shouldn't be sued for that.
Oh, it's a TV show? Was it something like that? Where they had different, like, consciences for work and home?
What do you think?
That's stupid.
Thank you.
I think that's just dumb.
Thank you. The smartest person I've talked to all day. Come on, let's stand up for animals, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Here, this is what happens if you call the number.
Thank you for calling Loudermilk and Associates. If you've been physically injured by a vegan, press 1. If you've been emotionally injured by a vegan,
Emotionally.
If you've been exposed to disturbing ideas by a vegan, press 3. If you've been existentially threatened by a vegan, press 4. If you want to know why vegans are so vocal, press 5. If you'd be happier listening to a like bus over, press 6.
What's the other name? I don't see him in the bar.
What that nasty vegan did to you.
What a nasty vegan did you?
Loudermilk.
What is this book?
That's the Kansas City Metropolitan Bar. So
Uh-oh, look who's here. Throw logic reasoning out the window.
Association directory of lawyers.
Are they even in
Seymour
there?
doesn't show up.
This guy looks like a tool.
Hey, you came just in time. Here you go. Have you been injured by a vegan? Call this number. 866-HATE-VEGANS. Talk to this guy. Look at him. It's a friend of yours. Call him up.
Cool. I don't know. Come on. He put himself on the billboard.
Well, Mike D. Pasquale's on a lot of billboards.
Yeah, so basically this man is pretending to be a lawyer and he is discriminating against vegans and animals.
Might be practicing law without a license.
I looked up their website and it says it's called HateVegans.com.
He doesn't have a license.
Have you been lectured by some 80-pound tree hugger about how that porterhouse got to your plate?
Louder Milk and Associates.
I'm not 80 pounds. Like, I'm closer to 120.
Is there a tab to say who we are? Or...
Let's see. Do you think that people deserve to know the truth about how the food gets to their plate?
Sure. I mean, I think
you.
people still need to do credible sources, do their fact checking and all that kind of stuff like that. Academic journals, peer-reviewed things, those are the golden standards. People realize that.
Or just undercover footage inside factory farms. If we don't share the truth about what's happening to animals...
Right? To look at what's happening to most of the animals. It's crazy. And then the other stuff that you don't see, it's not any better. It's horrible everywhere. No vegan ever hurt you? Well, thanks for being here. Keep watching, maybe you'll learn something here.
Animals, the industries aren't going to regulate themselves. You know? Yeah. So, like, it's not like on the supermarket shelves they're playing how the factory farming system works. And
if you really care for, like, animals and you know, or... I don't know, you want like the best for them at all times instead of like seeing it from like a business standpoint of like we're gonna, you know, produce and like get as much as we can out of this. But I feel like, yeah, it's just a hard thing because it's just like differing opinions. Some people think animals have, not saying that you're wrong, but like difference in opinion, you know, animals have feelings and thoughts, and so it's like, it's a lot more upsetting for you know, than it would be for me.
I don't know, like if I can get some money out of it,
you
like,
absolutely
that's what
can.
I'm here for. Whoever wants to buy me, I'm open for sale. I don't have any morals.
That's one thing I started telling people too. Like, well, what if you can be vegan and save money? What if you can save money and it tastes just as good? Like, you have no reason. Now you really have no reason at all. So if they still say no, they're crazy. Then you're really not going to get anywhere with them.
I'll go either way. Money talks.
This is most of America, unfortunately.
Money talks.
What would you say to Seymour and Loudermilk if you could tell them one thing?
I think slander and libel could be, you know, something that...
Oh, good. Okay, it just says it's meant to drive in-depth discussions about the real reasons vegans make us so angry. Why is it that vegans care so much? And what can we do right now to change the world?
Yeah, there's damn vegans. Why do they care so much?
I'm glad to hear it. I'm feeling much better about this now, so I don't have to hire you guys to defend me.
Well, you haven't done anything yet, have you?
I mean, I tell people all the time about what happens to animals and how they're mutilated and slaughtered violently.
Oh, I don't want to watch that.
And people get mad, but I'm like, look, that's the truth. If it offends you, let it change.
Yeah, his dad was the problem. Animals need to sue the humans. Yeah, that's like the worst when a father like takes advantage of his kids and treats them like products, like a commodity, yeah.
you.
Yeah. Well, good for you.
Thank you. I hope it, maybe changes you.
Well, I'm not. I'm more vegetarian, but I do have. I call myself vegetarian, barbecue-tarian, and and chicken-tarian.
Chicken-tarian. He's the fucking worst, man. Oh, look at the smile.
You're an everything-tarian.
That's like that old lady that I talked to that one time. She was just like, she had this smile on her face and she was like, I'm not gonna change. I like oppressing animals. Like, I like eating meat. I'm never gonna change. She's like, I don't care. And she just had this big smile on her face the whole time. And it really creeped me out. Like, it was scary. She was like one of the scariest people I've ever met in my life. I thought I was gonna have nightmares about her that night. The smile on her face was like the people, it reminded me from the people from the movie Smile, where they go around, like, once you see them smile, like, you only have a couple days and then you, like, end up killing yourself or something. It was really crazy. I was thinking that she was one of those people, and I saw her smiling at me. It freaked me out.
But I don't eat red meat.
She was only on camera for a second, and she like walks off, and then she like kind of comes back. But it was fucking creepy. Like, the movie was crazy too. It was a good movie.
For helping me get to the bottom of this. Oh my God. The thing about Seymour and Loudermilk is they are fictitious, but what is real and what is the truth is that 90 billion animals every single year are mutilated, are factory farmed, and have their throats slit, and are dismembered and end up on our supermarket shelves.
Yeah, it's disgusting, honestly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at all this, guys.
Eat animals?
Yes.
Yeah.
You do? Why?
Yes.
I was gonna say all of them eat animals.
I mean, that's a whole about ethical food and farming. That's a whole complex conversation. I don't know. I guess it's by choice. I mean, I don't agree with that way. A lot of things are happening, but at the same time,
but you're a cool guy every single day.
At the same time, it's just like I don't have a full argument ready for this kind of interview. But at the same time,
there's no good argument. I'll be honest with you. There's no good argument why we should hurt an animal. What's stopping you from going vegan?
I like meat.
I did too.
I like meat, so I'm not stopping.
I understand,
Darling.
but the animals like their lives.
Okay.
Okay. So I appreciate you, and I thank you for checking out the billboard. And just know that, vegans just want people to align their kindness and empathy with their actions. That's all.
I think, just if you even just switch like once.
That was another thing that the guy I talked to that was vegan for 20 years, he was raised vegan for 20 years. And then he stopped. He was just saying that, oh shit, now I forgot what I was going to say. Like, he liked it.
It's a week
Hold on.
meatless. That's all. I think, just if
Their kindness and empathy with their actions. That's all.
I think.
Thank you for checking out the billboard.
I like meat, so
Vegan.
I like meat.
I did too.
I like meat, so I'm not stopping.
I understand,
Darling.
but the animals like their lives.
Okay.
Okay. So I appreciate.
Oh yeah, that's what made me think about it. He said that he also was saying that I wasn't going to make a difference out there talking to individual people. And he said that the real change has to come from policies, that they have to, like, the government has to create policies for the industries and the companies to follow, and then the people will fall into line. And like, but talking to individual people wasn't going to help. Like, that should be how it works. You know what I mean? I don't know. Trump's out there making some crazy ass policies that don't.
Days is like a thing of trying to make sure you're not eating any meat or like animal processed things.
Maybe if that's how you start.
Yeah, that's.
But I think keep in mind, if you were the victim, would you want somebody doing it less to you, or would you want it to end completely?
I think, yeah, but realistically, you can't just stop it overnight, but you can, you know, try and help.
People do.
Yeah.
Would you say becoming vegan was a difficult transition to make?
No, because I was ethically aligned with the message. So like, it just was a matter of just putting my actions into aligning them with my values.
Okay, that seems fair.
When you really look at
Yeah, he's like, that seems fair, and he's gonna go eat a cheeseburger. I have a friend that has a turtle. Actually, the same couple that found the mice on the side of the road, that gave the mice to me. They have a turtle, and they love the turtle. But then they eat turkey. Like every day. That's like the main thing that they eat. They eat a bunch of turkey. And like, that's really sad to me, because I used to have a pet turkey. I wouldn't eat a turtle.
even for your own health, it is, when we look at the leading causes of disease, heart disease, cancer, diabetes, these things are linked to our lifestyles and what we eat. So, you know, just for yourself, you know, look into it.
I like meat, so that.
All vegans did. We didn't give it up because we didn't like the taste. You know, you think about the cruelty, and that's what drives the change.
I mean, it's something to think about for sure.
Thank you. I think people really liked my Chiefs hat. I don't know a thing about football.
Turtles eat pizza? I didn't know that one.
I don't really know or care about the Chiefs, but it's been a day here in Kansas City talking to people about Seymour.
You had 5 turtles? That's really cool.
Loudermilk. I'm glad that we heard so many different reactions to it. Some people were injured by vegans, others weren't. But the truth is that if information offends you, let it change you. You know where to find me. I'm at It's Jamie's Corner. Go to hatevegans.com, check it out, call the number, and until next time, I'll see you around. Bye.
866 Hate Vegans.
Have you been injured by a vegan? So yeah, definitely go check out Jamie's Corner. She's awesome. Jamie Logan.
That's the farm. I'm going in. There's a bloke there, he's coming. There's a bloke there, he's coming. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you? Oh, here they are, look, they're coming. It's Friday daytime. I am on the way to a farm which was exposed 2 years ago by numerous other groups who have been down there trying to protest and been trying to get it shut down for a long time. I am sick to death of seeing little pigs.
You guys want to watch this or no? I recognize him. Like, I've seen him in other videos, I think. Is he with, like... Who else does he make, like, videos with? I should subscribe to him.
Piglets getting smashed off the floor by scumbag bullies, and I'm sick to death of seeing mothers stuck in crates that can't turn around for weeks on end. And I'm going to go down there today. I'm jogging on, I'm running in. I'm going to try and get a bit of footage and see how these scumbags can sleep at night, man. I've parked up and it's over there, the back here, and it stinks already, man. It's disgusting. I'm hundreds of meters away and it stinks, man. So I can imagine the locals ain't too happy. I don't know how long it's been here, probably years and years, but the reason I got no top on is because I didn't prepare for this.
That's what I thought too when I was walking up to the turkey farm. It was a whole block. I was a whole block away. and I could smell it. And that whole street was lined with houses on each side of the street, and it just smelled horrible all the way down the street. And I was like, how can these people live here? I can't imagine getting used to that smell. Like that can't be good for you. It's just crazy to me. They live right next to it, literally right there, like a whole block of houses. They're all right next to each other.
I'm wearing a jumper and it's hot, man, so I'm gonna have to go bareback. Oh god, here it is. I don't know how many staff they got. And yeah, I'm gonna just go in and see what happens. Try and get some footage. I don't know if trouble awaits me or what, I don't know. Who cares, man? But yeah, I've just thought as well, they're gonna think I'm a jogger. It's probably a good thing, man. So I've just come unprepared, see, but when they see me, they're not gonna be like, what's he doing in the field? They're gonna be like, oh, that's a bloke just jogging in the field, so happy days. There's the farm, but I'm gonna go all the way around because on the map, all the sheds are on the other side. So I'm guessing that's where the staff will be, but it looks pretty quiet at the minute. There's 8,000 pigs here, and the staff have already been done for slapping, kicking, thumping, all kinds of different things, horrible, nasty things to little pigs, and that's aside from all the...
If they already got in trouble, they're going to be watching him.
The cannibalism and just the shit and the piss and the disease and everything else, the enslavement. So I don't know if they've seen me, man, but I'm going to go in anyway. Right, I was going to go around and do it stealthily, but I've just heard pigs screaming and I can't handle that, man. So that's the farm and I'm going in. It absolutely stinks, man, honestly. The geese on a tractor.
Oh.
Probably going to come now, he's probably sitting there. I should probably try and sneak, actually. Let's have a look. I'll get behind the back of these sheds here. Right, they haven't seen me yet. Right, we're going to run over here because I ain't got time, man. I need to get back. But look at this, man. Pigs in there, in the boiling heat and the freezing cold in the winter. He's coming, I think. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm in there. Hiding behind here. It stinks, man. Bless them, man. Stacked all day. In their shit and their piss. I still don't know if I've been spotted. Don't really care, to be honest. Look at this, man. This is for Tesco, Sainsbury's, I believe. They're getting scared because the human is the devil. The human is the devil. 90% of these will be gassed, probably at Cranswick, Norfolk. Lowered into gas chambers, suffocated to death. That's after they've had a life of misery. So this is, there's a bloke there, he's coming. There's a bloke there, he's coming. Look how many fucking sheds there is, man. There's all these. Look at that, pigs. Oh, these are piglets, man, these are smaller. They're tiny. There is 8,000 pigs here, man. Our mate's coming. Disgusting, it just goes on and on and on. Look at this, man. Jesus coming.
It's impossible to care for animals when you have that many of them. It's impossible to look at them as animals or individuals. when you have thousands of them, that's crazy. And there's so much crap, so much shit they gotta get rid of. So they just, like, a lot of times feed each other animals. Put it on all of our plants and stuff. It's crazy. That's actually an argument that some people use sometimes. They're like, well, if we didn't have all these animals, you wouldn't have all the fertilizer to grow all your plants. They actually think that's an argument.
Absolutely horrendous, man. The smell. Geezer's there. I'll have to get a jog on. Another geezer now.
Yeah, exactly. Once you have a couple of animals, like, you can't give enough attention to all of them. Like having a few chickens and a cat, like, I'm sure that takes up a lot of your time. It would be really hard to have, like, a dog and, like, you know, other animals and stuff too. Once you keep adding more and more on, it's like, that's probably not best for the animals, you know? Probably shouldn't be doing that.
I don't know what this is over here, but
like when I'm watching these dogs, like, I'm a pet sitter, I have my dog, I'll watch 2 other dogs, and sometimes I'll let another dog come over, but that's only because they're like a regular dog that comes over all the time. But when I have that many dogs here, it's a lot, and, like, I definitely wouldn't take any more. I wouldn't be able to spend enough time with them. So
fuck off over here for a bit.
and I'm here, when I have dogs here, I'm here with them, like, all the time. So, and I wouldn't in crates more than they would want to be, and it would just lead to more trouble. And they deserve to be treated like individuals and be treated, and just have a couple here and be treated really nicely, you know? That's kind of why I do it. Because I don't want the dogs to be, you know, at a kennel somewhere, just, like, locked in a cage.
He's just looking at me, just like, what are you doing? Absolutely horrendous, man. And obviously, this is easy access, so they're gonna smarten it up around here, where people. He's pointing at me, look. Absolute vermin. This place is a shithole, and these people are gonna know about it, man. Again, because I know that there's already been multiple groups trying to shut it down. These are probably like the lucky ones. Absolutely petrified to death. Smelling
Wow.
They're disgusting.
That's crazy. Animals aren't like that. They've been trained to be scared like that. That was horrible.
Absolutely petrified to death. Smelling they're disgusting.
Like, I guess you can't see what he's doing. I mean, I wouldn't think he was doing anything to scare him. It looked like he was just walking up to him. And they freaked out. Like, what the hell are those people doing to them? They're not dumb animals. Like, they're really smart. That's crazy. Like, imagine if that was a dog. You just walked up to him and he just ran away and cowered in the corner like that. You'd be like, what the hell is that person doing to that dog? Like, that's not normal behavior.
What? Yeah, you? Just videoing? Fuck me, it's hot. So have another jog round. Now I don't know what's down the back here, but I'm gonna look down the back here. So I've just got to the other side, and this must be for the posh pigs, man. Obviously this is right on the edge, so they're going to be like, oh, that's legal, that's fine. Do you know what I mean? But notice how they've tightened them up as well. Look, nice and new, look, to hide their dirty secret, man, or at least to try and make it look a bit better. Absolutely stinks, man. Look how scared they are. Probably going to be somebody here. Protected by CCTV. Like I wanted to know. Do you know what I mean? But 8,000 pigs, man. A dog dies and it's just like everyone's in tears. Do you know what I mean? And then 8,000 of these are living lives like that, just so someone can have a sandwich. Do you know what I mean? Ah, it's mad. It's mental. These are the bigger crates. I don't know what. I don't know where the farrowing crates are, but they are. Here they are. Look, they're coming. Here they are. These are the posh ones that they've slapped a bit of money on. Look, to make them look good. And in there, you've got the scared pigs. But the best thing about it is, you can just run off.
Yeah, that's crazy. He's just walking right through there. Some states in the U.S. have the ag gag laws. They'll throw you in jail for recording them. Like, that's crazy to me. That's not free speech. There's so many exemptions in the animal ag industry that just really blow my mind. It's like, how can, what? There's no reason. There's no reason to do any of those things except money. Like, it's really bad.
Yeah, maybe I could do a bit more. Nah, they're coming. It's time to go. But yeah, that's just an idea of they don't want no aggro, man, because if they come up with aggro, it's going to draw attention, and they don't want attention. Do you know what I mean? They want to keep everything behind closed doors. I mean, they don't want to piss me off. They want to be nice and say, you know, oh, stay away, nothing bad's happening, it's all legal, which it is. Do you know what I mean? That ain't the point. I'm sure that after this got exposed as well, it was assured straight after, stand by the Red Tractor scheme. After Animal Justice Project went in and exposed them for all these horrible things, these disgusting, evil things, do you know what I mean? And the Red Tractor, yeah, just stick a stamp on it, do you know what I mean? It's mad. So he's down there looking, he's still at the end of that path looking, and left, but I ain't, so I'm gonna go back. Okay. I'm gonna go back and do more for the pigs that are getting enslaved and bullied and gassed and sold for profit, do you know what I mean? I had a rest in the shade and then I thought I better not, in case they've called the police. I forgot about the police, I forgot that.
Subscribe and like if you're new here. Trying to highlight different vegan channels and some fitness channels and some cooking channels, and then just some like random news channels too from time to time.
That the police was a thing, so if I did go back and the police are there, they're gonna be like, what are you doing? For the second time, do you know what I mean? Whereas if the police come now, they'll just be like, oh, he's just a jogger who was thought he wants to get a video, so it turned out good. But yeah, I don't want to get arrested again, so it is time to go. But I'm gonna come back. There's more to come, and that's just a little inkling into the daytime pig farm. There's spikes everywhere. So 1 week before they give birth, they'll be put into a crate. The mothers will be put into the crates to give birth. The piglets will be feeding off them for 4 weeks. So there's a misconception with the time. It's like they spend 16 weeks, but they don't spend 16 weeks at any one point. They'll spend 4 weeks in a crate, and they'll probably do it 3 times a year, because there's a fast turnaround with the mother pigs and their ability to get pregnant. And obviously it's all about the money. They want to impregnate that pig and make it have babies as many times as they possibly can, as far as is feasible. And it's sick. Do you know what I mean? It's sick. Most people can't be put in a room without their phone for 30 minutes without them losing their head. Do you know what I mean? And these babies are put in there for up to half a year at a time. And that's before they get gassed. Do you know what I mean? That's before they get lowered in and suffocated for a bacon sandwich. Do you know what I mean? Animal Justice Project set up cameras, I think it was for 3 months, and one pig was on camera for 13 hours, shivering in the freezing cold. And then eventually it got pecked to death by the other pigs, because the pigs ain't got nothing else to do, so they're locked in cages with each other. They either start fighting, scratching each other, biting each other, and unfortunately the little pigs, or the weaker pigs, pay the price. Yeah, some of the staff was like slamming the gates into them, prodding them with them electric shocker things to get them through. If the pigs resist, they use the shockers on them. One of them was punching or slapping, I can't remember, kicking them, just physical abuse on top of all the mental torture that they have to go through. They get the physical abuse as well, like locking them up for 6 months ain't enough. Do you know what I mean? It's just evil.
Yeah, this guy is awesome. Definitely go check him out if you're not already subbed to him.
It's horrendous, man, and fair play to everyone who.
Definitely like some of these videos. I didn't. There was a couple videos I probably should have liked. We watched earlier.
Exposed it, or he's still trying to expose it, man.
Was that like a recipe too? Like he does cooking videos or something like that? Oh, here we go.
I think that one's dead. Is that dead sheep there? There's a dead sheep in the shed.
Wow. Imagine going there and finding a dead animal there. Hala.
No, this is private property. Don't touch. Don't you dare touch my phone. What's your job, man? Why'd you bully the sheep?
Why are you in the property without permission?
Why'd you bully the sheep?
Who bullied the sheep?
Thank you for being calm, though. This man, you need to do some meditation.
I will call the police right now. And if anything from this recording, okay, used for the wrong purpose.
Who else does he work with? He works with somebody else.
So we're here by the sheep, and
I know I recognize him.
These are only babies, man. These are little baby sheep.
Yeah, it was Melon Steve. That's what I thought. That's what I was gonna say.
I think that one's dead. Is that dead sheep there?
That's so sad. You know he's been there for a while, because if it just happened, they would probably be around him. Or her. So yeah, if they're away over here, like off screen, it probably has been there for a while.
That looks like a dead sheep to me.
They both thought
the little victims.
I was whistling at them.
I'm just gonna wait for somebody to come now, because they'll be coming from over there somewhere. That's definitely a dead sheep. There's no two ways about it, man. I don't know why it would be there. Completely dead meat, man. And there's the rest of the victims, waiting to be tortured by the bullies in that bullying facility.
So they're separated. So that person already went in there and separated them out. That's what that looked like. But that also means that they've been sitting there for a while.
Needlessly killed in the neck.
Damn, it stabbed in the neck? So it didn't just die, it was killed?
Usually about 2 months old, but it can be up to 6 months. Just little babies.
Oh, he's just talking about the standard procedure.
They'll be petrified when they get in there because they can sense the fear. They can smell the blood, they can sense the fear. And this is where they keep them for their little overnight stay, I assume. Look at that, man. Look at this. You filthy bastards, man. Have a little look.
Yeah, there was a girl I talked to one day in Gettysburg, and she lives on a farm, and they have cows. And before they send them to the slaughterhouse, or the butcher, they don't go to a slaughterhouse, they go to the butcher. So they skip the slaughterhouse part. It just goes straight to the butcher. So in her mind, they don't go to a slaughterhouse. Goes to the butcher, and that's that. But yeah, she was like, we let them out for like a couple days in the pasture to run around a couple days before they go. So they're like all relaxed and stuff. But she never talked about before then, like how they were treated during their lives. She said they give them a good life, but like she made it sound like they were locked up and stressed out. You know what I mean? Like, why are you letting them out and reducing their stress? Like, why were they locked up and stressed out in the first place? It didn't make any sense to me. And then you're just sending them to the butcher, who's literally going to slaughter them. Whether you call it a butcher or a slaughterhouse, it's the same damn thing. Like, she would not get that. She did not get it. She was like, no, they don't go to a slaughterhouse.
The sheep, not the little sheep who didn't make it. And do you know what? I'm glad. I'm glad that sheep is dead, because what he or she would have had to have faced in there would have been far, far worse. Rest in peace, little one. I'm gonna ask them if they know about the dead sheep. Let's see what they say. Oh, it stinks, man. It's that same smell. There's I don't know what is going on in there. I'll have a look. We'll have a look what's going on. So that's the lairage. More victims here.
That's so cool. He just walks up and walks in there.
Hello, mate. Right, there's a dead sheep. There's a dead sheep in the shed. There's a dead sheep down the bottom.
Are you recording or what?
Yeah, just for my own safety. There's a dead sheep down the bottom. In the shed. Dead.
Who are you?
I'm from the anti-bullying movement. How old are these sheep?
You're from?
Anti-bullying movement.
What it is?
It's my own little organisation. How old
Could
are
you
these?
please first come out? I'll talk to
Yep.
you later.
Okay.
Stop bullying the animals. It's pretty easy.
No, this is a private property.
Don't touch.
Don't come. This is a
I'm
private
leaving now.
property.
I'm leaving. Don't touch. Don't you dare touch my phone. Don't you dare touch my phone.
You can't leave the property.
Yeah, get me out then.
No. First let me call this.
Touch me. This man is a bully. Ain't ya? You're a bully, aren't ya? Do you bully the little babies in there? You bully the
Brother.
babies? You bully the babies?
I'm asking you. This is a private property.
Yeah. I can't hear ya. He's a bully. Oh, it stinks, man. It reeks. Look at this. Oh, look at this. This brings back memories, man. They must do it on a morning. They must have finished now. I should have come earlier.
You can't love animals and do stuff like this to them. What's up, 40?
Absolutely horrendous, man. There's another bully. What's your job, man? Maintenance. How does the bullies?
Why are you scared?
What? I ain't scared of you.
Yeah, you're scared.
Well, I ain't scared.
It is a theft.
What's theft? I haven't. I'm
You
on
are.
camera, your hands are
That's
free.
fine. You're done. Yes, please.
Fingering
Calm
sheep.
down. Calm down.
I'm calm, mate. I'm calm.
I'm not worried about the police. Why are you going
There's a dead sheep there. I want to check on the sheep.
I will show you. Dead
Get
sheep.
out of my way.
dead man.
Are you trying to stop me from leaving? I'm leaving. Are you going to let me leave?
Please leave then.
What are you blocking me for then?
No, please leave.
What are you blocking me for
This
then?
is our property.
This man is a bully.
Why you came
What have I
inside the
done?
property
This man's
without
a bully.
permission?
Look how aggressive they are.
I'm not
Look,
touching
look,
you.
Look how
please.
aggressive they are, man.
Could you please?
Why are you so aggressive? Why'd you bully the sheep?
Why are you
Why'd you bully
in the
sheep? Why'd
property
you bully
without
the sheep?
permission?
Why'd you bully the sheep?
Who bullied the sheep?
Sign saying I can't come in. Where's the sign? Where's the sign?
Where's the sign? Come outside.
You're going to bully me like you bullied
Come
the
on,
sheep?
show you. Come outside. I show
This
you.
man is a bully, and if you fist the sheep, don't you?
I hope you can read the English. Read what it is.
No English, no English. Have you seen the dead sheep?
You stay outside the property.
Have you seen the
please.
dead sheep?
Please you stay outside the property.
He obviously saw it because it was separated from all the other sheep. He pulled it out there and put it there and left it there.
Dead sheep. There's more bullies coming. He's alright because he fixes the machines. You're a bully. Do you bully him? Do you stab him?
You are
He fixes,
on a
this
private
man fixes the
property.
machines. No, I'm not.
You
How is
are-
that private property?
Now you are outside.
Yeah, good.
You
Shut
was
up.
inside. I don't know what
Lower
happened.
your
So most places, if you trespass, they can't do anything. Or like, if you go into the property, they can't do anything but trespass you. Right? So they can call the police, they can tell you to leave, the police will make you leave. And if you come back, then they'll arrest you. But you don't normally get arrested the first time. Unless you like seriously did something wrong, you know what I mean? But if you just walk through and you took some video, they'll normally just tell you to leave.
tone then.
Please
Lower
go
your
outside.
tone.
Stay outside. What's the matter, mate?
I'm just here to do a video. There's a dead sheep down there, and I was worried about the sheep.
He
This
got
man's rather
inside the
aggressive.
factory, all
This
over
man's
the
rather
factory.
aggressive for no reason. Why are you
No,
aggressive?
you've been inside the
Would I
factory.
get aggressive if you come into my workplace? No, I wouldn't.
Bro, you're not allowed to go inside the
I know that now. No need for him to shout, though, is there? Like a bully. I know he bullies the sheep. I know he bullies the sheep.
Yeah, it might not be like that everywhere, but I know it's like that in some places.
They do.
The sheep were died in the factory and the vet has removed it so it can then be given.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you for explaining. This man starts telling him I'm a thief. Thank you, mate. Yeah. I don't know why he had to come out.
But then also, like I said, there's ag gag laws where certain states, if you go in there and do this in certain states, they will take you to jail, and you will get serious charges and serious fines. Like, it's very illegal in some places. So, yeah, see? Could be different in some places, yeah. You can get charged and fined $15,000 first offense. So yeah, there's... If you ever think about doing anything like this, definitely look up what it is in that area and be willing to accept those consequences. Because yeah, it's crazy some places. Like that should be illegal.
Come at me aggressively.
I get you, man.
Do you know what I mean?
The reason I don't like walking people.
I know, well, I'm not surprised, because if I was bullying sheep, I wouldn't want people to come into my place either. Do you know what I mean?
That's not how you operate.
Well, why, you know what I mean? Why are you getting aggressive?
No, look. I'm only requesting you
Just stab the
without...
sheep. If you stab the sheep, that...
Please
you know what I mean?
control
You
your
can't...
language. I will call the police right now.
I said stab.
Okay,
I
I'm
said
requesting you. No.
Stab is not a bad word.
Okay.
It's okay. You can't stab the sheep and then expect to bully other people.
Who's stabbing the sheep?
I've seen him, man. Thank you for being calm, though. This man, you need to do some meditation. You need to calm it down, man.
It's okay. We don't like people who we don't know going inside because...
Yeah, well, could I have a look if I came by invitation and asked to come and see? Is that okay?
So I started doing some meditation too about a couple months ago, almost 3 months now, and there's a really good app that I use that's free, and it counts your days, which I like. I like apps that count your days. It's called Insight Timer. So it's pretty popular. So maybe some of you guys might already know about it.
I haven't stolen the thing. I haven't stolen the thing.
I mean, look, bro, we don't know who you are. We don't know.
I'm fine. I haven't come to cause trouble. I've just come to show the public what's going on. But if there's nothing to hide, I don't know why you would get angry, man. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why you would.
No, look, but look, come on, you gotta understand. Someone goes on someone's property.
Yeah,
you don't know who they is.
Yeah. But
if you're over here, look, that's fine. Yeah. But like, go on the property. Come on.
I know, but it's one of them. And how did the sheep die down the bottom?
I don't know. I just came here to find out. I was told someone's coming to the factory, and I was like, look, we don't know anyone's coming to.
How old are the sheep? How old are they?
Well, lambs, they're like, I think of his daughter from like 3-4 months onwards. It all depends what they are at a mature age.
They live till about 12, don't they, usually?
Well, so lamb gets classified as sheep at 12.
Yeah.
Right, so sheep is officially 2 years plus. Some people between 1 and 2 years called puggets.
Yeah.
That's sort of classification.
Yeah.
The average age of lamb being slaughtered in the UK is 6 months. But it can be 3 months.
That's disgusting, man, isn't it? That is disgusting.
Mature. They're like able.
Wim Hof. I've heard of him before, but I haven't really looked into his methods. So, but yeah, I'll check him out. I have heard of him.
To reproduce.
If it was a human.
It's like that. Look, don't worry, man. We're going to do that, okay? It's okay. Go on.
Do not take it personal.
Yeah.
Where did you see that sheep?
Down in the shed.
In the.
They were distressed.
In the marquee.
Yeah, just there. Yeah. They were distressed,
it was
man.
in the marquee, Mark.
And if anything.
Yeah, the Iceman. He does the cold baths. Did he have a video with Brian Johnson? Is that the one? I think I saw. Maybe I saw him in that video.
From this recording, okay, used for the wrong purpose.
I'm putting it straight on YouTube.
You put it wherever you like.
It's okay.
One second, okay?
Yeah.
2 things you did wrong.
Yeah.
Without permission, you was on the private property.
Yeah.
You said that, is there anywhere written?
That's something like I need to add like a sauna and like a ice bath. There's a couple things that I can add into my routine. I don't really do that now, but I was thinking about adding them in and some other things. I try to follow like the blueprint. The blueprint. Like protocols. So yeah, I think he was on Brian Johnson's channel. They were doing ice baths together.
There is a sign, clear sign written.
Well, next time I'll look. But
no. So first you should look at. You should read it. It is in English. You're living in an English country. Without any permission, you shouldn't be going inside. Okay. That's my only. Okay. You have recorded. That's fine.
Yes. But let me just have one more look. So I'll have one more look at the. No. This one, yeah.
I think it's spelled Brian with a Y, not with an I. If you type it in with an I, then you get the Liver King, and that's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the other guy. The Don't Die guy.
So this is the cooker. He's awfully angry. Like, I think, you know, people who work in slaughterhouses, not yourself, maybe not, but most people I've heard.
Sorry, can
they
I
have,
sorry.
Yes, go on.
Yeah.
Sad, man. Little babies, they don't deserve it, do they? They just don't. Like, man, like.
No, I look, bro, they're not babies. You know, once something's like capable of reproducing, they're not a baby anymore.
Well,
Do you get what I mean?
You can say that about a 12-year-old girl, though. You can say a 12-year-old girl is not a baby, but she is really.
That's a teenager, isn't it? Well, once
they're getting violated, they're getting harassed, they're getting violently attacked, they're getting bullied. They don't deserve it, man. Just so someone can go, that was nice. You know what I mean?
So you're a vegan or vegetarian?
I'm not a vegan. I'm just against bullying. I just don't like bullying.
Well, we're not bullying the animals.
Yeah, see, like, I think that's smart. Sometimes you just tell people that you're not vegan. Because then they might treat you differently just because you say that. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. He says, no, I'm not vegan. I just don't like bullying.
I would say it's bullying, man. It's treating someone unfairly. They don't deserve it.
No, but okay. If you, I understand if you have a viewpoint that animals don't deserve to be eaten.
Absolutely, and it's bullying. Yeah.
No, but I don't see that as being bullying. Like, there's a difference of opinion as are animals as humans. Are humans allowed to eat animals or not, right?
Mm.
I respect what you're saying. You don't believe they should be, right?
Mm.
Our job as abattoir operators, yeah, when we make the ethical decision that animals can be eaten for food, it's how we do that as humanly as possible.
How do you do that?
I agree. You may believe that it's impossible to do it humanely. Yeah. I accept that. That might be your view, but our viewpoint is this: that it can be done humanely. Yeah. As you try to handle the animals as quietly, as calmly as possible.
Yeah. Well, if I contact you outside of this, could you provide me footage and proof of that?
So if you wanted to do that to him, but you just did it as calmly and quietly as possible, it's crazy.
Or would you invite me in? If you're transparent, I could come, I could do a video and say, look, this is a humane, why not?
Because you're against animal eating generally.
No,
it's hard to convince someone who believes they shouldn't.
Not for me. Don't do it for me. Would you be transparent to the public and say, right, you can come in here, do a video, do a vlog?
Well, we are we be on a country value.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, could I come in? Could I come in as a guest? I can bring you a present. I'll bring you. Do you mean I can come in?
When people don't have the right, if you like, if they don't believe in animal eating to begin with, it's hard to convince people of that. I respect what you're saying.
For the public, though, for the public to see, if everything in there is nice.
Look, we have veterinarians coming in here, right? We have all sorts of people coming in here, yeah? They're the people who are the professionals.
Yeah.
So they're the ones. So we don't have public viewings over here.
I know, but it's your place of work. If I was to say, look, can I just come in? If you've got nothing to hide, you would spare me 10 minutes. No, I'll dress up in my protective gear.
Yeah, I hear you. Look, it's not about having anything to hide.
You won't do that, will you?
No, you won't, because...
It's not a very nice place, is it, man?
It's not. No, I agree with you. It's not. Look,
Yeah, it's a good video. Definitely go check him out if you're not already subbed to him. Let's check some of the comments. Hey, this person looks familiar. I recognize a couple of people in here. Someone getting up the Preds.
There is a lot of heavy speculation going around the internet right now after we learned yesterday that Vice President J.D. Vance...
Yeah, PJ. I think he was here earlier. I don't know if he's still here.
Vance flew to Montana for a secret visit with Rupert Murdoch, who owns the Wall Street Journal, and we don't know much past that. Now, we can speculate on the contents of this meeting. There are slight reports about what could have been said, but overall, this seems to be another piece of this cover-up we've seen over the past few weeks. Let's read this. It says, J.D. Vance met with...
So there's another widget that I found on Streamlabs that I can make a wheel. Have you guys seen anyone that does that? There's like a wheel that can spin around to like give out free prizes or something like that. I was thinking about putting people's names on there that have been coming to my streams a lot, or that put a lot of comments in, and then giving out like memberships or something like that. Thought that would be a cool idea. Something to do during some of my streams like this. And I want to get another camera set up too, so I can like do other things instead of just sit here and just playing videos all the time. I'd rather do other stuff too, but...
Rupert Murdoch hours before the Wall Street Journal released bombshell Trump Epstein story. The vice president's office did not announce this trip. It was secretive beforehand, hence the excursion was seen as a surprise and prompted local speculation. Well, not only local speculation, because now we are on this story. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. You can catch me, Adam Mockler, on CNN tonight at 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern.
Like, why are guys like this doing suspicious things? like especially right now, and everyone's kind of watching these guys. They're doing dumb things.
Set your alarm, don't miss it. I love you all. And let's just start with a tweet that JD Vance sent out a few years back. This reads,
You guys ever watch this guy? He just started popping up on my feed too. I don't really watch him that much.
JD Vance doesn't want you to share this. On the left, JD Vance slams the Wall Street Journal and says journalists should be ashamed for covering the Epstein story. But in 2021, JD Vance said that journalists should be ashamed for not covering the Epstein story. The absolute metamorphosis. What purpose do you even serve? I'm sure there's a middle-class teenager somewhere who could use some harassing right now, but maybe try doing your job once in a while. So this clear contempt for the media is oozing out of JD Vance, even back in 2021. The funny thing is, he was responding to Jack Posobiec, who's the guy I debated on Piers Morgan. It's a very language, but this story is complete and utter BS. The Wall Street Journal should be ashamed for posting it. It's kind of funny, he uses the same word ashamed here that he
See you 40.
used back here when he said they should be ashamed for not covering the Epstein story. Which one is it, bro? He then says, where is the letter? Would you be shocked to learn they never showed it to us before publishing it? Does anyone believe this sounds like Donald Trump? Yeah, I do. I mean, it wasn't something he said, it was a voiceover script, so it sounds very, very plausible, and there are many reasons why the Wall Street Journal hasn't released the actual photo. Maybe the source said they couldn't. Maybe they're holding off. There are a multitude of reasons, but I just want to point out JD Vance is a hypocrite. JD Vance said this back in 2016 when the Access Hollywood tape came out, in which Trump bragged about groping women. He said, fellow Christians, everyone is watching us when we apologize for this man. Lord help us. So you can see in these posts JD Vance's fall from grace, was he ever in grace? Fall down into MAGA Trumpism. In 2016 he was saying, the Lord is watching us, please help us. Then in 2021, he embraces the conspiracies and says the media should be ashamed. But he wasn't full Trumpy until now he's running defense for likely a...
Yeah, let me know what's going on in your guys' countries. Because shit over here is crazy. It's horrible.
Pedophilia ring. Well, let's continue with this. It reads, FBI is in full panic mode, searching for Trump mentions in Epstein files confirmed by former analysis. FBI personnel were reportedly told to flag any mentions of Trump in a spreadsheet. So former FBI members, multiple of them, have reportedly confirmed that the intelligence agency frantically searched for any mentions of Donald Trump in the files on Jeffrey Epstein following a Senate Democrat's claims. Illinois Senator Dick Durbin alleged that FBI personnel had been ordered to flag any mentions of Trump in thousands of pages of the files. Legal analyst Allison Gill turned to Blue Sky to ask any former members to confirm the report. In a response, a former analyst who had been designated as one of the reviewers, as well as several other members of the Bureau, led her to confirm Durbin's whistleblower-backed statement is true. 1,000 FBI personnel have been assigned to 100,000 files totaling 300,000 pages. Individual analysts were told to flag mentions of Trump by document and page number and log them in an Excel spreadsheet. Think about this.
Yeah, Boris Johnson. Was that his last name? I seen some videos of him.
Trump's name is littered so thoroughly throughout the files that they had to create an entire Excel spreadsheet listing off his names. Absolutely absurd. The legal analyst noted that, according to one source, typical restrictions on access to the files were not used, with the entire Information Management Division allegedly having access to the files through a shared drive. Sources also allege that the process was disorganized. Sometimes personnel were...
He met with him right before they released this story. What? That's kind of suspicious. Where did he get this information from? That's what I've always been wondering. Where did they get this information from?
Theories. Number one, JD Vance was going there to kill the story, to tell Rupert Murdoch not to post the story. We know that Donald Trump tried to get Murdoch to kill the story, so this is plausible.
Wait, that's really crazy. Your president had to introduce himself. You don't even know. He wasn't even picked. How did that happen?
This is not out of the realm of possibility. Some people are speculating that JD Vance went there behind Trump's back in order to plant the story about Trump and take power. I don't find that one as convincing. We know that Trump's team knew about this trip. Trump sanctioned this trip. I don't think JD Vance is going behind Trump's back quite yet, but I get where people are going. Or number 3, it was just a coincidence. I don't know if I find that quite convincing, that JD Vance just coincidentally met with Rupert Murdoch behind closed doors right before this article.
Yeah, and well, he was head of what would be like the CIA here. I mean, that kind of makes sense then. I can kind of figure it out. I wouldn't want the head of the CIA to be running the US. I don't think most people would like that. I can definitely see how that would be a little scary. What he said he would. What's Trump doing that makes you so happy? Yeah, I'm sure you could write a book about it. That's pretty crazy. Wow. What's up, Jason?
Article drop. So those are the 3. I'll let you choose which one you think it is. Let me know in the comments. But this reads, Vice President JD Vance reportedly met with News Corp founder Rupert Murdoch just hours before the Wall Street Journal published a surprise story about the friendship between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Vance traveled to Montana on Tuesday to attend the meeting of Murdoch, chief of News Corp, which publishes the New York Post and the Wall Street Journal. 2 way varying different publications in terms of quality. The New York Post, the Wall Street Journal is really solid though. Murdoch's son, Lachlan Murdoch, was also present at the meeting, along with various other Fox News executives. And listen, obviously we ideologically disagree with Rupert Murdoch on many things, but something that I've been reading over the past few weeks is that this man does not back down, especially as it pertains to his businesses or lawsuits with his businesses. He doesn't back down. He actually cares about the Wall Street Journal's integrity. Let's continue. He allegedly traveled to the family's ranch in southwest Montana near Dillon. 2 people familiar with the trip told the Associated Press. The vice president's office did not announce the trip beforehand, hence the...
You say, deport, deport, deport. Why do you have such a problem with immigrants? What did an immigrant do to you?
Is a surprise and prompted local speculation. Just hours after Vance met with the Murdochs and members of their team, the Wall Street Journal released a bombshell report indicating that President Trump had written a birthday letter for disgraced New York financier Jeffrey Epstein. Happy birthday, may every day be a wonderful secret. President...
You do realize that everybody wants people that are here illegally to not be here? Like, most people, whether you're Republican or Democrat, want people to come into the country legally. They're not just deporting illegal immigrants, though. They're like rounding up people that are here legally, that have been doing things that they're supposed to be doing. And they're deporting them anyway. That's the problem. And they're being treated like shit. And they're doing it publicly. It's really crazy.
Trump then took to Truth Social and threatened to sue Murdoch, then proceeded to file a $10 billion lawsuit because he's an absolute baby. So the question then becomes,
Yeah, and then you guys have open borders there, and ultimately that's what we should be striving towards. I think we need to. I think we need to. You gotta still respect all the other countries and all the other people. Like, it's kind of crazy. Never have open borders. You never want to have open borders. You don't think that we should work towards all getting along? Being able to travel more freely? Why would you be against that?
what was JD Vance there for? And even if we find out that JD Vance was there for a completely innocent reason, even if I were to grant that, it is still a cover-up broadly. When Pam Bondi says the list is on her desk, then the list all of a sudden disappears. That is, by definition, a cover-up. While all of this is happening, I just want to make sure that we are not being distracted by some of the other core issues. So the Epstein case is incredibly important to talk about. That's why we talk about it so much. But just a few weeks back, the big ugly bill was passed. That will hurt the on-the-ground lives of over 15 million Americans, even more long-term. That 15 million number is on the low side. So the big ugly bill needs to have attention brought to it. What about this? Trump just radically overhauled the EPA and its mission over the first 6 months, and the EPA is essentially now toothless. The Environmental Protection Agency can't serve its sole purpose of protecting our environment, which is scary. And I find it scary that the news moves at such a fast velocity that it's almost easy to miss this. Now, here's a dilemma that we almost find ourselves in. In covering all of the stories about Epstein and all of these things, it's hard to have space for every other story. So that's why I'm going to start making longer, more thorough videos about Trump radically overhauling the EPA. What about this one? Quote, "We're caged like chickens, say Italians in alligator Alcatraz."
How does the bill benefit you? You make a lot of money? Because I'm pretty sure it benefits people that make more money than most, right? So you must be pretty lucky.
Later on, I'm going to make a video regarding the big beautiful bill, alligator Alcatraz, and Epstein. We're going to talk about all of these things, so we're making sure we're not falling for the distractions. And I just want to say I'm eternally grateful for all of you. Thank you for everything. Remember, tonight, catch me on CNN.
Caged like chickens? I don't know if they're actually caged like chickens, but 32 people with 3 toilets? At least they have toilets. We don't give animals enough room to have their own toilet. They shit where they stand. So I don't know if they're actually caged like chickens, but they're still being treated like shit. We shouldn't be treating them like that. Yeah. It's fucked up.
9 p.m. Central or 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, guys.
Hi,
Peace out.
Jenny. The call center. 12 problems.
Welcome, everybody. Hope you had a good weekend. We did have the bugger problem. The stolen side is that the pants clinging to the skater bruised, and I'm going to explain it.
Yeah.
It started.
This was another new thing just came out the other day. What do you guys think about this? Apparently he's got possibly like, well, they said what it was, I think, but I heard somebody say that it could be like a heart issue or Yeah, like his blood's not getting throughout his whole body. Like he doesn't exercise enough.
With the hands, these puffy, bruised, almost purple looking bruises. And then later, the thick coat of makeup clinging to the skin, almost like a bad cover story, we might say. And then the ankles, swollen, photos everywhere. And for months, they've been stalling, they've been dodging, they've been laughing it off. And then, kind of like, you know, any lie that goes stale,
Parkman, this
it
guy.
collapsed. And so,
You don't like this guy? Homeschooled and a moron? I never watched him before. This is the first time he came up. He must be similar to like those other guys that I've been watching. They're all like left leaning, so I guess that's why you don't like him.
so they are now admitting it. Donald Trump has a health problem they didn't previously disclose. The claim is that it's chronic venous insufficiency, one
Right, that's what they called it.
of the three possibilities I outlined as most likely last week. Not an altogether uncommon condition, they say, especially for a guy Trump's age. Blood is not returning fast enough from the legs. They say it's a benign issue, nothing to see here, another totally normal ailment for an obese 79-year-old who is governing the country.
He's obese.
Problem is this explanation isn't really landing. And it's not landing because it wasn't really supposed to explain, it was supposed to distract, and there's a whole other half of the story. The hand bruises, they are saying at the White House, aren't related to the swollen ankles. The hand bruises are from shaking too many hands, and I guess
Yeah, I heard that. That was their comment about the bruise on his hand. He was shaking too many hands. I thought that was hilarious. And he just constantly gave Biden shit for having health issues. Now he's president. Now he's got his own health issues. Crazy, huh?
aspirin that Trump is taking daily as a blood thinner. The problem is, I don't think this is believable. I've spoken to a couple of doctors not on the show about it. We're going to try to get a doctor that's going to come on the show and go on the record on this. Number one, is it even remotely plausible that Trump's hands are bruised from shaking hands with other people? Doesn't really make sense.
If Trump's hand is bruised from shaking other people's hands, can he wipe his own ass? I don't know. He'd probably get somebody else to do it anyway.
But then more importantly, that it would happen because Trump is on daily aspirin as a blood thinner. Daily aspirin is no longer being prescribed for people in their 70s just for kicks, unless they've already had a heart attack.
Trump definitely doesn't wipe his own ass. He definitely has a guy for that, or a girl.
But we're told that that's what Donald Trump is on. What's more likely, that they've hidden a heart attack, or that they're lying about him being on aspirin, or that he's on a protocol being on aspirin without having had a heart attack at 70 plus that isn't actually what's typically recommended right now? I don't know the answer, but the point is it's all sounding a little bit weird. Now, the most important context I can provide you for this is that being opaque about Trump's health isn't new. Put aside for a moment the overtly propagandistic medical reports. Put that aside for a second. Think back to when Donald Trump caught COVID back during his first term. They said he was fine, very light symptoms, he's in extraordinarily good health, but we're going to send him over to Walter Reed in a helicopter just because it's the president. It's routine. We've got to be safe. This is the most important person, most powerful person in the world, arguably. But then we learned, doctors were worried. He's deteriorating so quickly with the COVID. If we don't send him to Walter Reed now, learned that he might have been on oxygen, even though the White House didn't acknowledge it, when doctors were asked, was Trump on oxygen at any point? They said, well, the president hasn't been on oxygen for the last 48 hours. And then when you said, well, before the 48 hours, was he on oxygen? The answers were something like, and I'm paraphrasing here, we really aren't going to go through the
Last time I went fishing, I went magnet fishing. It was actually a lot of fun. I got a whole bunch of stuff, like a whole bunch of crap and like some really crazy things. Like, I don't know, like the pedals to like one of the pedal boats that they like ride around in the lake. I pulled that out of the water. It's kind of cool. Some other like random stuff. I hope you don't catch any fish.
play-by-play of every little movement in his treatment. He is not on oxygen now. He is recovering well. Okay, so we knew what that was. It was deflection. It was all of it. So they lied then. They deceived then. They occulted then. And they are doing it now once again. Now, maybe swollen ankles don't mean much to you, or the hand bruises seem like no big deal. But the thing is that it's never really just about the...
I hope when you cast out, you accidentally like hook yourself in the back or something like that. Or when you're like putting the hook on, tying the hook on, you like poke yourself in the thumb. And then fall in the water.
Symptom. It's not just about the hands, just about the ankles, just about the aspirin. It's that they're willing to say out loud things that are very difficult to believe, only when pressed and left no other option, because they are obviously hiding something. And this is, the Trump machine is built to survive on image and not on truth. And when the image starts to crack, all they have left are lies. Now, chronic venous insufficiency may well explain the leg swelling. It doesn't really explain the hand bruising, and they are admitting only enough to quiet the press. It's not enough to explain what we all see. It's not a medical briefing. It's really a public relations crisis management statement. And so the bruises are real, the swelling is real, and if they are still lying about this, what else are they hiding? Almost certainly something, and maybe someday we will hear the full story. I've talked before about how I have allocated a portion of my assets to individual stocks. And when it comes to individual stocks...
Yeah, I saw this down here. He's got like an investing subscription or something. I wonder what that's about. I do a lot of like trading and investing and stuff like that too. Let's see, play something else here. Oh yeah.
They were never vegan.
You guys like Totally Forkable? Check her out. She's really good. She does a lot of like news and stuff like that. A lot of vegan news. Really good channel.
Vegan. At least that's the refrain echoed throughout the vegan community anytime a public figure makes the dreaded no longer vegan announcement. But is it possible to be an ethical vegan and then not be one anymore, to truly be an ex-vegan? And does the they were never vegan discourse actually do more harm than good? Today I'm examining some well-known ex-vegan stories as well as my own experience as an ex-vegan, including exposing some pretty shocking past journal entries I found, as well as some anecdotes from other vegans and some interesting psychological concepts and studies, which will hopefully help us get to the bottom of the question: if they were never vegan, do ex-vegans really exist, and does it even matter? Now, like with many of my videos, we're trying to get to the bottom of this question, but there is no answer, and so these are all just a collection of my thoughts, and of course I would love to hear yours. First off, I think we need to establish what an ex-vegan is, although it does seem pretty clear-cut from the name. Simply put, it's a person who once identified as or claimed themselves to be vegan and then stopped identifying that way. Ex-vegans are sort of seen as these Marvel villains of the vegan movement. The ex-vegan subreddit likes to point this out. If you haven't seen it, I did a whole video responding to their posts. And I feel like we also have to
Do you guys know any ex-vegans? Like, do you have any friends that were vegan and like they're not anymore? Do you have a lot of friends that aren't vegan, or or most of your friends vegan?
define what vegan means, using the most commonly accepted definition from the Vegan Society, a philosophy and way of living which seeks to exclude, as far as is possible and practicable, all forms of exploitation of and cruelty to animals for food, clothing, or any other purpose, and by extension promotes the development and use of animal-free.
That's something I've thought about too, because people will say that, like, even if you're on a deserted island with an animal, like, would you eat an animal? And it's like, maybe, but you know, honestly, maybe not. Maybe I wouldn't. Like, maybe I would just let that animal live. Like, why should I think that my life is more important than that animal's? Like, especially if we're just on an island, if I eat that animal, I'm just gonna die anyway, like, soon after that. So, like, I don't know. Maybe like, you had to eat the animal and then you also get rescued then after that before you die. Then maybe it's worth it. But, like, if I was just on an island with an animal, I probably wouldn't eat it. The more I think about it, the more I think I wouldn't. I would probably just let it live. I don't think there would be any point to killing it. Just to live a little bit longer.
Alternatives for the benefit of animals, humans, and the environment. In dietary terms, it denotes the practice of dispensing with all products derived wholly or partly from animals.
Yeah, right. I'd team up together and find food together. Me too. I would definitely share everything that I got.
I also have to acknowledge that while this is what most vegans understand veganism to be, the word vegan and veganism gets misused a lot to describe people who follow a vegan diet or plant-based diet, but don't really align with the Vegan Society definition. A great example of this would be Bear Grylls, who claims he was vegan in the past and wrote a vegan cookbook, but come to find out his cookbook actually had meat in it, and there's no evidence that Bear actually ever ate a
What a douche.
100% plant-based diet, so the word and general concept can get diluted a lot, which is problematic in its own way. But now that we have the definition squared away, let's discuss why people go vegan and then stop. I'm going to identify 3 main categories that we see in a lot of these ex-vegan stories. Number 1 is age, when people go vegan at a young age before their frontal lobe of their brain is fully developed, which happens around age 25. Number 2 is going vegan with the expectation of a certain outcome, and that's usually to do with self, so it might
I like all the people she's putting in the background. Some of the stuff she said was crazy.
be health, it might be vanity reasons, and number 3 is for ego or personal gain in some way. Maybe fame, maybe notoriety. So keep these 3 categories in mind as we get into our ex-vegan case studies. These are all pretty famous ex-vegan stories that have all been heavily discussed online, so I'm not going to spend too much time on any individual one, starting off with who else but Elise Parker. This was a huge story in 2019, although looking back at it now, I'm not really sure why. If you're not familiar, Elise launched a YouTube channel called Raw Alignment in 2015, and her earliest videos actually weren't about food at all. They were about minimalism, all about conscious living. Which is why, looking back now, I'm pretty surprised at all the backlash to her no longer vegan announcement. And look, I did a parody of her Butcher Box carnivore diet video, but I'm just saying I am surprised now. And of course, the backlash wasn't just about her no longer following a vegan diet. It was also about her using her ex-veganism as clickbait to promote a meat company and the carnivore diet. In my interpretation, her content was never really centered around animal rights or even vegan eating, but rather a very, very restrictive diet that happened to not have any animal products in it. Looking at the categories, she definitely falls into the
Yeah, that is really crazy. And that sounds really corrupt. I wonder if they're friends with Trump.
Young age category she started posting when she was either 19 or 20, and also maybe wanting to gain notoriety and subscribers from it, maybe noticing her audience was predominantly vegan and therefore she kept posting vegan videos. So this was one of the less surprising ones, but there were ones that people were more surprised by, like Miley Cyrus, who apparently first went vegan in 2013. This YouTube clip from an interview she did in 2015 is titled "Miley Cyrus Turned Vegan for Her Intelligent Blowfish and Pig." The clip features Miley telling stories of her pet fish and pig, how intelligent they are, and how they helped her realize eating animals is morally wrong, which really sounds like someone who had made a meaningful connection and wasn't afraid to be vocal about it. But then there was her ex-vegan debut on Joe Rogan's podcast in 2020. Because if you're going to make a no longer vegan announcement, what better place to do it? She reveals she started eating fish and omegas because her brain wasn't functioning properly. Hilariously, she says this:
Now I'm so much sharper than I was, and I think that I was at one point pretty malnutrition.
Because nothing says brain sharp as a shard like using a word that doesn't exist. When Rogan mentions vegans aren't going to be happy at her revelation, she points out how many animals she's rescued and how she's doing what she needs to do for the animals. So she's still acknowledging the moral aspect, like that animals are worthy of being saved and safe. But she's also doing the thing I'm going to talk about in a later case study of sort of trying to use ethical tokens from the past to justify future unethical behavior. When Rogan asks her if she had been doing the vegan diet responsibly, she says yes, stating she had, quote, all my supplements, all my protein drinks, and was watching vegan bodybuilders on YouTube. But then she says this:
all I eat is celery, and like, why are my thighs like fucking huge?
So what was the problem? That her thighs were huge or that her brain was malnutritioned? I can't
That's Miley Cyrus.
keep up. Looking at the age, Miley would have been 20 or 21 when she first went vegan, so clearly falls in that pre-25, pre-frontal lobe development category. As far as I can tell, she's kept very quiet about her diet and lifestyle since this interview, so who knows where she stands now. Like I said, people were pretty shocked and disappointed by this one because Miley had become, for better or worse, somewhat of a celebrity ambassador for the vegan movement. And another thing people were pretty shocked by was Sofia Esperanza's announcement in 2023. Sofia is a model, influencer, and was a vegan activist. I was vaguely aware of her. I had seen a couple of her YouTube videos. I remember seeing this one where she was sitting on the beach and doing a Q&A, and someone asked something like, what do you do to unwind or to feel connected or something like that? Or like, what do you do to relax? I feel like was the question. And she was like, personally, I really love just going and sitting outside of the slaughterhouse and listening to the animals and hearing their cries and just truly feeling so connected to them and their suffering, and that helps root me and helps me feel connected on a deeper level. And
What? That's crazy. That doesn't sound like somebody that's actually been there.
I was like, holy f***, this girl is hardcore. I was like, she is the veganest vegan of all vegans. Could never be me. So yeah, so that was like my, I just remember thinking that that was super intense, and that was like my, sort of my impression of her. She also had, and still has, this pretty prominent tattoo on her arm that says speciesism and is crossed out, so the implication is end speciesism, which is a very vegan-centric message. Her no longer vegan video is no longer online. In fact, it appears she has deleted or privated all of her YouTube videos, but I was able to find quite a few clips from it in Unnatural Vegan's video on the topic. Sophia's explanation for why she's no longer vegan can best be described as spiritual drivel, for lack of a better term.
We've just reached this point on Earth where if we're going to address the amount of suffering that is happening to all creation, all life, we can't isolate where we place healing. It has to be everyone, everything, all together as one.
It just takes something that is pretty simple and straightforward and convolutes it with this esoteric language that's hard to argue with because it's hard to follow. She also dramatically has her shirt draped in the video so that the end speciesism tattoo is on display. And I also remember seeing the video and her talking about how demonstrating how vegan she was and has been by talking about how much graphic animal footage she had put in her videos, and then she shows a graphic clip while she's saying that, and it's like, girl, you don't need to do that. Like, the jig is up, like, you don't need to like insert a pig being that's probably better that the camera cut off. And I feel like this kind of speaks to the purpose. And
yeah, thanks for sharing all that. It's really crazy. We're all going through a lot of crazy shit.
an animal activist in this sort of bizarre third-person spoken word poem.
Animal activist believes in an ethical egg, a humane honey, a moral milk, a considerate cheese.
At this point, the tattoo has been covered, but don't worry, it does come back. Interestingly, her current Instagram bio has conscious living in it.
How do you half of those things, like, are impossible. I don't understand how you go back on these things.
Which I found an interesting correlation to Elise Parker's conscious living. Like, is there something there? I don't know. Another interesting correlation that I'm not really putting too much meaning into, just thought it was interesting, is all these gals I've discussed so far have been almost exactly the same age, 31 or 32. So if you're 31 or 32, let me know if you identify with their journeys at all. Sophia actually removed...
Isn't that like a lot of us in here? We're all around that same age. Or a couple of us.
All of her Instagram posts pre-2021. Seems to be a little bit of a trend of her just doing these like social media cleanses, which makes it harder to look back at her past activism. But throughout 2022, she posts a number of videos and photos from farm animal sanctuaries, along with captions that seem to be very aligned with a vegan message. However, beyond 2022, and keep in mind she makes the No Longer Vegan announcement in 2023, she doesn't really post about animals other than her rescue rabbits and cats, and even promotes an
Those rabbits are so cute.
Ebook about homesteading, which includes the topic of raising animals. I'm not even sure if this is her ebook, but like, you can't convince me this whole ebook thing isn't some type of scam. Like, the way she's presenting it of like, I'm so excited to be offering this incredible offer and like all these different ebooks, and it's like a $5,000 value and you can now get it for $50. I'm like, what is this? What is happening here? Let me know if you know about the ebook scam, and if I should try to get in on it. Okay. So with Sophia, it's really difficult. She has this end speciesism tattoo. She made her activism a really big part of her. He was no longer 100% vegan. Now, I did discuss this in the last What the Fork Headlines video, and a bunch of vegan YouTubers have also discussed it, and I'd say Ali's is the most self-aware no longer vegan announcement I've seen, in that, to not a ton of success, judging by his comments. He acknowledges the "they were never vegan" rhetoric and claims he used to say it himself, but insists that
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, it's cutting out.
Like walking 10 miles to get to a vegan restaurant, wearing vegan t-shirts and hoodies, and being friends with famous activists, which mostly serves to show he maybe didn't fully understand the why. He seems to think he's untouchable from criticism because of how perfect a vegan he was in the past. In his Substack subheading, he refers to his time as a vegan as being in the trenches, implying he saw it as punishing rather than a joyful expression of his values, which is something we'll circle back to when we get to my case study. He shares he went vegan and became an activist in his teenage years, so again,
It's kind of crazy. Yeah, he seemed really aware of everything too.
Again, we have someone becoming vegan at quite a young age. He claims, "My mind has changed so much on this over the last year that I'm not sure I would still call myself vegan with a capital V anymore." He then goes on to share the now infamous marshmallow story, which I talk about in the What the Fork Headlines video, and names that as a turning point that caused him to question everything. But the realizations he has in the wake of the Great Marshmallow Incident of 2024 aren't really about ethics. Most of them are about money and convenience, and a little bit about environmental impact. He only brings up ethics as it relates to justifying how little gelatin marshmallows supposedly have. So was Ali ever an ethical vegan? None of us can really know. Aside from him going vegan at a young age, I think it also could have been fueled by ego.
Sorry, it keeps skipping.
In a search for identity, and possibly enjoying the attention he got. He does mention external measures like having a popular YouTube channel, having a documentary in the Netflix top 10, and I do think there are some people who really just like the aesthetic, for lack of a better term, of being an activist. Either way, it's clear that what once seemed to make sense to him ethically no longer does. But speaking of the ex-vegan journey, let's get into my story. But first, if you're enjoying this video, give it a thumbs up. It really helps other people find it. This video topic was actually voted on by my patrons. If you'd like to support my work further, get exclusive content, my story. I have a full video on YouTube, which
Yeah, definitely check her out if you're not already subscribed to her. Totally Forkable is her channel.
I will link here where I get into my full vegan journey backstory. But basically, from the time I was 13 to 27, I was vegetarian, carnist, vegetarian, vegan, vegetarian, vegan.
Damn.
That was the full journey. When I talk about that first vegan stint from 2007 to 2010, now I usually say plant-based because saying I was vegan for 3 years just doesn't sound right to me. But it is something I've asked myself a lot and thought about a lot. Like, was I really vegan? Because in some ways, I remember myself having thoughts and taking actions that don't align with my values now. But in other ways, I remember being really dedicated. So I was looking to try to find any insight into that, like my state of mind at that time. I was trying to look through old emails, but unfortunately I don't have access to any of my college emails. And then I remembered that I have a bunch of journals that I kept from that time period. Now, there are some missing time periods. Unfortunately, the time that I studied abroad in London, that journal is missing, but I did find some really interesting things in these journals that shine a light into my state of mind at the time, and I even found one entry that literally made me gasp. And I'm going to reveal what that was. There's 4 entries. I'm going to go through them chronologically.
Sorry, it keeps cutting out again.
So the first one was from November 2007, which would have been a few months after I decided to go vegan. I'm contemplating this whole vegan thing, whether or not I will continue it. I feel like I'm just missing out on so much. And a lot of the time, I also feel unhealthy, weak, like I have these insane cravings for dairy or something more substantial than tofu, carbs, and vegetables. Maybe I will break it over Thanksgiving break. I mean, I have lasted 3 months. I'm pretty impressed with that much. I definitely feel like the way I was talking about it here was like I was talking about a diet. Like, I might break it. I think I'm gonna break it. But I do remember that feeling of missing out was ever present. That feeling of being deficient was ever present. And I probably wasn't getting the biggest variety of interesting foods. I mean, it sounds like I was mostly eating tofu, carbs, and veggies. So maybe I was a little bored with what I was eating. But let's get to the second journal entry, which is the most shocking. And this one is from November 2009. So 2 years after that first one, which would have been about 6 months before I decided to stop being vegan. And in this entry, I was traveling to San Francisco to visit my brother, and I talked about how I just ate a burrito. I have been so into them lately. Last night, I ate a slice of cheese pizza in an attempt to, quote-unquote, cure my veganism. Another failed attempt, I'm afraid. Stomach was killing me and acting up all night. My poor body just can't seem to handle the stuff anymore, and my mind can't get used to the idea. Yep, I told being vegan almost as like a problem that needed inconvenient for my friends and family. It was inconvenient for me. That was just the general attitude around it. And it obviously shows how not committed I was, especially at this point. Although what's weird is right after that are entries of me talking about how excited I am to check out all these vegan restaurants in San Francisco that I've been researching. But then there's another entry where I talk about going shopping with my mom and how she bought me a leather bag that I was excited about, which also doesn't align with veganism. But then I also have memories of studying abroad in 2008 and taking the tube to the very last tube stop on the outskirts of London to go to this vegan shoe place I had found online. I also have memories of spending more money than I could really afford at the time on a Mat and Nat bag online. But then I also have memories of buying Uggs at that time. Like, I truly don't think I understood that Uggs were made of sheepskin. So it was obviously very all over the place, but I think in many ways I truly thought I was vegan. There's one final journal entry from December 2010, so this would have been about 6 months after I transitioned back to being vegetarian, and I was writing about my Thanksgiving trip to San Francisco that year. The feast was delicious. Did I mention how liberating it is not to be a strict vegan anymore? So much good food that I would have missed out on. So there's the final entry, and I just feel like reading all of these, I sort of saw veganism as just this thing. Now it feels joyful, it feels purposeful, it feels delightful. There's so many vegan foods that I absolutely love eating. I don't think about missing out anymore, but clearly I did at that time. Reading all of these, I'd have to say no, I don't think I was really vegan in terms of how I define that today. But is it possible that some things, including some ethical elements about veganism, really clicked while others didn't? Which brings us to, can someone really be an ex-vegan? It's hard because it feels like morality moves in one direction. Once you've decided something is wrong, how can you undecide? And I think that's something a lot of being in a cult because you don't believe in human trafficking, for example. But it is interesting to think about, like, can that morality center really be activated, but then somehow be overridden? Doing some research, I found out about the theory of moral disengagement by Canadian-American social psychologist Albert Bandura. The concept describes how individuals rationalize and justify immoral behaviors, allowing them to bypass ethical and moral boundaries. Interestingly, on the Wikipedia page for moral disengagement, meat consumption is specifically discussed. Recent studies have observed moral disengagement as a situated cognitive process in meat consumption. One study found that meat eaters consider traditionally edible animals less capable of experiencing refined emotions, even though meat eaters and vegetarians did not differ in their evaluations of non-food animals. Additionally, they also tend to display higher general propensity to morally disengage, attribute less importance to moral traits in how they view themselves, moral identity, and eat meat more often. So this is interesting insight into the psychology of carnism in general, but it doesn't really cover the concept of making the connection and then disconnecting. I do think it's clear though that our society makes that disconnecting very easy. Eating animal foods is obviously much more normalized than veganism is, so going back to that feels more like rejoining society, whereas going vegan feels like leaving it in many ways. And I did find an interesting study about that, which I'll discuss in a little bit, but I wanted to much being self-destructive, and my destruction was rooted in self-pity, which comes from self-centeredness. During that period of time, I restarted eating meat. I hated myself, and frankly, that fetish can be made, but then something else can override it.
I don't know her name, actually.
Now, how does that work? What is that psychological phenomenon? I don't know that that information exists out there, but I do find it really interesting. Which brings me to my concern with the "they were never vegan" discourse. It's almost become this knee-jerk reflex response to the no longer vegan announcements. You will see this all over comment sections, and it seems to be a pretty widely held belief in the vegan community. And what it means is once you truly make that vegan connection, there's no going back. It really gets firmly cemented in your brain as right versus wrong, and therefore your future actions will always align with that. Therefore, if someone says, "I'm not vegan anymore," the only logical explanation must be, well, then they never were. Like, that connection was never made. And I'll admit, I tend to align with this statement. I tend to agree with it, especially because all of us want veganism to be seen as a totally possible and viable lifestyle. And saying they were never vegan almost becomes this way of proving that viability. Like, oh, don't worry, it's still possible. It's just that that person was never vegan. And I understand the urge to make that distinction because many of these high-profile stories end up becoming fodder for anti-vegan sentiment and media coverage. But I do have some concerns with the phrase, and looking online, it seems other vegans do as well. In the Reddit post I just mentioned, the original poster describes how they believe morals can change. One commenter agrees and says, "It's easy to be right about veganism, but almost as easy."
I don't know, I see it really hard to go back once you realize what's going on. Mariella, yeah. She has a cool name.
To be wrong about other people's sincerity. Usually better to not assume what's going on in someone's mind. More likely to alienate people than to accomplish anything. One of the top comments states, "It's shitty, but I don't think the time that they spent living as a vegan should automatically be discounted," which matches with my experience. For me, it was much easier to go vegan in 2015 because I had gone vegan in 2007, and I think it's good that I struggled so much. "They were never vegan" almost implies that something had to click in place for you right away, and if it didn't, then you'll never be vegan because you never were. Whereas in reality, I think it's something that clicks for people over a period of time, maybe months and maybe years. While I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with veganism, there are legitimate reasons people struggle, and "they were never vegan" almost acts as a dismissal or a refusal to discuss those reasons. There's a UK-based vegan food creator on Instagram called Ellie's Plate. While she's vegan, she's shared some health struggles in the past, issues that seem to be linked to a food sensitivity. She has a highlight where she goes into detail on them. But a few months ago, she made a reel sharing how it's been really challenging for her to maintain her vegan diet while also restricting certain foods for health reasons. She specifically clarifies she's not giving up on veganism. In fact, she states her morals were the reason she went vegan, but that she just needed to vent and get some support, and says it's hard to have nuanced conversations online. While most of the comments were understanding and empathetic, there were a few comments encouraging her.
I don't know what she just made, but that looked amazing.
Animals in their content. She replied to a few of these. One response said, "People can have thoughts and doubts and worries, express these, and still stick to their morals." I understand some of these comments because in some ways, yes, a lot of vegan food accounts decenter animal rights as a way to be more inviting. And we've seen some big vegan food accounts, including Ellie's friend Nat's Nourishments, make pretty disappointing, no longer vegan pivots. So I think people tend to get nervous when they see posts like this because in some ways it feels like dipping a toe into the eventual no longer vegan waters. In other ways, many vegans are struggling with XYZ aspects of a vegan diet and lifestyle, and there needs to be room for people to discuss these struggles. As opposed to some vegans who may think that threatens or weakens the movement, I actually think it strengthens it by allowing people to find support for the struggles they're having and maybe helping them stick with it. Ultimately responding to someone saying any less. I want to end on a positive note with some reasons to be hopeful about the whole ex-vegan phenomenon. In 2016, Faunalytics did a study of current and former vegetarians and vegans, or as I'll refer to the two groups together, vegans. While there were some grim numbers, like only 2% of the US population being vegan and 84% of vegans abandoning their diet, there were also some interesting findings, like the older you are when you go vegan, the better your vegan experience, and some positive findings like lapsed vegans eat less meat than the average American, and more than a third are interested in readopting the diet. Granted, this study only looked at the dietary aspect on the journey to 10,000 subscribers, so make sure to hit that subscribe button if you'd like to follow along. And a very special thank you to my fancy forks, Claudia.
Alright, yeah, that was cool. I got your video pulled up that you recommended. Here, let me pull it over here. Whoops.
What did your mother feed you when you were born?
Milk.
Milk. What is milk? Is it vegan?
My mum's milk, best milk, yes, vegan.
Is it vegan?
Yes.
Milk is vegan.
My mum's best milk was vegan, yes.
No. Milk. Your mum milk is vegan.
Yes, my mum's milk is vegan.
How do you know that?
Because there's no animal exploitation for my mum picking up her baby and feeding me with her breasts.
So if they make cheese from your mother, milk? How do you understand?
He would make cheese from his mom.
Yeah.
Will it be called vegan?
If she consents, then yes, it's vegan. I'll ask her and I'll see if I can sort you out. Give you some cheese.
Oh my god. We should do that somewhere, right? I'll set up and sell some vegan cheese. Say it was from a human milk made this cheese.
So how can you be vegan and say you eat cultured meat? What sense does that make?
Because cultured meat can't suffer.
What are you talking about? How can it not suffer?
Anecdotal evidence is not a basis to make your claims in a debate.
My life
I
is
don't
not
know.
anecdotal evidence.
It literally is. That's the definition of
realest
anecdotal
thing in
evidence.
my life.
And because a plant isn't sentient, they haven't got subjective. They haven't. Let me finish.
Plants aren't sentient?
No.
Absolutely not.
No, I
They have no subjective experience of life.
Really?
Where are you getting that from?
Where you
You haven't spoken to a
Really? Just blew her mind.
tree? No, I haven't spoken to the floor either.
Everything that is here for us to eat should be eaten because.
What does that mean? I mean, who says what's here for us to eat? Are you here for me to eat?
No.
You're full of protein. I could eat you.
Listen, me, when I'm right.
So what will the cow eat?
No, we don't breed them into existence.
We don't bring them to existence?
Correct.
We don't bring animals to existence?
What's wrong with this guy?
Correct.
Are you okay?
I know what, I'm feeling a little bit stressed out, to be honest with you.
Did you go university?
Yes.
You you have degree, you have all of that?
Yes.
Why do you have that? I can buy that in the market.
That is completely irrelevant to this conversation.
Because you've been nuts.
He's telling you bought your degree.
Yeah, I could buy your degree in the market.
To bring life into the world. If you think that's the case, then you should never buy condoms. Don't buy condoms, because you're stopping life. You could bring life into the world every time.
I don't buy condoms. I don't.
You probably should.
I don't.
We are cannibalism. We eat people.
You eat people?
Yeah, we are. We're cannibalism.
People that eat animals are trash. Listen, talk to me. I will swap anyone. I'll swap your life.
Yeah, you got a lot of balls when you go out to out at night to the bars and stuff. The sign guy will do that sometimes. You know, some of these people are gonna be crazy. They give no fucks.
Your life, I'll swap your life for a fucking animal's lives. Listen, animals are truly innocent. They didn't choose to be here. They're not selfish. They're not evil. They're just trying to live. Oh, you know, they fucking taste fresh.
Hey, I've got scientists. If one of your, I don't know, one of your parents.
They didn't choose to be here. They're not selfish. They're not evil. They're just trying to live. Oh, you know, they fucking taste fresh.
Hey, I've got scientists. If one of your, I don't know, one of your parents, one of your families got cancer or AIDS, this one cures cancer and AIDS. Raw milk.
Heard it here first, folks.
If you kill me, I'll kill you. But before you...
That doesn't make any sense!
What? This guy. You kill me, I'll kill you. Not gonna get me.
You could never kill me, brother, even if you wanted to. I'm telling you, I would kill you before you kill me.
No, but my point is...
Right now, I'm on a terrorist charge, Jackie. Terrorist charge. Terrorism.
Okay.
Yeah?
Jesus Christ. Why would somebody admit to that? Trying to intimidate him?
And also the police have got my house on lockdown right now for a murder.
Yes.
So when you're talking about killing, you need to come correct, bro.
So what did you guys have for dinner last night?
For dinner, pizza.
Pizza.
Hummus.
Sorry?
Hummus.
Hummus. I thought you said humans. Like, holy shit. Holy shit.
They take care that
He must not have been very good at killing anybody if he's got charges and his house is on lockdown. Why the fuck did they let him out? Don't even make any sense.
the animal was killed in a good way.
What is a good way to kill?
Like a way that the animal.
I don't think it's ethical to push your view on others in that way.
This is an interesting point because I guess someone could argue that we are kind of pushing our view onto the animal when we factory farm them or when we kill them. What do you think about that?
What do you mean, like maybe they like being factory?
No, that's definitely not what I mean. If I was to say I get a lot of pleasure from eating meat, which is true, like I really enjoy the taste of the products, would that make it ethical to do so?
I don't have an answer for that one.
But if
reduce consumption as much as you can.
If we change it to the bestiality though, and I say if I get pleasure from having intercourse with a dog, you're like very like no, that doesn't make it okay, right?
Yeah.
But what about like okay, I don't put my penis in them, but I put a knife in them instead. By buying animal products, we're causing them to suffer and die.
Suffering? What about child abuse?
Child abuse is also morally wrong.
Domestic abuse?
Also,
You're not going to get married?
Probably not, but that's not necessarily immoral.
Of course it is. Well, you think that men or women beating up the other sex is morally right?
Oh, I thought you just said, am I going to get married? I didn't think you said, am I going to beat my wife? So let's put the animal in front of you. Okay. And I get a knife out. Yep. And I say, you can pay me £10 and I'll slit this animal's throat. Yep. Or you could eat the vegan burger there. Yep. Which choice do you make?
I'd give you the money.
Seriously? Why?
I've wielded the knife myself.
Or why? Why? If there's an option there that tastes good.
It's tasty. I mean,
okay.
I think steaks are tastier than vegan burgers.
Well, look.
Maybe I've not had that many vegan burgers in my life, but they're really tasty steaks.
So, let me give you.
Yeah, this is his name right here, Humane Hancock. Yeah, he's awesome. If you don't follow him, definitely go check him out.
Hypothetical. I'm someone who really loves sex, and I'm going to have sex with this woman, even though she doesn't want to have sex with me.
Yes.
And you say, don't do that, that's wrong. And I say, I like it.
Yeah.
Is that exactly the same logic that you're using?
Exactly the same logic, yes.
So you're here fighting for the animals,
Yeah.
but you're shielding yourself from a fellow human being.
Correct.
Yes, correct. So if I was a cow, if I was Daisy,
Yeah.
I'd be fine.
Yes.
You'd take it off.
Yeah, take it off and I'll give you a big kiss. But you're not a cow.
No.
Well.
Oh, am I?
I want to say because it's been like that forever, but there's like.
I guess people could have said the same thing to try and justify slavery. Just because something's always happened, does that make it moral?
No, that was not my point. But let's not get into slavery because that's a whole other thing.
Well, I mean, it is slavery. I guess what we're talking about here is animal slavery. I mean, they're certainly not free.
You don't get it.
Oh, people like you. Oh, you're so cute. This one's mine. The other one's just her friend I'm watching. But yeah, I just say, I'm her human. And that's her friend Jenny. Say hi, Jenny. She likes to talk. Oh shit, watch out. Let's see here.
a human to an animal.
But why not?
To a pig.
So this is a new channel. I don't know this guy. Alex Activism, small channel. He's a little bit bigger than mine. Do you guys know him? It's from 8 days ago. So I just had a debate with somebody that was Muslim too.
You compare yourself to a fly? To an insect? You're not making a comparison, you're putting me there instead of them.
Yeah, I'm saying that. Yeah, I'm saying, like, how would you feel?
You can't say that.
But why not?
Well, for me, I'm Muslim, so we eat purely halal meat.
Okay.
So there is rules that you have to follow when you're butchering animals for meat or produce. So one of the examples that I can think of is when you kill a cow or a sheep, you have to make sure that it's going through the least amount of pain possible before it dies. Even to the extent of it can't be around other sheep that can sense the fear from that sheep in order for the meat to be permissible to eat. So from my religion, this stuff is very written in stone in terms of animal cruelty is a big thing. The food that we eat, it's good to know where it's coming from, that the animals are being treated in a good way. So I like the awareness here, and hopefully it motivates other people to have more awareness for other things, because that's how you solve issues, right?
Yeah, exactly. Awareness and
it's the first step.
People knowing and then making decisions. And I guess, so to your point, I've got kind of two follow-up questions. Firstly, how do you guarantee that when you go to the shops today? How do you know what they're doing is what you're believing in?
Yeah, so
do you just trust the system?
That's a very good question.
Yeah, I asked the guy that I talked to a similar question. Like, every time you go out to eat, like, you don't know exactly, or you order food and you get food delivered, you don't know exactly where they got their food from. Like, he wasn't actually following his rules like he said that he was. And in my stream, like, the day before, I saw somebody getting food delivered there. I don't know. It was just... Yeah, let's see what this guy says about this.
I've done a lot of research into this myself, and so there's the halal certificate that you can get standardized. You know, as things are more commercialized, you know, the standardization can be a little bit iffy. You can say, oh, they're just putting that on the meat so they can sell it, but because they need to kill 1,000 chickens, they're going to have to do it the commercial way, correct?
People know and...
You know, checking and requesting, you know, Freedom of Information Acts, or investigating these companies, or, you know, these standards and people that are out there, making sure they're doing their job. That's quite important as well, the same way, you know, from the halal industry to this industry.
Yeah, sorry, my internet was cutting out. But yeah, you're totally right. They say their religion allows it, but we're all allowed to. Like, we all can. Like, even if you're not religious, you can. You're allowed to. So, doesn't mean you should. And if you're religious, you probably have more reasons to be vegan than somebody that's not religious. I don't know. If you want it, like, you probably could come up with a lot of reasons why. But people just come up with reasons not to. It's really crazy.
It should be done across, but for myself, the way I can eat meat with the least cruelty is to buy halal.
And this is my second question. So I understand that you're doing it to reduce the cruelty in terms of, you know, unnecessary cruelty to animals. You're doing it to follow maybe a principle that you believe in.
Yes.
But if there was a choice that you have, you know, the most brutal, awful cruelty, and then you have your version of reduced cruelty, but then you have the third option of no cruelty, no harm to animals, what would make you not want to choose that option?
But in terms that really comes back to a kind of moral frame in which we view life. So some would say that if there was a world without no cruelty, there'd be a world with no good as well. So, you know, you cannot eradicate, you know, people being cruel to animals.
as much as we might like to. I think I know what you're trying to say.
So it will always be a version of less, because humans are not perfect in the way that they do things. People get greedy with money. They want to commercialize this industry. They try to cut corners. Where we don't need to sedate these cows. We can just put them. You know, it does come back to how you view the world. How I view the world is in a good way. So I do what my religion tells me to do. I believe in God and try to be the best.
Yeah,
that's it for me.
Are you sort of told you have to eat meat then in terms of your religion? Because if it's possible to choose an option that doesn't involve cruelty, you know, eating plant-based diets, for example, and then you have a choice between choosing an animal that doesn't have to go to slaughter and one does. How does that?
Well, we kind of believe in my religion in terms of, to answer your first point of whether I believe it just because I'm told. The answer is no.
Yeah.
But it's also yes, because I believe in a higher power. Therefore, I believe that information is correct. So I can take that and have no doubts about its value. I can do my research on things that I'm not sure of.
Yeah.
Once I've reached my conclusions, I can agree. So to answer your question about sorry, the second part of your question, you could remind me of again.
So if you have that choice, for example, to choose.
That's gotta be hard having a relationship with somebody that's a different religion. Like, I don't know. I was in a pretty long relationship with somebody that was.
Animals, we're at the top of the food chain. So I believe the world is built in a way where God has given us these things to get resources from.
I just answered that and it cut out. I don't know if you heard me or not. Said I've been vegan for like almost a year. Yeah, I was in a long relationship, but we weren't the same. We didn't have the same beliefs either, but that wasn't like we were still able to be together for a long time, and she was more religious and I wasn't. So I know some people can have different beliefs like that and still stay together, but I know some people it can be hard for some people to stay together for a long time if they believe like different things. But you guys are both vegan, right? So like you have a lot of similarities with that.
I believe that you can extract value or produce from animals in a good way that doesn't harm them.
If you have a choice to be kind and compassionate to an animal,
of course, kind of passionate to humans.
I agree. But if you have that choice, that third option of you can choose to buy.
I will still eat meat. I need my meat.
Even though you know that you don't have to slaughter those animals, you can live happily.
So how am I going to eat meat without the animals being slaughtered?
So you don't have to eat meat. This is the thing. You don't have to eat animals to be happy, healthy, and live.
It's a different opinion.
Yeah, exactly. When you guys both have respect for each other. But then when you're doing outreach with people like this, they want you to respect them too, and it's like that's hard to do. You can't respect someone that's supporting crazy stuff.
We disagree. I think there's things in meat that hormones and specific nutrients that are not found anywhere else.
So just to clarify, you can live, thrive through all forms of life on a plant-based diet. I haven't eaten an animal product in over 4 years. I'm fully healthy.
You know what? Maybe I'll give it a go. Maybe I'll try without meat and try with meat, and I'll let you know.
But know that you can be Muslim in your beliefs and be vegan, meaning you don't have to cause harm to animals.
But that's the difference. I believe that eating animals is not causing harm to me.
But even though, if you were to put yourself in their position and someone was to slice your throat, you don't think that's we're all animals. We're all non-human animals.
The natural cycle of life is a hierarchy, right? So a hierarchy of beings, a hierarchy of plants. That's how nature works.
In terms of the circle of life,
nature would kill these animals off in a more worse way than humans do.
But when you bring sort of like cows into slaughterhouses and you slit their throats, where does that fit into the natural form of life?
The commercial aspect of slaughtering these animals, blah blah, etc. that you described, I agree. There should be better practices, but in terms of eating meat, it's two different topics.
You don't think it's the same?
Meat in the middle there.
Where do you buy your products from then, if it's not from
Local butchers.
That's the only place you...
Yeah, some of the worst things that we've done in history are like in the name of religion. It's pretty bad. Yeah, I think that I don't think I'd be with the girl that I was with either. If she didn't want to be vegan. I don't think I could be with somebody that's not vegan. That would be really weird.
You get it, and you know, and you believe that those animals don't suffer.
Yeah, for sure.
So would you put yourself in their position?
Why would I put myself
Just you know, to empathise if it's no problem.
That's a very question framed in a very strange way to ask someone. Would you?
But do you know why I'm asking that?
Humans, you cannot compare a human to a pig.
But
let's be honest.
I mean, you can compare whatever to
Would
whatever.
you put them as equals, though?
It doesn't have to mean they're equals. It's
so then if you're asking to substitute, you cannot do that equation.
The point I'm making is whenever there is.
My Nova comes before any girls. Nova's my girlfriend. She comes first.
An oppression in society, whatever it is, you know, whether it's human oppression, you should always consider from the oppressee's perspective, like the victim's perspective, how would they feel in that situation?
We're comparing humans to humans, correct? So
now we can.
You can actually dictate that comparison, but you cannot compare a human to an animal.
But why not?
To a pig. You can't say that.
But why?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Not because whenever we look at other injustices, you put yourself in a victim's perspective. Doesn't mean you're the same value. It's just okay if you were.
So in order to compare a situation, you need to keep the variables consistent, right? So I cannot compare an apple and a plane.
But it's just to look at it from their perspective.
So I say I throw the apple. Well, how does this
being
go?
so okay? Look, I'll tell you what. Look up being vegan in your religion. Like I said at the very start, it's about raising awareness and having an honest conversation.
No, I like that. I like the conversation style. I think it's good to be an activist in things that you care about. I think it's a good thing. Not many people are doing it, so hats off to.
Alright, yeah, that was a good video. Definitely go follow him. A lot of you guys probably aren't following him, so Alex Activism, go check him out. New channel. Let's check his channel out actually real quick. There you go, I already went up before, nice. 32 videos. Nice. Bunch of shorts. Cool. Plant-based kitchen. Yeah, you want me to check that out? Plant-based kitchen? Will it come up if I just search it? At plant-based kitchen. Why does this other lady come up? Let's see. Plant-based kitchen, vegan. type in vegan. And it doesn't want to come up. Okay, still put it up here. I don't have my stream set up, so I can't get it over. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, this is it. I already like it. So like these are two of my favorite recipes that I made when I was first vegan. I made like red lentil. It was like a curry, but I really like red lentils. And then I would make a couple different kinds of these like energy bites. Nice. Yeah, I eat a lot of chia seeds every day too. It's like an ASMR video. Yeah, a couple dates. Nice. Yeah, that looks delicious. Some desserts. These guys are really funny. These are the guys, not vegan stuff. Oh, they're pretty funny though.
Lithuania's here. What's up, Lithuania?
Black Tiger, White Dragon, thank you. Chili.
It's what?
And
some of the countries, they're not.
I got some other stuff I gotta do today, so I think I'm gonna get going. Been here for a long time. Unless you guys got any other videos you want to watch, might just head out. So definitely thanks for sharing that. Let me check the channel out a little bit more. Yeah, I need some really good dessert recipes because there's not a lot of good vegan desserts that you can buy from the store, and they're not healthy. You can definitely make them a lot better yourself. Oh, those look good. Yeah, I didn't really have much going on this weekend. Just watching the dogs, so figured I would just kind of stream, just watch random videos and stuff, try to spotlight some other small vegan channels and try to play some other random stuff maybe to get more viewers in here. Still didn't get another subscriber today. So they don't show these streams to a lot of people because I'm just like playing other videos. But it's cool to hang out with you guys. Man, these all look so good. Yeah, I could tell right away the first one. They're definitely good ASMR videos. Yeah, this is impressive. There's a whole library. Yeah, I gotta get to 500 subscribers is the next level, and then I can start doing memberships through YouTube. But I did set up memberships and some stuff like that in Buy Me a Coffee. That's a pretty cool platform. So I've been posting some stuff in there for free, and then I can do some post stuff for some supporters and for members. So I might start posting some stuff there. I might do more streams like this for people that are like just members kind of thing or something like that. But yeah, like replays of the Hangouts, they'll just be for members or something like that. But yeah, it was fun hanging out. I gotta go get ready for tomorrow. I'm gonna do some street outreach tomorrow in Gettysburg. Yeah, I do have Cash App and Venmo for people that are in the US, and if you're not in the US, then you can support through Buy Me a Coffee. That's kind of why I set that up. But then I realized I thought that was just a platform to just like donate some money, but I didn't realize you could actually set up like memberships and stuff in there too, and like post specific things. So that's kind of cool. They take less money from Buy Me a Coffee than YouTube. YouTube takes like 30%. Buy Me a Coffee only takes like 10% or something like that. But if you do support, I put a link there so you can see where the money goes and what I've been spending money on to do outreach. It cost me a couple dollars to get out there, and I put like some of the donations that I made down there. And my mic sucks. Apparently my mic, every time I play back, my mic's always popping and crackling. So I might end up getting a new mic eventually. But yeah, really appreciate everybody being here. So I'll see you all tomorrow. I hear all the dogs barking outside, so I gotta go. See you guys.